Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Great, correct? Now, last class we completed our all chapters, correct? We completed partnership, we completed NBFC. Now, from today, we will start our accounting standard related to group 2, correct? It means accounting standard. Now, what is accounting standard? Already you have done some accounting standard where? Can you say me what are the accounting standard already you have done? Let's see one by one. तो group one what you have done check करेंगे. In group one you have done AS1. What was the name? Title? Disclosure of accounting policy. Then what you have done? Valuation of inventory. Then cash flow statement. PPE, property, plant and equipment. Then the effect of changes in foreign exchange rates. Then AS12 na accounting for government grants. Then accounting for investment. Then AS16 also. Oh ha, AS16 also. Borrowing cost. Then bas only. Then let's see what you will do in group 2. Let's see what you will do in group 2. So AS4, AS5. Now you will not say, huh? No, it's my turn, na re. Acha, every time you will only say AS5, then AS7, then AS9, then AS14. Already we have done. This is done now. So once again I will not do. 14 to done. Then AS17, then AS18, then AS19, then AS20, then AS22, then AS24, then AS26, then AS. Oh my God, means 5 is extra na, 5 is extra, and these all accounting standard whatever has not been done are more what थोड़ा सा lengthy also, means detailed discussion is required. And what is not in our syllabus check करेंगे, means that there are some accounting standard which are not in syllabus only. So what are not in AS15? It is related to employee benefit, means salary etc. That you will do where in CA final. Then AS23, this is a investment in associate. What is associate? छोड़ दे. Then AS25, it is for छोड़ना. Then AS27 छोड़ना. Then AS28 छोड़ना. तो कहाँ पकड़ेंगे इसको? So this will be in CA final. Automatically in CA final it will be covered directly or indirectly. Correct. Means there is one AS I have not written, AS21. Now AS21 is not directly in our syllabus as accounting standard, but already we have covered consolidation. So through consolidation chapter this is also done. ठीक है ना? So through consolidation chapter this is also done. Okay sir. So what is left? So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 accounting standard. 12 accounting standard means how many days also, we also don't know. Means major portion will be there. Correct. Now as per marks is concerned, one compulsory question, one mandatory question, 20 marks. So 20 marks, the first question will be for accounting standard. Then also it has been seen because there are few chapters. Chapters are few now as compared to what? Group 1. In group 1 chapters are more as compared to group 2. So we have seen that they may ask additional 10 marks question. Means more or less 30 marks question can be asked. 30 marks question can be asked from this what accounting standard. Means if you say as per syllabus, so accounting standard, if I take 25 also on conservative basis, from AS 25 consolidation one compulsory question of 15 to 20 marks. 15 20 marks, one compulsory chalo 15 marks on conservative basis. Amalgamation plus internal reconstruction, one 15 marks compulsory question. Normally they ask from amalgamation, but it does not mean they will not ask from internal reconstruction. Correct now. And one partnership 15 marks. So this coverage become how much? So 70 marks coverage पे ही भर हो गया. Correct. Understood. Then small chapters are there. From that 5 marks, 6 marks, 10 marks question can be asked. Correct now. Okay. Now coming to accounting standard. First we'll do what? Which accounting standard? Which accounting standard you want first? बोलो. So write down accounting standard. Which accounting standard you want? Let us do the last accounting standard 29. AS 29 become first accounting standard. The last will be our first. AS 29. What is the name of AS 29? Provisions contingent liabilities and what? Contingent assets. Correct. Understood. Can you say these are the terms which came, which will come in accounting many times from the beginning? Means the day when you started your accounting, provisions came in your life, contingent liability came in your life, contingent asset, we don't know when it came, but came. Correct now. Means we don't know exactly when it came, but came. You have heard about this name, contingent asset. And lot of doubt is there. So what is provision? What is contingent liability? Lot of doubt. Now let's see what you know till now. So what is provision? What you know? What is provision? Anyone who can answer? What is provision? Means what they are saying कि any expected loss will be recognized as provision. ठीक है, generally okay whatever you have said, but not as per AS 29. Means now we need to understand the meaning of provision as per AS 29. As per AS 29, one thing is clear that these provisions are recognized based on conservatism principle. Whatever you have explained right now, that is conservatism principle. Means you said that as per conservatism principle, we provide all expected expenses. We provide all expected expenses and we do not anticipate any expected income. This is as per conservatism principle. But right now I have asked you what is the meaning of provision. Now one more doubt will come, so whether provisions are liability. Whether provisions are liability, one doubt will come. Whether provisions are liability, yes or no? Someone will say no, someone will say yes, but confusions are there. Confusions are there. Now one more doubt will come, so what is contingent liability? Whether provisions and contingent liability are brother sister or something different. Means whether contingent liability is a liability, this also one doubt will come. Now if you say sir yes, then one doubt will come, sir what is liability then? Means there are so many things which we need to understand. Correct? Before I start. So I will start with what? One term which is contingencies. Let us understand first term contingencies. However, there is one accounting standard AS4. I mean right now after this we'll do AS4 only. So the title of AS4 is contingencies and event occurring after balance sheet date. In AS4 there are two topics, contingencies and event occurring after balance sheet date. Correct? But after introduction of AS29, the contingencies part has been withdrawn from AS4 and now it is covered where? Under AS29. But the title remains same. This AS4 is what? Contingencies and event occurring after balance sheet date. But treatment of contingencies is now withdrawn from AS4, now covered under AS29. Means if I want to start AS29, I should explain you what is the meaning of contingencies. I should explain you what is the meaning of contingencies. Let us understand what is actually the meaning of contingencies. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Now when I teach AS, I teach very much conceptually. Correct now? Means I'll be in depth. मजा आता है प्यार से धीरे धीरे मजा आएगा ठीक है because as a chartered accountant can I say the name chartered accountant include accountant means we actually should be expert in accounting means we don't say now we are chartered financial management we are not chartered income tax we don't say we're chartered lawyer means can I say all other subject which is revolving around you is actually not what the benchmark for chartered accountant I will say means I don't say the FM is not important FM is very important for CA I'm not saying that law is not important law is also very important for CA I'm not saying costing you should not study but these are not the I will say benchmark for CA. For benchmark, the name only say accounting means accounting should be the benchmark for a chartered accountant. Accounting and audit. Audit can be done only when so you know accounting. So accounting and auditing are related. So can I say as per the role of chartered accountant, we should be expert in accounting and we should be auditor. These are the two benchmark subject for us. Means for income tax or indirect tax, there can be some other person who can be expert in that. I'm not saying that CA is not expert in income tax. We are expert in everything. But can you see there is no other person who can be expert in what accounting? There is no other person who can become auditor. Means this is the only two areas where we are the only expert. Means can I say we should have the complete knowledge of this because India depends on us. The India depends on accounting and auditing on us only for income tax, for law. They have different professionals. Are you able to understand? And that's why there are two subject law and costing we are not expert as per ICI we should not as per ICI as per government we should not be expert in that because when we say law so there are company secretaries they are lawyers they should be expert on that when I say costing so there is what cost and work accountant CMA so they should be expert on that so if we become expert on that it means we are actually we are not trying because of us they are not able to grow so we should give some opportunity to them the government says no these are not our areas better these two subjects should be remain in that particular course only and therefore these two subjects have been withdrawn from CA finance now in new CA finance scheme law has been withdrawn and costing has been withdrawn so you are at very right time means now in the new proposed syllabus out of 8 subjects 2 subjects have been withdrawn means you need to study only 6 subjects means at our time costing was a nightmare for us that has been withdrawn means it is indirectly in the syllabus but not directly means you are not supposed to write exam law is completely withdrawn and law was also nightmare in CA final so these two subject has been withdrawn so right time you are doing CA 6 subject means maja aa raha hai correct na so you should be happy so what I am saying become CA as soon as possible correct God is with you na God is with you it means God is with you correct chalo so coming to that part what I was saying that because we all know that accounting become our benchmark subject we should become expert here only and accounting standard when we come to CA final in entire the subject is known as financial reporting in CA final the subject which is related to account is known as financial reporting and in that financial reporting only will do standard there is no chapter means what I say that you become expert in accounting where up to CA only because advanced accounting we have done advanced accounting correct now so you become expert in accounting accounting means what when I say only accounting it means what debit credit ledger maja aa raha hai correct but as a CA our role is not limited to what debit credit actually we as a CA we never prepare balance sheet we never prepare balance sheet we present the balance sheet balance sheet will prepare by accountant we are chartered accountant right we are not accountant we are chartered accountant So they will prepare balance sheet, will present it in such a way that it can be easily understood by the user of financial statement. For that, knowledge of what is required, accounting standard is required. So in CA finance syllabus, we have Ind accounting standard, Indian accounting standard, Ind accounting standard. I hope I have said somewhere. I have said somewhere whether I have given some knowledge about. Actually, I say in group one normally this thing, because we start accounting standard group one now. So whether I have informed you about this, because you have done group one from some other faculty. So you know about Ind accounting standard? Huh? Ind AS? अरे बोलो yes or no? What? अच्छा, that you know. अच्छा, that I have said. No, I don't know whether I have said or not. But what actually happened? Let me give some knowledge about standard. Let me give you some knowledge, because this whatever discussion we do, this I do in group one, because group one we do introduction of accounting standard. Correct. Now I should assume that you know about introduction of accounting standard. I should directly start with AS 29 only, but only for your knowledge and only for my satisfaction level. Can I give you some introduction of accounting standard? So accounting standard actually initially it was drafted and issued by ASB. Who is ASB? Accounting Standard Board of ICI. But the question arises, why ASB? Who has given power to ASB to draft accounting standard? Are you getting? Are you able to understand why ASB? Why ICI? Actually, what happened? Initially, there was no regulatory body to draft accounting standard. So during 1977, India was not a open economy; it was a closed economy. That time actually there was no need of accounting standard. Why? When we need accounting standard? When we become an open economy and when we deal with other countries. So can you say one company dealing with other companies of other company? Then can you say financial statements should be comparable? Are you getting? Financial statements should be comparable. When it will become comparable? When there is one set of accounting standard? When whatever we are following, they are also following? Or there should be not much difference? There should not be much difference. So at the time of 1977, when Accounting Standard Board was formed, that time ICA realized that we should have some accounting standard. However, 1977 they formed Accounting Standard Board, but the first accounting standards were released in the 1990s. Understood? First accounting AS1. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Have you understood? Now the question is that why ICA started developing accounting standard? Because ICA believe that the ICA is the highest body of accounting, largest body of accounting. Who is the first? I am saying, can you see largest body of accounting in India? Second largest not. What second? I'm talking about India right now. I'm not discussing about international right now. In India, who is the accounting body? ICI. And ICI is the largest body. So can you see they should only draft what? Accounting standard. So by their own, they started drafting accounting standard. By their own, they started drafting accounting standard. Now question arises whether this accounting standard become mandatory on entity. Of course no, because there is no regulation, there was no act which says that this accounting standard are mandatory. Because Companies Act that time was silent about accounting standard. They said the balance sheet and profit and loss account should be prepared. But as per accounting standard, that was not given under Companies Act. Companies Act 1956. That time 1956. So obsolete Companies Act, na. So Companies Act was also silent about what? Accounting standard. But then also what ICA thinks, chalo, we are the largest body, who if ICA will not think, so who will think? So they started drafting accounting standard and started issuing what accounting standard. And what they have done, they have given one circular to all the members of ICA. Members of ICA means CA. They have issued one circular that any chartered accountant who is signing any financial statement should comply all the requirement of accounting standard issued by ICA. Can you say indirectly it become mandatory? Means if I am a chartered accountant and if I am signing the balance sheet of any company, so it means I should comply all the accounting standard. Means that financial statements should comply all the requirement of accounting standard. And if suppose entity is not following that accounting standard, we should qualify the report. Means we should give a negative report. This you will do in audit. This you will do in audit. Means it is not mandatory for entity. Means they may reject it. But if they reject it, can I say we should give a negative report? Ki entity is not following this. Entity is not following this. But can I say we should inform this to the user? We should inform this due to the user. But can I say because AS become because can I say we started using accounting standards, so slowly it become mandatory. Slowly, can I, every entity also started following that because it was correct only. So indirectly, what happened? It become mandatory. Indirectly, it become mandatory. Then what happened? Companies Act in the amendment bill, they also realized that SOPL and balance sheet should be as per accounting standard. Therefore, with one amendment bill, they have mentioned in the Companies Act that yes, SOPL and balance sheet should be as per the accounting standard. But who will frame accounting standard? They have given power to central government. Who will draft accounting standard? Understood what I'm saying? Means under Companies Act, it was mentioned that accounting standard should be framed by central government. Now, central government that time in the year 1990s were busy in corruptions only. They don't have time for accounting standard, and they have formed one committee also for the formulation of accounting standard known as NACAS, National Advisory Committee on Accounting Standard. NACAS now become NAFRA. Correct? Understand what I am saying? You know about NAFRA? Where you have done? Law. It's a law. Okay. So what I am saying is NACAS now become NAFRA, but initially it was NACAS, National Advisory Committee on Accounting Standards. So they have formed one committee, but committee was silent. One of the member of that NACAS was ICAI also, but it was silent. But can I say because NACAS was framed and ICAI was one of the member of NACAS, so with understanding can I say AS issued by ICAI only was used, and now NACAS think chalo AC already AS has been issued by ICAI. Let us use that only. Why to go for another set of accounting standards? Correct. Means till 2006 what happened? Till 2006 means before 2006 there was accounting standard issued by ICI. Understood? Before what? 2006. Before 2006 there was accounting standard issued by ICI, and company means the financial statement of company was complied as per the requirement of these years. Indirectly, understood? Not directly, indirectly. But what happened? Something happened in the year 2006. Something happened in the year 2006. Understood? Means there was some conflict between ICI and MCA, and MCA became angry. Understood? You have done AS11. AS11 you have done. I don't know whether you have done that conceptually or not, but have you done para 46 of AS11? You remember? What was para 46 of AS11? Because that para is very important. Therefore, every teacher use para 46. So, have you done para 46? What was the para 46? Para 46 and 46A. There is no 46B. 46 and 46A. Para 46 now become 46A. Means as per AS11, exchange difference will be transferred to PL. But in some circumstances, I am not going to say the entire para 46 right now because that is not in our syllabus. As per para 46, one option has been given to the entity that exchange loss can be capitalized to the cost price of fixed asset. Means property, plant and equipment is exception. This option has been given to the entity. Means if they do not want to transfer exchange loss to PL account, they can capitalize the exchange losses to the cost price of asset. Correct. But there was a reason for introduction of para 46. The reason was the conflict. What was the conflict? That in Companies Act, 1956, that time 1956, there was one Schedule 6, which now become what? There is now, that time there was Schedule 6, which now become what? Schedule 3. So Schedule 6 was for the format of the balance sheet. format of the balance sheet, and in that schedule 6 it was mentioned that any exchange losses should be added to the cost price of asset. Understood? Any exchange losses which has been incurred on purchase of fixed asset can be capitalized to the cost price of asset. Now, can you say Companies Act through Schedule 6 says about capitalization, but AS11 says about what? AS11 says about what? Transfer to peer. Conflict हो गया ना? AS issued by whom? And Companies Act means Companies Act, which is more powerful. AS is more powerful. A Companies Act is more powerful. Companies Act means Companies Act should prevail over. Means that time Companies Act should prevail over that time, not now. Companies Act used to prevail over because accounting standard was not a part of law. It was not a part of act. Accounting standard was issued by ICI. Who was ICI? ICI is ICI. Correct. ICI is not government now. It is a government body, but not a government. It means MCA requested ICI that change it and make it a part to what? Schedule 6. Correct only MC. MC requested change AS11. Understood now. So ICI should change now, but ICI is ICI. ICI is what? Egoistic person. ICI means full ego. Understood now. ICI will say whatever is correct. ICI says we are correct, you change. Your company that is obsolete 1956. Until now using that obsolete accounting, you change, and we are at par to international accounting standard. And soon international accounting standard is going to come in India. So why to change? Understood now. ICI was correct only. Means whatever you are saying, okay, but we are correct. You should change now. And ego class. Ego class हो गया ना? MCA become angry. अच्छा, what MCA do? Because of this, what MCA has done, they have issued companies accounting standard rules 2006. Means MCA introduced companies accounting standard rules in the year 2006. Understood what happened in the year 2006? And they have done nothing. They have copy paste all the AS issued by ICI only, but now notified under Companies Act. Means these are not issued by ICI, these are notified under Companies Accounting Standard Rules. Understood? So same AS1 to AS7 and AS8 was already deleted, so there is no need to notify that, and AS9 to AS29 all were notified. Same to same, only what they have done in the AS11, they have added para 46 and has given an option about capitalization. But now, can you say there are two set of accounting standard, AS issued by ICI and AS notified under company's accounting standard rules to company which will be applicable. This will be applicable, now it will become mandatory because it is a part of Companies Act. It become mandatory now. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Means now if you are doing audit for a company, you say we'll use which accounting standard? Accounting standard which are notified under company's accounting standard rules 2006. You can't say AS issued by ICI, that will be wrong. Understood? Means can I say for non-corporate entity, for non-corporate means which are not company, partnership firm, etc. If anyone is doing attestation function, means if any chartered accountant is signing the balance sheet, so that financial statement should be prepared based on what? No. This is company na. For partnership firm, this will not be applicable. For them, what is applicable? AS issued by ICI. Means can I say now there are two set of accounting standard. AS issued by ICI will be applied to whom? Non-corporate, and accounting standard notified under Companies Accounting Standard Rule 2006 will be mandatory for whom? Corporate. Understood? This you have understood. Then what happened in the year 2015? 10 years, 2015. Then MCS understood that now we are emerging, means we are becoming a powerful country. India is what? Developing and going into what? Upper stage now. Now it is going to become, soon it is going to become one of the powerful countries. Soon. I don't know the date, but soon. Correct? 100% true fact. If corruption is removed na tora tora, India will become soon a super powerful country in the world. US क्या है? Nothing is US. US become powerful only because we were silent. Correct now. After independence also we were silent. Understood now? What happened after 1947 to 2000? No development. I will say चलो 2000 थोड़ा हुआ 1990s में due to Manmohan Singh there was some development, but 1947 to 1990s no development. Only corruption. Only corruption. Because of that reason we were not able to develop. But after 1990s we started growing. Due to what some of the reason why Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was the best finance minister of India, not prime minister, finance minister. He's one of the best finance minister of India. And then in the later stage means early then Atal Bihari Vajpayee also has done lot of good work. Correct now. So now we are going to means now it is understood कुछ ना होना है, कुछ तो कुछ होगा इंडिया का. Correct ना. कुछ ना कुछ इंडिया का होगा, अच्छा ही होगा. Correct. So what I am saying in the year 2015 we have understood that now we are becoming powerful country. Therefore we should now match with international level. So our accounting standards should match with international level. Therefore one new set of accounting standard issued in India, which will be the converse form of international accounting standard. Which AS whatever has been used till now were not at par to what international level. But now we require a new set of accounting standard which is at par to what? International level, that is known as Indian accounting standard. It does not mean this is not Indian accounting standard because it is known as accounting standard. To differentiate with the previous accounting standard, the name has been given what? Indian accounting standard. And they in the year 2015 MCA released one more rules companies Indian understood Indian accounting standard rules 2015, and this is the part of which syllabus? CA final. In CA final we'll do this, and in short form we call it what? Ind AS. Ind AS means what? Indian accounting standard. It does not mean accounting standard whatever we are doing that is not Indian. Means there are three set of accounting standard in India. One is for non-corporate AS issued by ICI, and two for companies. One is what? Notified under Companies Accounting Standard Rules 2006, and one is notified under Companies Indian Accounting Standard Rule 2015, that is known as Ind AS CA Finance Syllabus. Means for big companies we apply Ind AS, for small companies we apply AS. Means both are applicable to companies. Means small companies AS, big companies Reliance Industries. Correct now. Reliance Industry will apply Ind AS. That will do in CA Finance. Who has a brief knowledge? Have you understood? An idea has been given. If somebody asks, you should know about this now because you are chartered accountant. Now you'll feel the difference between accountant and chartered accountant in my class, because most of you have not done group 1 with me. Therefore I should first motivate you about accounting standard. Correct. I am a different type of teacher. I will not teach accounting standard from examination point of view. So if you permit me, I will teach accounting standard as per my point of view, because I know what will happen in CA final if I will not teach as a CA point of view. Because in CA final most of the students die because they don't have good knowledge about accounting standard. Most of the students die, and because they do rectification in inter about accounting standard, they will eventually die in the first attempt. Where? In CA final. So I don't want that for you. So if you permit me, थोड़ा सा extra दूंगा, even though I know it will not be asked in exam. चलेगा? However, I will concentrate on examination point only. Means my focus will remain same, but थोड़ा सा मजा आता ना extra देने में. Correct? So can we start? Understood? Can I start? So I will not change my style of teaching. चलेगा? Permission दो? Permission granted? Accepted? Contract done. Understood? Now you are not supposed to blame me if I am teaching more. चलेगा? AS 29. So I said we'll start with contingencies. मजा आने वाला है, but you need to take interest, huh? You need to take interest. I'll be there for with you. Don't worry. I'll make it interesting. Contingencies. What is contingencies? So contingencies means what that we are understanding. So this is as per AS4. The meaning is given under AS4. Correct. What is the meaning of contingencies that we are here to understand? So contingency means, look, I am not asking. Huh? I know what you know. I know what you don't know. Okay, na? Contingencies are what? Start writing. This is full writing I'll give. Even though everything is given in book, but I'll give entire notes. Correct? So write everything. Contingencies are what? Are conditions or situations. One thing I want to guarantee, I want to give guarantee. I don't give guarantee of passing the examination. That if you learn from me, you will pass. That guarantee I never give. Correct? Because you will pass as per your effort. In CA examination, student pass as per your effort, not as per teacher effort. So I teach every student equally. Correct now. It does not mean everyone is score high. Right? But one guarantee I'll give, that after this entire classes, you can you can have a discussion with any CA final student and any CA to the extent of this accounting standard. Understood? And most of the time you'll find that you are right. That guarantee I am giving. Most of the time you'll find that you are correct as per the accounting treatment is concerned, if you understand conceptually, provided the CA final student and the chartered accountant is my not my student, provided that. Understood? There is one provision, there is one proviso. Correct? So that much guarantee I am giving. Correct? Chalega? So contingencies are conditional situation existing on what? Existing on which date? Balance sheet date. So contingencies are any condition or situation existing on balance sheet date. Outcome. Outcome means what? Result. Outcome, which can be either what? Either favorable or what? Unfavorable. Understood? The outcome of such condition, outcome of which is not known, is not known. The outcome of such condition is not known to the entity. Correct? Next point. Which means what? Outcome. Which means outcome is dependent, is dependent okay na? Which is dependent on happening, on non-happening of what? Of uncertain future event. Uncertain, uncertain future event. Understood? Correct? Understood? And that future event is not within the, is not within the control of what? Control of entity. I hope thoda you have understood. Correct? So you can say contingents are any condition, any situation existing on balance sheet date. So can you say existing on balance sheet date means this condition arises from which event? Past event. Means it is already arises from which event? Means already some event has occurred. Already some event has occurred on or before balance sheet date. already some event occur on or before balance sheet date. So any condition existing on balance sheet date, outcome of which is not known, outcome of which is not known, which can be either favorable or unfavorable for the entity, and that outcome is dependent on happening or non-happening of some future event which is also uncertain. So that future event is uncertain. That future event is uncertain and that is not within the control entity. This entity cannot decide what will happen in future. This becomes a situation, and that situation is known as contingencies in accounting. This situation is known as contingency in accounting. Now the question is that in our real life also there are many times contingencies exist. Let me take some real life example. Let's see what you'll do in that situation. Let's see. Correct. Let me take some real life example of a student only. Correct. So let me take some real life example of a student. Now you passed 12th exam. 12th exam you passed. So after passing 12th exam, there are two type of students. Mr. A and Mr. B. There are two type of students. One who want to appear for which examination? C examination. You are able to understand my emotions, na? And one who want to do only become enjoy his life. Correct? Understood. Now just try to understand. 12th exam passed and they have registered for CA and become respectively. Can you say there is a contingency condition on this particular date? Means they are registered for CA and become exam. Outcome, result is not known. Result is not, both not known, na? Outcome of both is not known. Whether they will pass or they will not pass, both examinations is not known. The outcome is not known, which is dependent on future uncertain event. Means whether they will appear or they will not appear for examination, that we don't know, and which is not within the control of the student. Right now, it is not within the control of student. Now you know that due to COVID-19 also examination postponed, BCom examination also postponed. Many students have not appeared for BCom examination. Correct now. It means future is uncertain. Correct. So can I say in both life there is a contingencies or not? So whenever there is a contingency, we should react on that situation. So are we able to? Reaction is required. Reaction means accounting treatment is required. Reaction means accounting treatment. Contingency is there. Contingencies on which date, this particular date. Now Mr. A, what he will do, and Mr. B, what will do? Can I say Mr. A will think about probability of passing the examination if they appear. Understood? So what is the probability, very high or low? Are you getting? Can I say probability of passing the examination is very low? Correct. Less probability means, can I say probability of failing the exam is higher than probability of passing the exam? We can say in this way. Are you able to understand? So probability of passing the exam is what? Less. And in this case, probability of passing the exam is what? Are you getting what I am saying? Passing the exam is high. Understood? And based on this, decision is required. You only say Mr. A, as per Mr. A, probability of passing the exam is very less. What he will do? Can I say he will take coaching classes? But the coaching classes or not? He will take coaching classes. Means he has taken coaching classes which he has provided for that expected loss. He will come in the class, study, so he may understand the concept and he may write in exam, so he may pass. But taking coaching class does not mean he will definitely pass. But can I say he has taken one type of insurance? Are you getting? Means he has provided something. This coaching class is nothing but provision in his life. But can I say in this case whether coaching class is required? No. He may take. But normally he will not take, because passing percent is very high. Without coaching class also we may pass. So he may take, but he will not take, we also know. Correct now. So can you say no coaching class? No coaching class means no provision is required. No provision is required. I hope you are understanding what I am saying. No coaching class means, can I say whatever we do in our real life is nothing but whatever we do in accounting, same thing we'll do in accounting. Whatever we follow in our real life, same thing we follow in accounting. Same thing will follow in accounting. Have you understood the first example? Let me take one more example to give you better idea. मजा आ रहा है क्योंकि. Can I take one more example? Correct. Imagine yourself in this example. Now, so let me take one more example to give you some better idea about what contingencies. So I'm just taking your life example. Like suppose you are ready for your exam. This is your this is your house, correct? And you are ready for your exam. Means today is the exam day. Whatever attempt you have, suppose May or November, whenever you are writing, correct? And you are ready also, and you are expecting 90 plus. Paper one, accounting, 4 दोगे, correct? But what happens once you are leaving, is starting for exam hall. This is the exam hall, correct? And this is what 1 kilometer from your house, and you will go only by what? Walking, because you love walking. You don't use any vehicle, private or public. And even though in this today is what strike also, there is no public transportation, you don't have friends also, and your parents also are not in home, correct? Means you need to go only by walking. You don't have any other transportation facility. This assumption we have taken in this example, correct? Now the moment you started from your house, you have seen that there is what? Black cloud. You know black, correct now? Clouds. Understood? So whenever black cloud, you have a doubt about rain. Now you have a doubt about rain. So once there is a black cloud, can I say it is a condition existing on exam day, outcome of which is not known, whether rain will come or will not come, that is not known, which is dependent on uncertain future event which is not within the control of your life. Means you can't control it now. Means can I say it will be also as per definition of contingency, correct? Now you need to react with this situation. Means you think about accounting treatment. Reaction is required to, because you are a student, CA student, so you are a smart student with smartphone, smart student having a smartphone, correct ना? बोलना रे. So what you will do? You search Google Baba. There is a Google Baba na. So you'll ask Google Baba, Google G, what is the probability of rain in our area? You'll ask Google Baba ki what is the probability of rain in this area? So Google Baba say high probability. High probability. Understood what I am saying? So what is the high probability of rain? It does not mean rain will come. Rain may or may not come. Rain may or may not come, but there is a high probability that rain will come as per Google Baba. As per the expert, there is a high probability. Now, in this situation, what you will do? You will take umbrella. You will take or you will use? You will take means you will keep a provision with you, but you will not use it. You will use it whenever rain will come. Means you will create a provision, but you will use it whenever the situation will arise. It means, can I say, you have created a provision in your life on that particular date. If rain came, you'll use it. If not came, you'll come back and keep it as like this only, without use. This is nothing but provision you have created now. It is as simple as provision whatever we create in accounting only. Means whenever probability is high, we create provision. We'll create provision. I'll change the situation. I'll change the situation. Let's see in that situation what we should do. Correct? Same story, same thing, and same smartphone. Same Google Baba, same question. What is the probability of rain in this area? Now Google Baba says that wind is also blowing. And because wind is blowing, this cloud will shift from this area to other area. The chances of rain is less. Now, whenever I am saying chances of rain is less or low, it means I don't want to say that you don't take umbrella. Can I say creating umbrella is creating provision is always acceptable. If you are taking umbrella, it is always acceptable. Are you able to understand? Means in this situation also you can create provision. Means no one will say don't create. Means in this situation also you can create provision if you require. But why to create provision? The chances are less. Are you getting? Means suppose you decided not to take umbrella because you can decide. But whenever the probability is high, can you say you'll always take umbrella? Whenever probability is not so high, it is less, so you may decide not to take umbrella. Means you will not take provision, you will not create provision. So if you have decided not to take umbrella, what you will do? Can you say you'll inform your friends or your parents that I am going walking. If rain come and save me because I am going for what? Important exam. So can I say you'll disclose the fact as what contingent liability. You'll disclose the fact to someone. You'll give disclosure about this whatever you have done to some other person. Nah, I am not taking umbrella. If something happens, come and save me. Disclosure is required or not? What I want to say, just try to understand. Creating provisions is always acceptable, but if you are not creating provision, disclose the fact to the other so that they can take rational decision. Understood? This is the entire concept of what contingencies. I hope Tora you have understood. Have you understood? Correct. Abhi, it is not yet over. I'll come to AS29 only after completion of contingencies. Correct. Now you have understood outcome. Outcome. Now you have understood outcome can be either favorable or unfavorable. It is favorable or unfavorable. Correct. Favorable or unfavorable. Now when I am saying favorable, favorable means what? Favorable means some expected gain. There is some expected gain. अरे बोलना रे. Expected gain. And when I am saying unfavorable means what? Expected loss or expenses. Means when we say expenses include loss. When we say income include gain. So you can say expected income also expected gain. All are same. Correct now? It will give rise to either expected gain or expected loss, but not both. Either favorable or unfavorable. Either favorable or unfavorable. Now you only say this expected income, yeah, expected expenses from which event? Past event or future event? Arising from past event? Arising from past event. Now means can I say this expected gain or loss from means this outcome arising from which event? Past event. Arising from past event. Very good. Arising from past event. Have you understood? Now you have done the definition of conservatism. You have done the definition of conservatism in your CA foundation level or wherever you have done. What was the definition of conservatism? What you have done? So anticipate all losses. All losses. Which losses? Expected losses. Expect all expected losses. All expected losses. No. Expected losses. All key. It is what? Not all. When I am saying all expected losses arising from what? Past event. That was missing in the definition. Means that was not complete definition whatever you have done in the CA foundation level. Expected losses. So it may arise from future event also. Can we recognize any expected losses of future event right now? No. Expected losses or expenses arising from what? Past event. When we say recognize all expected expenses, then so all expenses will recognize today only. For example, in future we'll do business. When we'll do future business, there will be future salary. Can we recognize future salary right now? That is expected expense. I'm a going concern entity. अरे बोला रे, I'll pay salary in future or not? Can we recognize that salary right now? Expected expenses? Can we recognize? No, because that arises from future event. We can recognize only expected expenses arising from past event. That was missing in the definition. So now whenever somebody asks you what is the meaning of conservatism, what you say? Conservatism means recognize all expected expenses or losses arising from past events. Do not anticipate any type of expected income or gain. Any type means either arising from past event or future event. Means can I say now because you know the conservatism principle, you can understand this will not be recognized? Not recognized. Are you getting what I am saying? This will not be recognized. And these gain are known as what? Contingent assets. This is known as what? Known as contingent asset. Have you understood? Have you understood? So this expected gain are known as what? Contingent asset. And this will not be recognized. When I am saying expected losses, so what our accounting standard says that if these losses are probable, correct? Are probable. So what is the meaning of probable? Probable chances are more than 50%. Correct? Understood? So if these losses are probable, means high chances more than 50%. If these losses are probable and what? And amount can be estimated. Oh, अच्छा, ये बात. Can you say to pass journal entry we require amount? The amount should be estimated. If you cannot estimate, then how can we pass journal entry? Correct. So what they are saying, if it is probable and amount can be estimated, then recognize what? Then provide such losses. Provide such losses. Understood? Provide such losses or recognize such losses. Provide means recognize such losses. Understood? Correct. In other cases means if it is not probable means chances are less than 50% or amount cannot be estimated or both. Not probable and amount cannot be estimated. Either or both conditions are not satisfied. So can I say in other cases? In other cases, disclose the fact. We should disclose the fact where? Disclose the fact. Fact means information. Where? In notes to account. In notes to account. Understood? Have you understood this entire thing? Have you understood? थोड़ा थोड़ा? Yes, sir. Correct. So you have understood the accounting treatment given under AS4. This whatever I am teaching, this is as for AS4, not as for AS29. AS29 I will start. Correct. Understood. So I hope you have understood outcome. Outcome arising from past event can be favorable, unfavorable, favorable. Expected gain will not be recognized. It is known as contingent asset. Unfavorable means expected loss. If it is probable and amount can be estimated, such loss will be recognized. Correct. And other cases we are not supposed to recognize such loss, only disclose the fact in notes to account. I always say it is better to recognize, but if you don't want to recognize, then disclose. If you don't want to recognize, then disclose. Understood? Correct. Now, when I am saying unfavorable, just try to listen. Unfavorable situation. So unfavorable will give rise to losses, expected losses arising from past event. So these losses are of two types. One is due to One is due to what? Due to decline in the value of what? Asset. Either decline in the value of asset or what? Increase in the value of, bolo, in the value of liabilities. In the value of liabilities. Correct? Understood? So when I am saying due to decline in the value of asset, due to decline in the value of asset, so can if there is no obligation, no outflow of resource, no outflow na, no outflow of cash, no outflow of cash, decline in the value of asset. For example, debtor, some debtor become doubtful, so there is a decline in the value of debtor. So whether there any outflow, there is no outflow na, we are not supposed to pay anything. Some amount is not receivable, it is not recoverable, so there is no outflow of cash. There is no outflow of cash. But when I am saying increase in the value of liability, this will result in what? Outflow of. Are we able to understand what I am saying? So when I am saying outflow of cash, means it will give rise to some obligation. Obligation. Correct now. It means it will give rise to some obligation. Obligation to pay. Obligation to pay when? In future. Obligation to pay in future. Understood? So obligation to pay in future. It will give rise to some obligation to pay in future when that uncertain future event will occur. Means it may or may not happen, but when uncertain future event occurs, so there may be some obligation to pay. Right now we don't know, but there is an obligation to pay in future or not, due to some condition existing on balance sheet date. Correct. Means for this obligation to pay in future, we recognize provision or contingent liability. Understood? Have you understood this point? Means can I say this part, the second part is covered under AS 29. Second part is covered under AS 29. Understood? Means either it will become provision or contingent liability depending upon situation. Understood this point? Means can I say provisions are liability? Provisions are liability? Yes. Provisions are liability or not? So provisions are liability. Have you understood this point? Provisions are liability. Provisions are liability. Have you understood this? Means whatever provisions which are covered under AS 29 are liability, and AS 29 says provisions are liability. Provisions are liability. Understood? Now coming to the first part, no outflow of cash. No outflow of cash, but there is a decline in the value of asset. Means one thing is clear, that there is no liability, no obligation, no obligation. Therefore, it is not a liability. Not a liability. No obligation to pay. It is not a liability. Means can I say it is mere an adjustment to asset? What is required? Adjustment is required now. It is known as adjustment to assets. Adjustment to assets. Understood? For example, can I say inventory? Inventory. Can I say inventory was already done under AS2? AS2 says that inventory should be measured at cost price or NRB, whichever is lower. Why lower? Because of conservatism principle. So can I say this decline in the value of inventory was covered under AS2? Means already covered under AS2? Means one thing is clear, that this is not covered under AS29. So AS29 only includes provisions, and provisions are liability. Provisions are liability. Means can I say decline in the value of inventory is also expected loss due to contingencies, but covered under AS2. Already we have done cost price or NRB, whichever is lower. Correct. Similarly, for property, plant and equipment, intangible assets, property, plant and equipment already we have done where? AS10 intangible asset I will do under AS26. Understood? Correct. So if I am saying decline in the value of PP, decline in the value of PP, are you able to understand? Decline in the value of PP or decline in the value of intangible asset. What is this? What is this? This is whether this is depreciation. No, this is not depreciation. Depreciation does not mean decline in the value of asset. Depreciation does not mean decline in the value of asset. Depreciation will be charged even though the value of asset is increasing. Even though value of asset is increasing, if you are using the asset, charge depreciation. Means depreciation is not decline in the value of asset. This is very important point. Normally students think depreciation means decline in the value of asset. Depreciation does not mean decline in the value of asset. Depreciation is systematic allocation of cost price during the useful life of the asset. Depreciation is what? Systematic allocation of cost price during the useful life of the asset. And depreciation will be charged even though the value of asset is increasing. It is mandatory to charge as per which concept? Matching concept. So when I am saying decline the value of PP, it is either downward revaluation. You have done revaluation where you have done AS10 cost model, revaluation model. You have done. I hope you are understanding. So whenever revaluation, there can be downward revaluation, and that downward revaluation was charged to PL. That was what expected loss due to decline in the value of PP. So either it will be downward revaluation or impairment loss. Impairment loss is not in our syllabus AS28. AS28 बताया ना? Check करो. There is one point. AS28 ना? How much I have done? This much I have done. AS28 not in our syllabus. Not in our syllabus. So what I want to say, decline in the value of PP is not depreciation. That information I am giving. Decline in the value of PP is not depreciation. Decline in the value of PP is known as impairment loss. Is known as what? Impairment loss. And that is covered where? Impairment loss. And just write down this is covered under AS28 coming soon in your life. Not in this. In CA final. Are you able to understand? Similarly, can I say investment, whether it was current investment or long-term investment, decline was covered under AS13. AS13, current investment was given cost price of fair value, whichever lower long-term investment cost price less provision for permanent decline. As per AS13, are you able to understand? Similarly, debtor, what we have created? Provision for doubtful debt. Provision for doubtful debt. And this is covered, actually this is not covered under any specific standard. Provision for doubtful debt is not covered under any specific standard. If there is no specific standard, so can I say we'll apply contingency? So it is actually covered under AS4 only. Means whatever provision you are creating, that is based on AS4, not as per AS29. Why not as per AS29? Because provision for doubtful debt is not a liability. So all provisions are liability only. Provisions are liability. But this is actually not a provision only, I will say. Okay, this is not a correct name. A wrong name has been given. Provisions are liability. And this is not a liability. Why you are calling provisions? Simple na. AS29 says provisions are liability. And now we have understood provision for doubtful debt is not a liability. It means wrong name has been given. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Huh? Are you able to understand? Correct. Sometimes there is some name which is actually related to male, but given the name, this name will be given to girl. His name is for boy. So for example, there are some name. For example, Santosh, Kiran. Now Kiran is given to what? Girl name or boy name? No confusion, na? I have one friend Kiran Bedi, girl. There is one, I forgot the name. Kiran More, that is boy. Confusion in the name, na? But if I will say what? If I will say Yukta, Yukta, girl name. If I will say what? What? Asis. Then what? It is boy name. But there are some name which is belonging to what? Girl boy. Wrong name has been given. Selection of name is wrong, but girl will remain girl only, na. Boy will remain boy only. Nature will not change, na. The name is wrong name given. Are bolna re what I am saying. So what happened? Wrong name has been given, but this is what? As per contingencies only. Means whatever we are discussing right now, whether it is the first part or second part, that is related to contingencies. Whenever it will result in increase in the value of liability, then AS 29. Whenever it will result in decline in the value of asset, then specific standards are there. But what I want to say, this provision for doubtful debt is not a provision. Wrong name has been given. In final level will correct it, but not now. In final level will correct the name. Correct? Will correct the name, but the correct name is allowance for bad and doubtful debt. Correct name is allowance for bad and doubtful debt. Understood what I am saying? So if you want to write down, correct name is what? Allowance for bad and doubtful debt. This is the correct name. Now you say provision for doubtful debt is what? Provision for doubtful debt is liability or it is an adjustment to asset? It is not a liability. It means provisions are liability. But this is not a provision only. As per AS 29. Correct? The correct name is what? Allowance for bad and doubtful debt. This much you understood? Correct? If you have understood this much, I will ask one question to you. Now you know the answer. So let's see how many of you remember that. Chalo. I will ask one question, chocolate question. Understood? You know provision for depreciation? Provision for depreciation? Huh? Anyone who don't know this account? Provision for depreciation? Provision for depreciation will come in first part or second part? Raise your hand. First part or second part? Raise your hand, raise your hand. Let's see how many we are responding. First part, second part. Those who are not responding, still now you have not understood, huh? Either first part or second part ना कुछ भी बोल दो मजा आ रहा है बता which part you both either then fast you God knows huh? Confused whatever you are confused that only say I said nah, you should answer even though you don't know बोल fast neither second part just try to understand if you are saying provision for depreciation second part one is there that till now you have not understood and if you are saying neither means you have understood. It will not come in first part as well as second part. Already I have said depreciation will not come. I have given the answer in my explanation only. Means you are not concentrating. So with this question I am just saying that concentrate. Otherwise you will also die. I will also die. You will become demotivated. I will also become demotivated. Once I feel that you are not interested, I will teach and go. Correct now. So my level of teaching will increase. If I find good students now, if you like this, then I will also decrease my level and you come to your level now. अरे बोलना रे I believe my students are at highest level. I always put my student at highest level. Whatever may be the past. I don't bother what is the past. Because you came to me, now your level should increase. So concentration is required. I already said that after this all classes, you will become expert in this. So for getting expert, what is required? Concentration is required. Correct? Yes, sir. So I hope already I have given depreciation is not decline in the value of assets. So provision for depreciation will not come in first part as well as second part. Already answer I have given. Means can I say provision for depreciation is maha bakwas name? Chalo, provision for doubtful debt, okay, because it is due to contingencies. And in contingencies, I said now we should provide such losses. I have said now provide such losses from this provision word came. But AS29 was clear that provision is liability. So now we have understood that provision for doubtful debt is not a liability. So provision should not be used. Therefore, correct name is what allowance for doubtful debt. But provision for depreciation, will never use provision for depreciation. The correct name is what? Accumulated depreciation. That account also But I don't know ICI being expert in accounting in their study material they are using what? Provision for depreciation. This is not acceptable now. But we can't change ICI. We should only change. Correct now. But once you become CA, once you go to Article C, means after passing CA and you go for Article C, you'll find that no chartered accountant use provision for depreciation. If some chartered accountant is using provision for depreciation, please rectify them after passing CA enter. They are obsolete chartered accountants. We can't change them. Just inform them we are ready, you go. Understood? Correct. So just write down one note for your understanding. The provision for depreciation only for your understanding. Huh? Provision for depreciation is not a correct term. Correct terminology is accumulated depreciation. Okay. Depreciation is not recognized. Depreciation is not recognized due to contingencies. Depreciation is not recognized due to contingencies. Contingencies is conservatism. Depreciation is not recognized due to contingencies. It is recognized due to which concept? Matching concept. It is recognized due to which concept? Matching concept. Understood this much? Yes, sir. So with this entire explanation, I have just given background of AS29. Background I have given. Now I will come to what AS29. Means AS29 is based on contingencies. But contingency was explained under AS4. So to start AS29, I should give some idea of what AS4 contingencies part. Correct? Understood? So now we'll come to AS29. AS29, first what will do provision? First we'll do provision. Now what AS29 says, provisions are what? Very good. Provisions are liability. Are liability. Correct. Which can be measured by using substantial substantial degree of estimation. Have you understood this point? Which in simple word, what I will say, any liability which requires estimation is what? Provision. Any liability which require estimation is provision. Means can I say all provisions are liability, but all liabilities are not provisions? Means there are many liability which do not require estimation. They are liability only, but they are not provision. Means any liability which require estimation for measurement are provision in simple words. Now how to estimate that we'll discuss. Correct? So estimation of what? Estimation of what? Can I say estimation of either uncertain amount is not certain, uncertain amount, or what? uncertain, what? Uncertain timing. Means either amount is not known or timing of payment is not known. When to pay we don't know. Either amount is not known or when we are going to pay it, that is not known. Understood what I am saying? Have you understood this point? Of uncertain amount or timing. Means either this is require estimation or this will require estimation. If you estimate, it become what? Provision. But can you say to understand the meaning of provision, now we should understand what is the meaning of liabilities? If we don't know the meaning of liabilities, it means we can't understand the meaning of provision. Because provision is a liability. So first we need to understand what is the meaning of liabilities. What is the meaning of liability? I will ask you. Bolo. What is the meaning of liabilities? Bolo. Liabilities means what? Liabilities means, write down. Write down. Liabilities means present obligation. Oh, अच्छा, ये बात. Present obligation means not all obligation. Only which obligation? Present obligation. Obligation. Now we need to understand what is the meaning of present obligation. Present obligation. So present obligation arising from देखो, whenever you start answering means you are understanding. Arising from past event. There is no rectification यहाँ पर. Arising from past event. So any obligation, not only present obligation. Now I need to explain what is the present obligation, but you have understood all obligations are not present obligation. Means all obligations are not liability. Correct? All obligations are not liability. So present obligation arising from past event which require settlement through what? Through outflow of resource. Through outflow of resource. So what is the meaning of resource? Resource means any assets. It can be cash or any other assets. Means which requires settlement through outflow of resource. Understood? And this outflow must be probable. Must be probable. Probable means what? Chances are more than 50%. Chances are more than 50%. Understood? Have you understood? Correct. Means what they want to say, liabilities are present obligation arising from past event which require settlement through outflow of resource. Now what is the meaning of present obligation? Present obligation means obligation is probable. Obligation is probable. Obligation is also probable. Means there are two probability. Means obligation should be probable and outflow should be also probable. Probable means what? Chances are more than 50%. Correct? So when I am saying obligation is probable means chances of occurrence is more than chances of non-occurrence. So when I am saying obligation is probable means chances of occurrence is high. It might have been chances of occurrence is high, but chances of payment is less. You can avoid such payment. Quite possible now. So both must be probable. Occurrence should be probable and the payment should be also probable. Understood? Have you understood? So obligation is probable means chances are more than 50%. So chances are more than 50% means it is, can I say in this way, this obligation is more likely than not. More likely than not. This is a key word. More likely than not. More likely than not. Means chances are more than not. Simple. This is a key word given under AS 29. Have you understood? Have you understood this point? Means when I am saying just try to understand, when I am saying chances are more than 50%, so can I say it include more than 50% as well as 100%? Means present obligation will include certainty also. It is more than 50%, so of course it will include 100% certainty also. So can I say when I am saying just try to understand, if it is a present obligation, liability is a present obligation arising from past event. So if it is certain, then also liability. Certain means what is not required, estimation is not required. Are you getting? When I am saying liability, an obligation is certain, and outflow is also certain. What is not required? Estimation is not required. Then it becomes liability. Liability means liability without any estimation. But when I am saying it is not certain, but chances are more than 50%. It can be 90%, it can be 70%, it can be 60%. Obligation is uncertain, but it is chances are more than 50%. Correct now? Then it become what? Then estimation is required. Estimation required, then the liability become provision. Understood? Means liability is known as what? Provisions are. So provisions are liability, but all liabilities are not provision. Understood? Have you understood this point? Let me take one example. Let me understand whether you have understood or not. Now, because you know equity and liability. Equity means equity, liability means liability. Equity means equity. Equities are not liability. Equities are not liability. Now you know in equity we write down share capital, etc., etc., etc. Liability, you know current liability, non-current liability. Correct. My question to you: are debentures are what? Debentures are equity or liability? Liability because there is an obligation to pay, present obligation to pay. Correct. Understood. So what question you are asking, sir? Ask some good question. So let me ask some good question now. You understood debenture? What about redeemable preference shares? Batao. Liability or equity? Liability. So redeemable preference share capital, you are saying liability, but it's shown where? In equity or liability? Oh my God. You are saying liability, but shown where? Under equity. Means something is wrong there or not? You are correct. Redeemable preference share capital is liability because can you say there is a present obligation arising from past event. Arising from past event means issue of preference shares under the contract that it will be redeemable after 5 years. There is a contract and it will be settled through outflow of resource. It is a liability only 100% meaning satisfied. But Schedule 3 format, share capital, equity share capital, redeemable preference share capital. So either we are wrong or they are wrong. Who is wrong? They are wrong. Means company that is wrong, na? 100% they are wrong. But can we override a requirement of law? No. So we know redeemable preference share capital or liability, but that will be shown under share capital because of the requirement of companies. But if somebody asks you redeemable preference share capital is a liability or equity, what do you say? But it is shown where inequity due to what? Schedule 3 requirement of Companies Act. But this will be changed in CA finding. Under Ind AS it will be rectified. Understood? Thora understood? Understood. So meaning you have understood. Meaning you have understood. Means can I say there are three conditions for recognition of provision. Write down. Point number 2. Recognition of provision. How many conditions are there? Three conditions. Write down. If all the following conditions are satisfied, if all the following conditions are satisfied, what should be recognized? Provisions should be recognized. When I say provisions should be recognized, it means what? It means it should be recorded in our books of account. It should be recorded in our books of account. Means we need to pass journal entry for that. And if you pass journal entry, it will automatically come in balance sheet. Automatically come in balance sheet. What is the first condition you only say? There must be present obligation arising from past event. Yes, sir. Second condition is what? Outflow of resource which is required for what? For settlement is also what? Probable. Is also probable. And the last condition is what? बताओ. Estimation is required, means reliable estimation can be done. Correct? A reliable estimation can be made. Understood. Means if all these three conditions are satisfied, then we should recognize provision. Means any one condition is not satisfied, do not recognize provision. Then what will do? That will understand. Correct? Yes, sir. Up to this, any doubt? Correct. I think you have understood. Now let me take some examples. Let's see how you are reacting with that example. Correct now. Apply your common sense. Correct? Yes, sir. Now everyone just try to understand. Suppose there is one factory. Correct? And that factory is what? Polluting the environment, either air pollution or water pollution. They are polluting the environment. Quite possible. Correct. Now they receive a notice from government. Correct. Understood. Either to change production process, to change production process. Correct. Understood. Or close down the factory. Understood. Are you able to understand? Correct. This is the case. Now on 31st March, suppose 2021, till now not decided what to do. Means management has not decided what to do. Why? Because 1 year time was given. 1 year time was given. Have you understood this point? 1 year time was given. So right now they have not taken a decision. Means they may decide in future also. Means right now they don't know what will happen. Because management till now has not taken any decision. Correct? Now batao. The question is that on 31st March, should we create provision? Because whenever we will change our production process, then we require some expenditure. But when we close down the factory, no expenditure required. Close down and ghar chalo. Understood now? Are we able to understand? The question is that till now no decision has been taken. Should we create a provision? One thing is clear that there is a present obligation arising from past event. There is a present obligation arising from past event. Now, should we create provision? Huh? No outflow of cash in which situation? If we close down the factory, then no outflow of cash. But if change the production process, then means can I say here obligation is dependent on future conduct of business. Means what will be done in future? Future conduct of business. Bole yes or no? Means right now we don't know what will happen in future. Are you getting? Means this here obligation is totally dependent on future conduct of business. So what AS29 says that whenever obligation is dependent on future conduct of business, then do not recognize any provision because outflow resource is not probable. Outflow resource is not probable right now. Correct now? Understood? So only those obligations which exist independently of future conduct of business should be recognized as provision. Means those obligations which exist independently from future conduct of business, then only we should recognize provision, otherwise do not recognize any provision. Let me take one better example. One better example, you will understand with that example. Suppose we purchase aeroplane. This is better example, have been asked in exam also. Correct? And of course, this we are using for what? Suppose this is what? Indigo Airlines, and this we are using for commercial purpose. Now, as per National Aviation Act, there is one provision that there is one rule that any entity who is using aeroplane for commercial purpose require rehauling expenditure after every 3 years. Require rehauling means inspection cost, and these inspection costs are not routine repair and maintenance. This require use expenditure. Means each part will be inspected. Now for this aeroplane, each part will require inspected. Then it need to dismantle first. Then inspection can be done now. So it is not a easy task. It requires huge cost. But after every 3 years, what is required? Inspection cost is required. Major inspection cost. The cost might be 5 crore around. Correct now. Let us assume. I also don't know how much cost is required. But let us assume 5 crore. It is only 100 crore now. The cost of aeroplane is only 100 crore. इतना तो होगा ही रहे. Correct now? Understood? So what I am saying, just try to understand. As per National Aviation Act, what is required? Major inspection is required. Major inspection is required. So can you say once we purchase the aeroplane, started using it, can you say there is a present obligation arising from past event? Ki after 3 years, what is required? Major inspection required. So there is an outflow of resource. There is an outflow of resource. Should we create provision? Should we create provision? Yes or no? No. No, no. There is a present obligation arising from past event. Once you purchase, there is a condition na. Act applied na. Once you purchase aeroplane, started using for what? Commercial purpose. Act applied. Act is that once you purchase, started using for which purpose? Commercial purpose. Now after 3 years, what is required? Rehauling or major inspection cost is required. Understood? But can I say major inspection is required once we start reusing it? After 3 years, we may decide to discard it. Means can I say in this also obligation is dependent on future conduct of business. Whether we'll use it or we'll sell it, we may sell it now. And if we have decided to sell it, then we'll not do this inspection cost now. Are you able to understand? Means can I say outflow resource can be avoided? Can be avoided means it is not probable right now, and therefore what is not required? Provision is not required. Means it is also dependent on future conduct of business, therefore what is not required? Provision is not required. One more example for you. Understanding. I said now I will teach you practically. All are practical example. All are practical example. Correct? One more example. Suppose you know income tax. You know income tax. Now, suppose we have some in our accounting department. In our accounting department, there is one employee. There is one employee who is income tax expert right now. Means not income tax expert, but he deals with all income tax transactions. Correct now. Now what happened? One amendment came under income tax act, entire income tax change. Quite possible. Entire income tax change. Now can you say I need to train this employee? training is required or not, then only he can do my accounting, etc. Are you getting? Now training means we need to train, so some expenditure will be incurred. I will not train, I will appoint some person who will train. Correct now? Batao whether provision is required. Whether this expenditure is dependent on future conduct of business. Yes or no? You only think that yes or no. Yes, it might happen. I can hire new employee who is already trained, or I may train him. Correct now. I may only train him, or I may appoint some other person who will train him. But I right now it is dependent on future conduct of business, and therefore what is not required? Provision is not required. The example better understand came. Now any question you can do by your own. What is the keyword? Future conduct of business. What is the keyword? Future conduct of business. Write down. Write down. Note. Point number A. Only these all examples are given somewhere in the book only. You read, you will understand. Chalega. If you are not writing, also don't worry. All examples are given somewhere in the book only. Through questions. Through questions only. Correct now? Correct. So I will not read the question. When you read, you will able to identify. Correct. Only those obligations. But if you are writing, that is better. If you are writing, that is better. Okay. I am not saying don't write. Okay. Only those obligations that exist independently of an entity's future conduct of business should be what? Should be recognized. Should be recognized. Correct. In other words, if obligations are dependent on future conduct of business, correct, such obligation will not be, should not be recognized. Should not be recognized as provision. Even though I'm not writing, should not be recognized as provision, na? Should not be recognized as what? Outflow of resource is not probable. Is not probable. Correct. Should not be recognized, but that can be disclosed as contingent liability. That can be disclosed as contingent liability. I am saying should not be recognized. Right now, I have not done discussion on contingent liability, but that can be a contingent liability. Understood? This also you have understood? Right on. Next point. Note number B. All obligations involve another party. Correct? However, it is not essential to know what? To know the identity of such party for recognition of what? Provision. Have you understood this point? Means of course obligation involves another party. Now the question arises for recognition of provision. Should we know the identity of that person? So what AS 29 says clearly that even though you don't know the identity of that person, recognize provision. Recognize provision. Correct? Understood? Means one example. Suppose there is one trade fair. You know trade fair means there is some what trade mela. Mela means what? Exhibition. Correct? So suppose we are the organizer of that event. We have organized it. Correct? And the entry was free. Now you know what will happen. If entry is free, what will happen? It will be what crowded? Full crowded. And because it become full crowded, what happened? Accident ho gaya. Rabba rabba. Correct? Accident happened. Classes happened. Accident happened. Most of the person injured or died. Quite possible. Quite possible now. And now what happened? Because we were the organizer of that event, the relative of injured or diseased person filed a case against us. Now, as per the expert means as per the lawyer, it is highly probable that we need to compensate them. Now, our accountant says that we don't know the identification of that party, we don't know who died, who are injured, we don't know the name, address, etc. How can we create provision? So AS 29 says yes, you should create what? Provision, even though you don't know the identity of that person. Understood? This type of question can be asked. Means they will create a question in such a way you will be confused. Correct now. They will create a question in such way we don't know the identity. Should we create provision? Correct now. So I hope this para is sufficient to understand this point. Understood. So provision done. Provision meaning part done. Meaning part and accounting part done. Correct. Now let us come to what? Contingent liability. Can I proceed? Correct. I will proceed. Okay. Understood this much? Correct. Now coming to what? Contingent liability. But before giving the definition of contingent liability, let us understand obligations. Obligation from which event? From past event. We are discussing about obligation from past event. Now we have understood that all obligations are not liability. Only which obligations are liability? Present obligation. Present obligation. But AS 29 says there are two more obligations. One is known as possible and one is known as what? A remote. Remote obligation. Present obligation, possible obligation, remote obligation. Correct. Now, present obligation means chances are more than 50%. Means it is more likely than not. MLTN means what? More likely than not. MLTN. MLTN means what? More likely than not. Means it is probable. Obligations are probable on reporting date, on balance sheet date. Correct. Remote means what? Chances are very less. Very less. Insignificant chances means less than 5%. Less than 5%. Very remote chances. Understood now? You have very remote chances to fail in exam. Correct? Very remote chances. Correct now? Means high chances of passing exam. Very. So can I say very less? So can I say because we deal with material item only. So for immaterial transaction we should ignore. Correct now. So for this AS 29 says don't waste your time. No treatment. Don't waste your time now. No treatment is required. No treatment is required. Understood now? No treatment is required. Understood. Correct. Now, present obligation. Whenever there is a present obligation arising from past event, then what we recognize? Present obligation arising from past event. So we should recognize those say no, not correct. With present obligation, there are two more conditions. Understood? So be careful. Huh? I said whenever there is a present obligation arising from past event, what we should recognize? You said provision, not correct. Na? There are two more conditions. So present obligation arising from past event. With this, there should be two more conditions. First is what? Outflow of resource. Outflow of resource is what? Is probable. Is probable and what? An amount can be reliably estimated. Amount can be estimated. Understood? Yes, sir. Understood. Means can I say with present obligation if these two conditions are satisfied? If these two conditions are satisfied, then we should recognize what? We should recognize provision. Recognize provision. I hope you understand it. Recognize provision as per AS 29. Have you understood this flow chart? So present obligation arising from past event, other two conditions satisfied, provision recognized. But it might happen there is a present obligation, but either outflow of resource is not probable or amount cannot be estimated, then we can't recognize what? Provision. So in this situation, what AS 29 says, disclose what? Disclose it as what? Well, disclose it as what? Contingent liability. Disclose it as contingent liability. Have you understood? Have you understood? Correct. Means can I say all present obligations are not recognized? Present obligation arising from past event with two more conditions, then only provision can be recognized. Means either of that two conditions is not satisfied, then we should disclose it as contingent liability. Correct. And case there is one more obligation, possible obligation. The possible obligation means what? The chances are less than 50%, but more than 5%. Means can I say it is not more likely than not? Understood? It is not more likely than not. Means chances of non-occurrence is more than chances of occurrence. Chances of non-occurrence is more than chances of non-occurrence. Understood? Correct. In this case, what AS says that it will be always disclosed as what? Contingent liability. Means possible obligation, contingent liability. Possible obligation, always contingent liability. Of whatever nature. Of whatever nature. So I hope with this diagram you have understood what are contingent liability. So let us understand the meaning of contingent liability. Let us understand the meaning of contingent liability. So contingent liabilities are what? Point number one. Present obligation arising from past event which cannot be recognized as provision. Why? Because outflow of resource is not probable or amount cannot be estimated, or it is possible obligation arising from past event. Can you repeat with me? Contingent liabilities are present obligation arising from past event which cannot be recognized as provision because outflow of resource is not probable or amount cannot be estimated reliably, or it is a possible obligation arising from past event. Okay. Memorization done. Once you understood, then you can memorize also. We can memorize now. Correct? Can I give in writing? The meaning can I give in writing? Everything is given book, but when I write and you also write now, it will be more understanding. Correct? Or you can read from book. You want in writing, or I should say refer book. बोलो ना. You are looking tired. I am not tired, but you are looking tired. Huh? You are learning from morning, and I am teaching from morning. Both are same, huh? And I am double your age. I am double your age, huh? Don't count my age, but approximately double the age. उतना भी नहीं. उतना भी नहीं है. हाँ? But I'm approximately double your age, but उतना भी नहीं है. लगता तो ना हो. Correct ना? हाँ? You should? You should. No, I am okay. I am okay. I am happily married. Correct. Now it is. Right on. Contingent liability is point number A. Present obligation arising from past event. Correct. Correct. Which is not recognized because what? Because point number one. Because either outflow of resource outflow resource which is required to outflow resource which is required to settle the obligation is not probable, or point number two, a reliable estimation cannot be made. Correct? Or means, or point number B, it is what? Possible obligation arising from past event. You write down this much only. Possible obligation arising from past event. If you write down this much, you'll get marks. However, AS29 says that possible obligation arising from past event whose existence will be confirmed by occurrence or non-occurrence of uncertain future event which is not controlled. Understand that? And they have said more also, possible obligation arising from past event, the existence of which will be confirmed by occurrence or non-occurrence of uncertain future event which is not within the control of entity. But if you write down this much, you will get marks. Correct? Yes, I just inform you that I know. Correct? The entire meaning. This because I am doing rectification from how many years? 13 years. Now it is in my blood. Means one day I went for what? Blood test. One hand debit, one hand credit came. नहीं डेबिट क्रेडिट आया रे. हाँ. Means this side वाला डेबिट, this side वाला क्रेडिट. मतलब हाँ बैलेंस शीट टैलिड. Means equal. Correct? ऐसा होता है. I hope you are tired now. You are tired? आगे चलो. हाँ. I will give break if you require. चलो. We'll take a break. After break we'll do it. Can we start once again, everyone? So before break, we completed the meaning of provision and meaning of contingent liability. What is the meaning of provision? Provisions are liability which require substantial degree of estimation. What is the meaning of liability? Liability means present obligation arising from past event which requires settlement through outflow of resource. There are three conditions for recognition of provision. Point number one, there must be present obligation arising from past event. Point number two, outflow resource required to settle the obligation must be probable and reliable estimation can be made. Correct? Then for contingent liability, we have understood that it is a present obligation arising from past event which cannot be recognized because either outflow of resource is not probable or reliable estimation cannot be made, or it is a possible obligation arising from past event. Correct? This much we have done. Then down after that only, a contingent liability is not recognized. Correct now? Where in financial statement, FS means financial statement. It only require disclosure. Where? Disclosure in financial statement. So in financial statement, whenever I say, so it will disclose in notes to account of that financial statement. Correct? So when I say financial statement, it include what? It will include balance sheet. It will include what? SOPL. It will include statement of cash flow and notes to account. So it requires disclosure in financial statement. Of course, in financial statement we give disclosure where? In notes to account. Correct? Understood? In bracket add-on, unless outflow of resource is remote. Means if outflow of resource is remote, then ignore. Then there is no requirement of disclosure. Understood? So unless outflow of resource is remote. Understood? Correct? Any doubt? No doubt? This much you understood. Then add point number 3. I have given Roman 1 to na. Point number 3 write down. Contingent asset. So what are contingent asset? So contingent asset, correct, is a possible asset. Understood? Is a possible asset that arises from past event. Simple. You can add on after this the existence of which will be confirmed by what? By occurrence or non-occurrence of which event? Uncertain future event. Correct? Understood? Simple. So contingent asset are possible asset. Asset means, can I say, just try to understand everyone. For liability, they have used the word present obligation and what? Possible obligation. Correct. Understood. Means present obligation will be recognized and possible obligation will not be recognized. But there may be some circumstances when present obligation is also not recognized. But they have used the two term. What I want to say, present obligation and possible obligation. But for asset, they have used what? Asset or possible asset. There is no present asset. They have not used this term, present asset. Understood now? Means either it will be asset or possible asset. So possible asset means what? Possible asset means what? Means when a possible asset means chances are less than, the chances are less than 50%. Correct now? Understood. Means what they want to say, just write down. If I say about a treatment, accounting treatment is based on inflow, certainty of inflow. So what they said, if inflow is virtually certain, what they are saying, virtually certain. Now they have used one term, virtually certain. Correct now. Virtually certain means what? Means almost certain, or it is what? Probable, or it is probable, or it is not probable, not probable. Understood. So if inflows are virtually certain means the chances are more than 95%. And when I am saying probable, the chances are more than 50%. But now less than what? 95%. And when I am saying not probable means chances are less than 50%. So what AS says that whenever it is virtually certain, then asset is recognized. Asset is recognized means it is not a contingent asset. Understood? It is not a contingent asset. Correct. Virtually certain. Let me take one example. If I say credit sales, credit sales, so there is inflow na, inflow, inflow will occur in future. Correct. My question to you all, whether inflow is certain, whether it is certain, not 100% certain, and whether it is uncertain, bolo, whether it is uncertain, are we able to understand? Means normally we do credit sales to known customer, will not do credit sales to unknown customer. But you can't say no, it is 100% certain. So can I say, if you ask me a question whether it is certain, I will say no. But if you ask me whether it is uncertain, then also I will say no. So in both the answer will come no. Means it is not certain but virtually certain. And therefore we recognize debtor. And therefore we recognize debtor now. Means already we know this example. Debtor means for inflow. And but it is not 100% certain. Then also we recognize because it is virtually certain. It is virtually certain. That information, that clarification they are giving, that if inflow is not certain, but it is virtually certain, then also we recognize it as a asset. It is not a contingent asset. Understood? The best example I have given. The best example I have given. Correct? Understood. Now it is clear that if it is probable means chances are more than 50%, but now less than 95%. Correct. So can you say it is not an asset? Asset will not be recognized. Asset will not be recognized. Understood this point? Correct. So can I say it is a contingent asset? It become what? It is a contingent asset, contingent asset, and it may means not compulsory. It may be disclosed where? It may be disclosed where? In report of approving authority. In report of approving authority. So of course in case of company it will be director's report. Understood? If you want to write down examples, what? Director's report. Have you understood this point? Can you see director's report is not a part of financial statement. We may disclose anything. So what they want to say is contingent asset will not be disclosed in financial statement. If you want to disclose, you may disclose where? In director's report, but it will not be disclosed where? In financial statement. So it is a contingent asset will not be recognized, will not be disclosed also in financial statement. It will not be disclosed in financial statement. If you want to disclose, you can disclose where? In the director's report. Understood? Correct. Coming to not probable token is no treatment. No treatment is required. Means neither it will be recognized nor it will be disclosed. Understood? Correct. Any doubt? I think understanding is clear. Means just if I want to just give some clarification that about inflow and outflow. When I am saying outflow and when I am saying inflow, correct na? Some clarification. So when I am saying कि if the inflow and outflow are certain, 100% certain means 100% certainty, then we recognize liability. Here also we recognize asset. Understood? Now when I am saying virtually certain, so it is more than 95%. This term has not been used for outflow, but can I say it will be automatically covered in more than what? More than 50%. So when I am saying it is probable more than 50%, so automatically covered there. Correct now. So can I say we will recognize liability only? Means we recognize liability or not? It can be known as what? Provision. Because if estimation required, we will call it provision. But we are recognizing liability. In this case, we recognize what? Asset. In this case, we are recognizing asset. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Have you understood this point? Correct. Then, if I am saying probable, it is more than what? 50%. So once again, liability will be recognized. If it require estimation, so it become what? Provision. In this case, can I say it will be a contingent asset? It will be a contingent asset. Correct. Understood what I am saying? Now when I am saying not probable means what? Less than 50%. So in this case, it is what? Contingent liability. And this is no treatment. I hope you are understanding whatever I am saying. Correct. When I am saying remote means what? Less than 5%. Correct. So in this case, no treatment. And in this case also what? No treatment. I hope better understanding. So can you say AS29 is more strict for outflow or inflow? AS29 is more strict for recognition. Outflow, inflow due to which principle? Conservatism. Due to conservatism only, na? You can see in this case, even though it is probable we are recognizing a liability, but in this case we are not recognizing an asset. Understood? I hope you have understood this point clear. So this will be helpful for you better understanding what is virtually certain, what is probable. Correct. Now let us come to measurement. Point number 4. Measurement means how to measure. How to measure. Understood? Bolo. Something is missed. No, okay. Hmm. Okay. Now measurement. Now how to measure? So what AS29 says that the amount to be measured should be best estimate of the amount of expenditure which is required to settle the obligation. Means whatever estimation you are doing, that should be best estimate. Correct? Right on. Point number A. The amount to be recognized should be best estimate of what? Of the expenditure required to settle the obligation. Simple. Required to settle the obligation. Correct. At balance sheet date. At balance sheet date. Understood? Now you know present value. Present value you know because you have done FM. Now suppose this is the date, balance sheet date. Correct? And this is year 1, year 2, year 3. And suppose as per best estimate 10 lakh is payable. 10 lakh is payable. 10 lakh is payable after 3 years. 10 lakh is payable after 3 years. Correct? Now at this point of time we are recognizing provision. Means payment will be done after how many years? 3 years. So can you see if you are recognizing on balance sheet date, it should be present value or future value? Present value now. Means actually there is a concept of present value which has came in accounting but not in accounting standard. In accounting standard we normally use undiscounted amount. Undiscounted amount. Understood? Correct? So what AS29 says that we should recognize provision at which amount? Undiscounted amount. Undiscounted amount. Correct? Just write down. Means of course we should discount it. Of course we should discount it, but under accounting standard normally we use undiscounted amount. When we come to CA final we'll do what? Discounting. That is changes in what? CA inter and CA final. I said AS and Ind AS. So under Ind AS whatever is Ind AS related to this topic they will say discounted amount. But in accounting standard what they have said? Undiscounted amount. Undiscounted means that future value only, will not recognize at present value. But you only see present value means you can understand what is given in CA final level. So I always say now CA inter and CA final are same only. Understood what I am saying? Understood this point? Correct? Just write down. Now, correct? So write down. Amount of provision should not be discounted at what value? Should not be discounted at is present value. Correct? That is should be recognized at what? undiscounted amount, undiscounted amount. This point you have understood. But there is one exception to this rule. Only in one special circumstances will use what? The concept of present value, and that already you have done under AS10. I don't know whether you have done that point under AS10, but of course that was an important point. Of course you have done. In AS10, have you done dismantling and removing cost? You have done dismantling and removing cost. You purchase, suppose, asset and you install it. So purchase price will be capitalized, installation cost will be also capitalized, but at the end of useful life will dismantle it. So initial estimated cost of dismantling and removing the item will be also capitalized. You remember that point? This is given under AS10. So we need to estimate the amount of what dismantling. We need to estimate the amount of dismantling at which value? At present value. Means AS10 has said means for estimating a provision is required, and for provision which in AS will be applicable, which AS will be applicable? AS29. AS29 says that in that case we'll use present value concept. Same thing is given under AS10, same thing is given under AS29. So when AS10 was revised, AS29 was also revised to this extent. Understood? Correct. Just write down only for your understanding. When you will do AS10, you can match this point. Correct now. Write down in case of decommissioning, restoration, and similar liability. Correct now. In case of decommissioning, restoration, and similar liability, just write a refer which AS? Refer AS10. Correct. Liabilities are recognized at its present value. At its present value. So there is only one exception. As only one exception. So what AS10 says that this whatever you have estimated, this will be added to the cost of property, plant and equipment. So we used to pass one journal entry property, plant and equipment. This amount will be added to what provision? To provision. Understood? So this provision is as per AS29 and this is added to the cost as per AS10. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Correct. This you have understood. Now the question is that how to measure it. How to measure? You have understood what amount? Amount should be the best estimate. Best estimate, and it will be undiscounted amount. But how to measure the amount? How to measure the amount? Write down point number C. Point number C. Write down. How to measure? Is write down point number 1. When obligations involves large population, correct? Or there are more than two possible outcomes two possible outcomes, then amount of provision will be equal to expected value of obligation, expected value of obligation, which is nothing but weighted average, weighted average of all possible outcomes. Have you understood this point? Weighted average of all possible outcomes. Have you understood this point? Of course not understood. Now we are just understanding what will be the measurement principle, how to measure it. Let me take one example. Suppose in year 2021-22, entity has sold 10,000 units with 1 year warranty. Understood? 1 year warranty. Understood? 1 year warranty. Warranty means what? Customer may came with defect. Customer may come with defect. And if there is defect, either manufacturing defect or whatever defect is given under the terms and conditions, the entity has an obligation to replace or repair the goods. Correct now? They have an obligation to repair the goods. And repair means it will involve some expenditure. Are you getting? Correct. So has sold how many goods? With what? 1 year warranty. But a single obligation, large population. Large population, so will not do one to one basis यहाँ पर. It is impossible to do one to one basis कि you have sold this much to Ram. So what is the probability this much to Syam? What is the probability? It is quite difficult. Will apply what? Will apply what? Weighted average of all possible outcomes. We need to find out what is the outcome. And can I say who will give this possible outcome? Expert will give. Will be some expert. Correct. Now, as per expert, it is given the question. Suppose the customer who will come with major defect is 10% of the customer. 10% customer may come with major defect. Minor defect, minor defect. So as per the expert, yeah, as per the past transaction, it has been understood that if 40% will come with what? Minor defect and no defect. There are some good customers also, even though there is defect, they will never go. Like me, I never go. Who will go, Baba? Correct ना. Normally time ही नहीं रहता है to take services. Better purchase what? New one only, because suppose my mobile is damaged. Correct ना. I will purchase new one because if I will keep there, so 8 days I need to wait ना. So normally in my case, so I will not go. Then after some time I'll go to some other market. I will repair it and then I'll give to someone. Understood ना. ऐसा होता है in my case. And because I will not also give because I have uh, somewhat problem, because I have all my input here only, all my confidential thing here, so I can't give like this now. So that fear is also with me. Correct? Therefore, I will not give. So 50% no defect. This include me also. Understood? Now, as per the expert, if there is a major defect, the outflow might be 1000 rupees for repair cost. Major defect, sorry, minor defect, it will be rupees 400, and no defect, it is what? Nil amount? Nil amount. So with this we need to calculate the amount of provision. The amount of provision will be what? Expected value. Expected value na. So what will be the expected value? Expected value will be weighted average of all possible outcomes. So the major defect how much? 10,000 into what? How many units sold? 10,000 I have given now. 10% unit is major defect, and what is the price? 1,000. How much amount is coming? How much? 10 lakh. 1,000. 10 lakh na pakka. You have calculated, use calculator. Then minor defect how much? 10,000 is the total in sold into what? 40% into what? 400. How much? How much? 16 lakh. Understood. And no defect how much it is. I'm just writing for your understanding. 10,000 into what? 50% into what? 0. So it is coming 0. So what is the amount of provision? Amount of provision will be 26 lakh. This much provision is required. This much provision is required. Understood. I think example is clear. This is known as weighted average of all possible outcomes. Weighted average of all possible outcomes. Understood. Understood. Simple. Correct. So this was, I think this point you have understood. When obligation involve large population or there are more than two possible outcomes. Then write down. Point number two. Point number two. When obligation involve single item with two possible outcome. With two possible outcomes. It's only two possible outcomes. Then amount of provision will be equal to most likely outcome. Most likely outcome. Amount of provision will be most likely outcome. Have you understood this point? Let me take one example. Suppose 31st March 2021, one High Court case is pending. High Court case is pending. Quite possible. So of course there is a present obligation arising from past event, which may require some outflow of resource in future. And suppose all these three conditions are satisfied and provision is required. Correct now? High Court case pending, so there may be some expenditure in future, compensation need to be paid. Correct. Understood. Now, as per the lawyer, means as per the expert, what they said, the chances of high damages, high damages means we need to compensate high amount. Correct. High damages is what? 30%. And amount of damages is what? High amount is 10 lakh. And amount of low damages is the chances of low damages, correct, is equal to 70%. And amount, if there is a low damages, it is 2 lakh. Understood? So in this case, single obligation, single item with two possible outcomes. So we'll take which one? Most likely outcome. What is the most likely outcome? 70%. Therefore, the amount of provision will be equal to, provision is equal to 2 lakh. This is the amount of provision required. Most likely amount. Understood? Simple. I hope you are understanding whatever I am saying. Correct? Up to this, any doubt? Let me take one ICI question. Can I take one ICI question? Now you can see I have given first question from ICI, test your knowledge. This test your knowledge questions are very important. Then I have given question from other sources. This is not important, but I have taken from some source, means some ICI source only, but not directly from ICI study material or RTP MTP, but from ICI source. So if you have time, you read also this. Correct now. I will say just read question, read answer, just to understand whether you are understanding or not. Correct now. Then I have given, you can see question from, after these other sources I have given question from what? Check करेंगे. I have given question from which source? RTP MTP exam. This is also important. So question from ICI study material, question from RTP, MTP exam. This is the must do. You can't ignore that. This is a must do. Other sources, if you have time, do it. If you don't have time, then read the question solution fastly so that you will have an idea about this chapter whether you have understood the concept or not. Correct? Understood? But ICS study material and RTP, MT exam, it is must do because question may be repeated. Question may be repeated. Let me come to one question. This question. Correct. At the end of financial ending 31st December 2007, a company finds that there are 20 lawsuits outstanding which has not been settled till the date of approval of account. Till the date of approval of account by the board of directors. The possible outcome as estimated by the board is as follows. Possible outcome, you can see in respect of 5 cases. In respect of 5 cases, win 100%. Correct. Next 10 cases, win 60%, loss low damages 30%, loss high damages 10%. Means one thing is clear that it is what? 2 outcome or 3 outcome? They have given 2 outcome or 3 outcome? No, no. First, it is having large population. Large population means it is how many cases are pending? How many cases are pending? They have given 20 lawsuits are pending. So it is not one single obligation. There is large population. Large population always will apply expected value, means will apply weighted average possible outcome. Even though if you do case by case, suppose you do case by case, so you can see the first cases to win 100% means no obligation is required. There is no present obligation only, I will say. There is no present obligation now. But next 10 cases win 60%, loss low damages 30%, loss high damages 10%. So how many outcomes are given? 3 outcomes means we can't apply most likely method. We need to apply what? Weighted average of all possible outcomes. Similarly, remaining 5 cases they have given low damages, high damages. Correct now. Outcome of each case is taken as a separate entity as an amount of contingent loss and the accounting treatment in respect thereof. So can we find out? Batao. For the first, how many cases? First, how many cases? 5 cases now. Out of 20 cases, they have given first what? Page number is what? Chalo. So in respect of first 5 cases, so amount of provision will be nil. Will be nil now. Then next what? Next 10 cases. This question have been asked 2-3 times in exam. Batao. We'll calculate amount of provision how much? Will be equal to 60% how much? Into nil plus 30% into what? 1,20,000 plus what? 10% of 1 lakh. Sorry, 2 lakh. 10% of 2 lakh. Understood this point? And can I say it will multiply by 10? Because there are 10 cases. How much? How much it is coming? 5,60,000 into 10 you have done now. Then last 5 cases. Amount of provision will be equal to 50% of what? Nil plus 30% of what? 1 lakh, and then what? 20% of what? 2,10,000. Can you give me multiplied by what? 5. How much it is coming? 3,60,000. Total amount of provision required 9,60,000. 20,000. But we have done one mistake. What is the mistake? Now the question is that this is provision or contingent liability. You can see first cases though win is 100%. Means there is no present obligation. There is no possible obligation also. Chances of win is more than chances of loss. In second case, chances of win is more than loss. Means it is possible obligation. Chances of win is what, 60% now. Chances of win is 60%. Are you able to understand what I am saying? So it means it is what? Possible obligation, not, it is a possible obligation, not present obligation. For possible obligation, we calculate provision or contingent liability. Contingent liability. In third case, it is 50-50. So when I am saying present obligation is more than what? 50%. However, exactly 50-50 नहीं होता in probability. In probability, we say either higher 50% or more than 50% or less than 50%. We will not say exact 50. ऐसा नहीं होता in probability. I think in probability you have done in mathematics also. Correct. But from examination point of view, if they have given 50-50, we'll consider it as possible obligation. We'll take one assumption that it is a possible obligation. When they have given win 50, loss 50, we'll consider it what? Possible obligation. The possible obligation is there. It means this is not amount of provision. This is what? So change karo. Understood? Amount of contingent liability, and this is also amount of contingent liability. So what is the contingent liability required? 9,20,000. Understood? Same formula. So contingent liability will not be recognized, but it is disclosed with the amount. Measurement is required. Measurement remain same. Measurement remain same. How to write answer? Can you write down by reading the solution? You need to just first write down it is a possible obligation. Therefore, it will give rise to contingent liability, not provision. That you can do it. Understood? Have you understood this point? Okay. One more question which was asked in old syllabus CA Inter. It is in other sources. Question number 5. Question 5. Let's see. Good question was asked in old syllabus of CA IPCC only. An engineering goods company provide after sales warranty of 2 years to its customer. After sales warranty of 2 years to its customer. Okay. Based on past experience, the company has been following the policy of making provision for warranty on the invoice amount on the remaining balance of warranty period. On the remaining balance of warranty period. Means if the remaining balance of warranty period is less than 1 year, what is the amount of provision? 2% of invoice amount. And if the remaining balance of warranty period is more than, so we'll create more provision. More provision is 3%. The company has raised invoice as under itna day, itna. The amount of invoice has been given. Correct. Calculate a provision to be made for warranty under accounting standard 29 as on 31st March 2012 and 31st March 2013. Also compute the amount to be debited in PL account for the year ended 31st March 2013. Have you understood the question? Have you understood the question? Bolo. Are bolna rahi. Whenever you don't understand what you start doing, drawing. This is the best way to understand. Otherwise, this type of question you will not be able to understand. Even I am a student, I will also not be able to understand. Draw timeline. So they have given what? They have given how many year? How many date? They have given 19 Jan. So 19 Jan 2011. What is the invoice amount? 40,000. Then they have given 29 Jan. 29 Jan 2012. This will come in second year. The amount is what? 25,000. And then they have given 15th October. So 15th October will come in the third year. 2012. So we can easily understand there are how many year given? 3 year has been given. And they have asked for which year end? 31st March 2012. So this is 31st March 2012. This is 31st March 2013. This is 31st March 2011. Are you able to understand? Correct. So they have asked you to create provision on this date, on this date. Understood now? Because they have not asked on this date, we will not do. Whatever they have required, that only will do now. So they have asked how much provision is required yahan par. How much provision is required yahan par? Correct. So can I say for the first, for this year, what are the two invoice amount? So can I say 40,000 and 25,000, 40,000 and 25,000. Now we need to find out for this invoice amount whether the warranty period is expired or not expired, and if the unexpired period is less than 1 year, then what is the provision amount? 2%. If it is more than 1 year, then amount of provision is what? 3%. That is given in the question. Means it is straightforward question. Correct. You only say for this. Can you say this become expired period? बोले yes or no? Means expired period is more than 1 year na. So unexpired period is less than 1 year. So can you say for 40,000 the unexpired period is less than 1 year? So we should create provision with an amount with a rate of provision how much? Not understood. Once again I will read. Once again I will read. One second. थोड़ा सा concentration करेंगे. ठीक है. This is the question. What they are saying? The company has been following a policy for making a provision for warranty on the invoice amount on the remaining balance warranty period. Means what they are saying is the remaining warranty period, remaining balance of warranty period. What is the total warranty period? 2 years. You need to find out what is the expired period. If you can calculate expired period, you can find out the remaining period. If the remaining warranty period is less than 1 year, then what is the rate of provision? 2%. If the remaining warranty period is more than 1 year, then rate of provision is what? 3%. So my question to you all, on this date, on which date? On 31st March? On 31st March 2012. What are the two invoice amount? This is not yet done na. 90,000 will come in the next year. So what are the two invoice amount? 40,000 and 25,000. For 40,000, can you say expired period is more than? Means unexpired period is less than 1 year. Therefore, we'll take which percentage? So into 2% will do. Correct. Similarly, for 25,000, what is the expired period? Less than 1 year. Means unexpired period is more than 1 year. Therefore, it will be what? 3%. What is the amount of provision you calculate? How much? It individually bata. 800 and 750. Total become 1550. Super easy. But easy once you understood. Once you understood. Amount is very easy. Means can I say this much provision is required for this year end? Now we'll come to which year end? This year. Once again we'll do reassessment of the amount of provision. So can I say 40,000 2 year is already expired, so no provision. So for 40,000, just writing for your understanding, no provision is required, 0%. Why? Because 2% has been 2 year has been expired. Now 25,000 you say unexpired period is more or less? Less. So we'll apply what? 2%, and 90,000 is more or less? More. So we'll apply 3%. Now can you give me what is the amount? 500 and total 3,200. Understood? Understood. Means this is provision required at the end of third year. Means the provision increases from this to this. So how much will be debited to PL? Means how much will be transferred to PL? So okay, 3,200 minus what? 1550. It is 1650 will be transferred to PL of third year. Have you understood? Understood. Simple. Of course, can I say we should also create a provision for this year, but they have not asked, therefore we are ignoring. We should also create a provision for first year, na? But because they have not asked, we are ignoring. In solution also they have ignored. Chalega? Understood? Yes, sir. Correct. So this also you have understood. Now the next topic. Have you understood the measurement wala point? Normally it has been seen that they do not ask measurement wala point in C enter, but in past examination 2 or 3 times they have asked measurement wala point. Correct. The chances are less, but they can ask, and therefore we have done discussion. Come to next point, point number 5. Read on reimbursement. Reimbursement. Now, reimbursement means what? There is a quite possible situation that we have created a provision. Why we create provision? Because 3 conditions are satisfied. Understood. One thing is clear that once there is a provision, it means there is an expected outflow, means expected expenditure. But it is quite possible that whatever expected expenditure is required to settle the obligation can be reimbursed by third party. Third party can be insurance company, or it can be directors of a company. Understood what I am saying? So if there is a reimbursement, first question arises, will you create provision? Yes, because these both are two separate items. Provision is created for expected outflow. Reimbursement is expected inflow. Both are two different points. So reimbursement will be accounted separately than provision. So provision already recognized. Whatever we have done, that is applied. Now we are discussing about reimbursement. Now we are discussing about reimbursement. Now let's see how many of you can answer it. If you can answer it, means you have understood whatever discussion we have done till now. But reimbursement is expected inflow. We can say possible inflow. Correct? Yes, sir. देखो, if थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, because this is first AS, हाँ. I already said I will teach conceptually. ज़्यादा हो रहा है? ज़्यादा तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? अरे बोलो. If you say ज़्यादा हो रहा है, then we'll decrease the level. It is okay ना? I'm just asking to confirm myself. I can continue ना? I will teach as per your requirement ना? If you say sir decrease, so will decrease. You will say fully decrease. So I will say okay. Syllabus over. अरे बोल ना रे. Correct? Yes sir. So if some or all expenditure which is required to settle an obligation, means you can say provision, is expected to be reimbursed by third party. Means once again I am just giving a clarification. We are not discussing about provision. Provision will be recognized as per whatever we have done till now. We are only discussing about reimbursement यहाँ पर. Correct? Reimbursement topic you understand what we are discussing, that if there is some expenditure which can be reimbursed by third party, then what we'll do about that expected inflow. So can I say? Then can I say? Understood? So this reimbursement maybe means whatever reimbursement means, can I say inflow? Right? Can be what? Virtually certain. Understood what I am saying? Can be virtually certain, but what will do? What will do? Recognize as what? Asset. Then a separate asset will be recognized. Separate asset will be recognized as whatever we have done in the topic contingent asset. So it is expected inflow which is virtually certain. So it means we recognize a separate asset. Separate asset na? Correct. So if reimbursement is virtually certain, reimbursement is recognized as a separate asset. Means in balance sheet you cannot set up provision with this asset. Provision will come in liability side, asset will come in asset side. You cannot set up. It will be a separate asset in balance sheet. The provision will be separate liability in balance sheet. Correct? Understood. However, in this SOPL, in SOPL, provision is shown as an expense net of what? Net of reimbursement. Understood? Net of reimbursement. In SOPL, net amount will be shown as what? Expense. In balance sheet, both will be shown separately. But in SOPL, net amount will be shown as an expense. Means 10,000 provision. So 9,000 is reimbursement. So 1,000 will become what? Expense. Can you see in any case reimbursement amount cannot be more than provisional amount? Correct now. Understood? Very good. The amount of asset recognized the amount of asset recognized should not exceed what? Amount of provision. Understood? This much any doubt? I think very simple. No explanation required. Already we have done discussion in contingent asset. Correct? Without. What will do if it is not virtually certain? You will say now. Always. If it is not virtually certain, there will be two cases now. If probable, then what? Not recognized. Disclosed. Understood now? So if probable, then it is disclosed as contingent asset. Where? Notes to account or in the director's report? In director's report, same thing. Correct. And if not probable, then not probable, then what? No treatment. No treatment. Understood? Have you understood? Simple. Easy. Correct. There are some questions given. You can read. You'll understand. Okay. First you read. Then any doubt we'll discuss. चलेगा? Understood? Point number 6. Write down. Changes in provision. Can you see the amount of provisions should be reviewed at each balance sheet date? It should be reassessed at the end of each balance sheet, at the end of each year. The amount may change. Reassessment is required. It might happen provision is no longer required. Then you need to reverse it through PL. Correct now. Just write down. Provision should be reviewed at each balance sheet date, and it should be adjusted to reflect what? Best estimate, best estimate na? Understood. If provision is no longer required, provision should be what? Should be reversed. Correct. Next point. Point number 8. Point number 7. Madam. Use of provisions. These are all simple point. Therefore, I am just writing. You will understand. Use of provision. Understood. Now, suppose you have created provision for warranty obligation. You have created provision for warranty obligation as we have done in the last example. Provision for warranty obligation created, but in the second year it is no longer required. So can we use that provision for other purpose? Understood. We have created provision for warranty obligation as we have done in previous question. 2%, 3% we created now. Suppose in the third year it is no longer required. So can we use that amount for other purpose? No, it cannot be used for other purpose. It need to be reversed. It need to be reversed means we cannot use the amount of provision for any other purpose for which it was not created. Understood? Correct? Right on. Only for understanding, clarification has been given. Yes. Is understood point now? Look, a provision should be used only for expenditure only for expenditure for which it was originally recognized. That is, it cannot be used for any other purpose. For any other purpose, then correct. More or less, we completed AS29, but there are some special case we need to discuss in this. All discussion done, but there are some special point which require separate discussion. Have you understood this much? Now, whatever is special case, whatever I will do, can you say that require understanding of AS29? Already we have understood AS29. So I will just give the facts of the special case. You say what need to be done. Are you getting what I am saying? So I will just give you some cases. Let's see how you are reacting. If you are reacting correctly, okay. If you are not, if your answer is not correct, then also nothing to worry because I am there for you. Correct. So first write down special case. Point number F. Point number F write down. Point number what? Sorry, 8. F who said? I have said F. 8. Special case. Instead of point number A, future operating losses. Losses. Future operating losses. Correct. Let me take one situation. You will say what need to be done. Correct. Now suppose there are two factories, factory 1 and factory 2. Now current year there is a profit of 20 lakh and there is a loss of 5 lakh. And in the future year we are expecting a profit of 30 lakh and we are expecting a loss of 20 lakh. Understood? Correct. Quite possible. This is expected now. This is expected. Now because of this reason we have decided to close down factory 2 in current year only. In current year now we have decided, but can I say it will take some time to actually close down. We have decided to close down, but it will actually take, it might happen, it might take 5 years to actually close down. We have decided, but of course actual closure will take some time now, because there will be some contractual obligation, etc., etc. It is not easy to close down immediately. Correct. Understood. Now the question is that there is an expected future loss. Expected future loss, should we create a provision for this? Yes or no? Understood the question? If you give correct answer means okay. If you are not giving correct answer, then also okay. Okay na? You need to respond. Bata. Should we create a provision for this expected future loss of 20 lakh? I am not discussing about this. Is already incurred. Already incurred means already recognized. Now, because in the current year we decided to close down the factory, there may be some future operating loss, and we have expected that in the next year there will be future operating loss of how much? 20 lakhs. Should we create a provision? Yes or no? How many are saying no? How many are saying yes? Huh? Now you only say this future operating loss is due to future event or past event. Huh? It is future business, Nare. You have not done any business right now. It is due to future business, future event. Future event. I have decided to close down. Decided to close down now. It does not mean there is some past event for these losses. Correct now? Can you say if you will do some business, then only loss will happen now? If you will not do business, loss will not happen. Means it depends upon future conduct of business. Are you able to understand? Therefore, can I say this? I will say this is not covered in this chapter only, because this chapter cover what past event, not future event. Understood? So can I say provision will not be recognized? Neither provision nor contingent liability is applicable. No contingent liability also. Correct? Understood? Write down. Write down. Provision should not be recognized for such operating losses. For such future operating losses, write down. For such future operating losses. Understood? As it arises from future event. Correct. Contingent liability is also not required to be disclosed. Understood this point? Simple. First special case understood. Second special case. Point number B. Executory contract. Now, because you have done contract act, you know what is executory contract? Means in any contract in which both the party has not performed their part of obligation, or both the party has performed partially their part of obligation. Means both party has done partial performance, or both party has not done any performance of their obligation, that are known as executory contract. Now the question arises whether for executory contract we will recognize provision. Let me take one example. Example. Suppose we have done one contract on 1/4/2020 or 21 to purchase what? To purchase one machine after 2 years from B Limited. Understood? Means this become 31st March 2022 and 31st March 2023. So one contract has been done that A Limited will purchase machinery from B Limited after 2 years for rupees what? 10 lakh. After 2 years, now contract done today, but purchase and payment will be done after 2 years. Quite possible. We have done contract today only. बैठ जाओ. Don't ask me why, but ऐसा होता है. You can do contract with me, sir. I will learn FR today only contract. What is fees? अभी बताओ. So I'll give current fees only, but you will pay me what? Once you pass the enter na. So it is executive contract. Suppose we fix it. Okay, fix it. So of course it is a binding contract. Contract means binding. It is enforceable under the eyes of law, na? So when I am saying contract is a binding contract, we cannot cancel it. If you want to cancel it, some penalty is payable. Correct. This is non-cancelable contract. Non-cancelable contract are those non-cancelable contract are those contract which can be cancelled upon payment of what? Penalty. And so of course this binding contract cannot be cancelled. But the executory, it is not an executive contract. Executory only. Executory. Now the question is, the contract done, should we recognize the liability of 10 lakh? Contract, agreement, मियाँ बीबी राजी, तो क्या करेगा काजी? बताओ. Should we create any liability? Yes or no? Apply a common sense. Why no? Non-cancelable contract, huh? Non-cancelable contract. Payment to accrual basis ना रही. No, penalty then also penalty is payable na. To create a provision for penalty. Huh? Not arising from past event. Correct also. Your executive contract depends upon future event. This future machinery will be purchased in future. Obligation will arise in future only. Correct na? Because both party has not performed, so both may default na. So if I will demand machinery, you will say no. So why I will pay? I can escape my liability or not. If you will not deliver, so why I will pay, Papa? You said, sir, teach me. I will say, I will not teach you. Will you pay me, please? So it is binding from both the parties now. So can you say, because both the party has not performed their part of obligation, the question of payment will not arise right now. So there is no obligation, I will say. It is based on future event. So can you say, in AS 29 clearly say that AS 29 is not applicable to executory contract. Executory contract. Understood? But I will change the example. Because AS 29 is not applicable. Khatam. AS 29 is not applicable. Now I will change thoda sa example. What happened? What happened on this date? We found that on 31st March 2022, we find that we have changed the production process. Means A Limited has changed the production process. And now, what is not required? This machinery is not required. Machinery is not required. Understood? Not required. Have you understood? Quite possible. If they have changed the production process, now machinery is not required. Understood? Whether they can cancel the contract? Yes, but upon payment of penalty, huh? Understood. Means if they want to buy, so they will purchase. But can this machinery of no use only? And if they want to cancel, they need to pay penalty. So can I say this contract now become a burden for whom? A Limited. Become a burden now. So what AS29 says that once executory contract become onerous, AS29 is applicable. Create provision for expected losses. Onerous हो गया ना. Onerous means what? When the expected benefit from fulfillment of that contract is less than expected cost of fulfilling that contract. Means expected benefit is less than what? Means expected cost. So onerous na. You can see we will purchase machinery, you can't use it. If you can't use it, no benefit from machinery, but you need to pay what, 10 lakh. It means it become what? Onerous contract. It become onerous contract. So what AS29 says that once the contract become onerous, executory contract become onerous. What is applicable? AS29 is applicable, and then we should create a provision with an amount of expected loss. Understood? Correct? Have you understood? So write on next point. Point number C. Onerous contract. This is important from examination point of view. Write on. An onerous contract is an executory contract. बोले yes or no? Is an executory contract. Contract in which unavoidable cost of meeting the obligation exceed what? Exceed what? The economic benefit expected to be received under such contract. Under such contract. Have you understood the meaning? Meaning is very simple. The amount of provision will be equal to lower of point number A, unavoidable cost, or point number B, amount of penalty. Understood? To exit from contract. Simple. Correct. Understood? There is one question. Have you written this? There is one question. Let me find out that question. Question 11. Mini Limited took a factory premises on lease on 1/4/2007 for rupees 2 lakh per month. They have taken on lease. Now lease accounting is done as per AS 19. Till now we have not done. But I will explain thoda sa lease, then detailed knowledge, detailed understanding will do under AS 19. The lease is operating lease. Now you'll ask me, so what is operating lease? So I will not say right now. During March 2008, Mini Limited relocate its operation to a new factory building. The lease on old factory premises continued to be live up to 31st 12 2010, means it cannot be cancelled. The lease cannot be cancelled and cannot be subleased to another user. The auditor insists that lease renter of the balance 33 months up to 31st 12 2010 should be provided in the account for the year ended 31st March 2008. Mini Limited seeks to abide. Advice. Have you understood this question? Please let me first explain. We are doing question number 11. This was asked in exam, CA inter exam. What is 1/4/2007? They have taken factory premises on lease on what basis? On 2 lakh per month. Okay. Then on 31st 12 2010. So this is 31st March 2008, 31st March 2009, and 31st March 2010. This become 31st March 2011. So on 31st December 2010, what they have done? Check करेंगे. The lease of old factory premises continue to be live up to 31st December 2010. अच्छा, up to 31st December 2010. Okay, means it cannot be cancelled up to that date. Understood? During 2008, during March 2008, means on this date, what happened? They have decided to relocate its operation to a new factory building. Means from old factory they have done relocation to new factory. It might be Vastu dos. Old factory there may be some Vastu dos. They are not able to generate some profit. Booth Bangla. So they have relocated. Quite possible. Now old building lease agreement cannot be cancelled and it cannot be subleased also as per, means it cannot be given to other party on sublease. Means can you say there is no future economic benefit from this? There is no future economic benefit. So can you say on this date it was actually an executive contract? Why it was executive contract? Because they will use for 1 year and they will pay, means they will use for 1 month and they will pay 2 lakh, 2 lakh, 2 lakh every month. So this is the executive contract now become onerous. Why it become onerous here? Because expected benefit is less than cost of meeting the obligation, unavoidable cost of meeting the obligation. Understood? Therefore it become onerous. Therefore we should create a provision for lease rent from this month to this month. How many months? Bata? This 12 month, 12 month, and this is how much? 9 months. Total become 30. They have said 33 only in the question. 33 into 2 lakh. They will create what? A provision. They should create a provision of this amount, because in this question penalty amount is not given, means it cannot be cancelled upon payment of penalty, means penalty amount is 0, and therefore we should create a provision of what? 33 into 2 lakh, because it become onerous. Understood? I hope you have understood this also. Any doubt? Correct? आज के लिए इतना ही बहुत हो गया. It is not completed, but बहुत हो गया. ठीक है? Only 2 points is left. We'll do tomorrow. चलेगा? Understood? First day I am leaving because इतना theoretical. It is not theoretical, huh? First thing. This is entire practical thing. Because this will be applied once you become CA. Once you become CA, they will not ask journal entry. Whether they will ask journal entry? For journal entry, who are there? So accountant will ask which journal entry? That is based on what? Accounting standard. Understood? Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day. Sure. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Last class we started AS 29. We almost completed AS 29. Only 2 points are left. Have you revised? Have you done some questions? I already said that these whatever questions given in the question bank, most of the question you read by your own. If any doubt, then we'll discuss. So have you read the questions? Question number? Question number? Achha, only revision done. Question not done. So today you will complete all the question of AS 29. Because if you will not complete, it will be pending. Or then I need to take all the questions. So do you want me to take all questions? I think because once the concept done, now you apply, you read the question, apply the concept. Correct? Okay. Now, can we revise once whatever we have done? We started with the meaning of provision. Provision is a liability which can be measured by substantial degree of estimation. Correct? What is the meaning of liability? Liability means present obligation arising from past event. Past event which require settlement through outflow of resources. Present obligation, we have understood that those obligations which on the balance sheet date are probable. Are probable means which are more likely than not, where the chances of occurrence is more than chances of non-occurrence. Correct? Understood? Then we have done that three conditions are required to recognize provisions. First is what? There must be present obligation arising from past event. Point number two, the outflow of resource which is required to settle the obligation must be probable and a reliable estimation can be made. Then two special point we have done that if obligation means any obligation which exists independently from future conduct of business should be only recognized as provision. Means any obligation which are dependent on future conduct of business will not be recognized as provision. Then we have done second special point that the identification of other party is not required to recognize provision. Then we discuss contingent liability. So contingent liabilities are present obligations arising from past events which are not recognized either because outflow of resources which are required to settle the obligations are not probable or reliable estimation cannot be made, or it is a possible obligation arising from past events, the existence of which will be confirmed by occurrence or non-occurrence of uncertain future events which are not within the control of entity. So now we have understood that contingent liability does not require any recognition, only disclosure is required in financial statement. Then we have a contingent asset. Contingent asset are possible asset arising from past events, the existence of which will be confirmed, that you have understood. However, for accounting treatment, we have discussed that if the inflow are virtually certain, then it will be recognized as an asset, means they are not contingent asset. But if inflow are probable, then it is not an asset, it is a contingent asset which do not require recognition, only disclosure where in the report of approving authority, that is director's report. Means if the inflow are not probable, then no treatment is required, no treatment. Then we came to measurement. Measurement we have understood it should be the best estimate of the expenditure which is required to be settled on balance sheet date. For the best estimate, we have understood that how to measure it whenever the obligation involves large population or when there is more than two possible outcomes, then the provisional amount will be equal to the expected value, which is nothing but weighted average of all possible outcomes. However, when there is a single obligation with two possible outcomes, then the amount of provision will be most likely outcome. This you have understood, correct? Then what we have done? Then reimbursement. Reimbursement, I hope you have understood. So whenever expenditure which is required to settle the obligation is reimbursed by third party, and the reimbursement is virtually certain, then it will be recognized as separate asset in the balance sheet. Means provision will be separate and asset will be separate in the balance sheet. However, in SOPL, the net amount should be recognized as a expense. However, in any case, the amount of reimbursement should not exceed the amount of provision. If it is not virtually certain and if it is probable, then it will be a contingent asset, and if it is not probable, no treatment is required. Correct? Understood? Then we have done what? Special changes in provision understood, uses of provision understood. Correct. Now, then special case. First, we have done future operating losses. So now you have understood that future operating losses is dependent on future business, and therefore no provision, no contingent liability is required. Then we have done executory contract. For executory contract, AS29 is not applicable. However, when executory contract become onerous, then AS29 is applicable. What is onerous contract? Are those executory contract where the unavoidable cost of meeting the obligation exceed the expected benefit from such contract. So whenever the contract become onerous, AS29 is applicable, and we should create a provision for an amount which is lower of unavoidable cost of meeting the obligation and an amount of penalty to exit the contract, whichever is lower. Understood? This much we have done. Bas, why this much? So revision can be done in 5 minutes. Explanation has been done in 3 hours. Revision can be done in 5 minutes. Correct now. Once you have understood, revision is required. If you don't revise, then what will happen? You will forget. You will forget now. Correct. Just write down after this. After this, write down. Write down. What is the point number? Point number 9 is over. Means special point is what? 8. Write down point number 9. Scope of AS29. However, this is the first point of any AS. What is covered, what is not covered under AS29. But can you see, we can understand scope only once we understood AS29. Therefore, normally I take scope at the end. Correct? Write down AS29 is not applicable to. Point number A is what? Acha, super. Super na? Executory contract unless, or understand why I am saying, why I am discussing at that? Because initially you were not knowing about this. Unless they are onerous. Now I hope you understood onerous. It is also not applicable to insurance contract. Insurance contract, correct, arising in insurance business. Insurance business. So any insurance contract, can you say whenever any insurance company will provide any insurance to policyholders, there is an obligation to pay whenever risk will arise. Correct now. So that is not covered in this chapter. That risk will not be covered in this chapter, means will not create any provision for such losses. Correct now. As per AS29. Point number C. Provisions covered by other standard. Provisions covered by other standard. So because they have a specific standard, therefore will not be covered यहाँ पर. Point number one, expected loss. Expected loss on construction contract. It will be covered under AS 7. Then point number two, any taxes on income. Any taxes on income, it will be covered under AS 22 coming soon. Correct. Then any lease contract. Any lease contract, we have what? AS 19. Then any employee benefit. Employee benefit. This is not in our syllabus, but will be covered under AS 15. Not in our syllabus, you can add up. This is not in our syllabus. Okay. Means this is not in our syllabus, correct? Others are in our syllabus. Simple. Correct. Then at our next point. Point number 10 now. Disclosure requirement. Madam, point number A, for each class of provision, opening balance, additional provision made during the year, amount used, unused amount, reversed. Are you able to understand? And brief description. Brief description about that provision. These are required to be disclosed. So normally when we prepare notes to account, we write on opening balance plus provision created minus amount used minus amount reversed, that become closing balance. Correct? Yes, sir. Then point number B, that is for each class of contingent liability. That is nature of event and estimate of its financial effect. In bracket down, if it is not determinable, facts should be disclosed. That we are nalayak, we are not able to estimate. Understood? Have you understood what I said? Means, of course, can I say for contingent liability also measurement is required? Means, when I am saying possible obligation, the possible obligation will be contingent liability, whether it is can be measured or it cannot be measured. But present obligation, if it can be measured, then provision. Present obligation, if it cannot be measured, then contingent liability. Understood? But possible obligation, whether it can be measured, it cannot be measured. It is disclosed as what? Contingent liability. So if it can be measured, an estimate should be given. And if you are not able to estimate, facts should be given that we are not able to measure it. Understood? Correct? Understood? Means only for your understanding. Let me give you a brief about this chapter. Only for your understanding. Now, whenever they have given any question, so first you need to find out the obligation. What is the nature of obligation? Then you need to find out what is the nature of outflow of resource and whether we can make estimation or not. Whether estimation can be done or not. Means from examination point of view, whenever question is silent about estimation, we'll always assume estimation can be made. From examination point of view, if question is silent, means they have not given anything about estimation, we'll always assume estimation can be made. Understood what I'm saying? Correct? Have you understood? So case 1 right now, I will give you information, you will say provision or contingent liability or no treatment. Correct? Understood what I'm saying? This is present obligation, this is probable, and this is yes. Batao, what will do? Contingent. Contingent liability or provision? Present obligation, outflow is probable, estimation can be made. All conditions satisfied na? Contingent liability. Provision na? All three conditions satisfied? Correct. Then second. Present obligation, probable, but estimation cannot be made. Batao. Contingent liability? Correct na? Present obligation, and this is not probable. Not probable. Understood? Correct na? Estimation can be made. Yes. Batao. Contingent liability. Are you able to understand? Present obligation, not probable, an estimation cannot be made. Contingent liability. Correct. Present obligation, this is remote. Remote probability. Outflow of resource is remote. Batao. Then no treatment. No treatment is required. No treatment. Are you able to understand? बोलना रे. अरे बोलना. Possible. Probable. Yes. बताओ. Contingent liability. Possible. Probable. Estimation cannot be made. Contingent liability. Possible. Not probable. This can be yes or no. Yes or no. बताओ. Contingent liability. Possible. A remote. No treatment. Then a remote obligation. Remote obligation. बताओ. If remote obligation, the question of this will not arise. No. No treatment. I hope this will give more idea. Means more clarification. But once we have understood, then we can analyze. So whenever questions come, first think about whether obligation is present, possible or remote. Then think about outflow of resource. Then think about estimation. Correct? Just write down one note. If question is silent, Correct? If question is silent, always assume estimation can be made. If question is silent, always assume estimation can be made. Correct? Understood? ठीक है. We'll take a break of 5 minutes. Okay? Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Last class we completed AS29. Now we'll start AS4, contingencies and event occurring after balance sheet date. Now already we have discussed that this contingencies part which are covered in this chapter AS4 has been withdrawn correct, and now covered where? Now covered under AS29. Understood? Correct? Except except to the extent except to the extent correct. I've already said that for debtor AS4 contingencies already covered that I have discussed. So, except to the extent of provision for doubtful debtor except to the extent of provision for doubtful debtor means whenever question is asked for provision for doubtful debtor we'll write down as per AS4 only. Apart from any provision whatever we have done as per AS29 we write down as per AS29. This point you have understood means whenever question asks that a question on doubtful debtor your answer should be based on AS4 related to contingencies. Correct? Understood? Means already we have understood that contingencies are the condition existing on the balance sheet that outcome of which is not known dependent on happening or non-happening of uncertain future event. Correct? And if the outcome is expected loss on debtor and if it is probable and the amount can be estimated then we will create provision for doubtful debt. We will write down this much only as per AS4 provision for doubtful debt is created. But whatever we have whatever obligation is now covered under AS29 for that reference should be given for AS29 not AS4. Understood? So this point you have understood. It means now in this chapter we'll be discussing what? Only event occurring after balance sheet date. Event occurring after balance sheet date. Now you know balance sheet date. So any event occurring after balance sheet date. Now one question arises whether it requires adjustment in the current financial year. That is one question. Means what is the topic? Let us understand with one diagram. Everyone. The topic is there. Event occurring after balance sheet date. So this is our current financial year. Suppose our current financial year is 2021-22 and this is the balance sheet date. Correct? Now event occurring after balance sheet date. This is the event occurring after balance sheet date. Event occurring after balance sheet date. Now first question arises, whatever event which occur after balance sheet date, whether it require adjustment in this financial year, whether it should be accounted in 2021-22, one question will arise, correct? Are you able to understand? Normally, can I say we follow periodicity concept? As per periodicity concept, any transaction or event which occur in this financial year will be recorded in this financial year, and any transaction which occurs subsequently will be recorded on subsequent date. Means we always follow chronological order. Means we pass journal entry as per the date of occurrence, as per date of occurrence. बचपन में तो यही पढ़ा. Now the chapter is what? Event occurring after balance sheet date. Now one doubt will come, why this chapter? Why this standard event occurring after balance sheet date? So of course there is some reason behind that we need to understand. First we need to understand what is event occurring after balance sheet date. So what AS4 says that any event which occur after balance sheet date but before approval of financial statement, before approval of financial statement, correct? Are you able to understand? Means can you say on balance sheet date, practically speaking, on balance sheet date we prepare draft financial statement. We prepare draft financial statement. So on balance sheet date from trial balance, we prepare draft financial statement which is not finalized, which is not a final account. So final account will take some time. Why? Because can I say once draft financial statement is prepared, then one auditor will be appointed. They will audit the books of account and they will find out some error which require correction or adjustment. So can you see in draft financial statement many adjustment might be required. It will take some time. It will take some time. Means can you say the finalization of account will take some time? Finalization of account will take some time. Correct. So auditor will come, will do audit, and at some point of time they will give audit report. Suppose at this point of time they will give audit report. Let us assume. Suppose audit is completed at this point of time. Audit completed. Now whatever related to audit, I will not teach you right now what is the requirement of auditor. That already be done by your audit faculty. So I am not discussing everything about audit, but one thing you have understood that auditor appointed and at some point of time audit will be completed. Now once audit is completed, auditor will give auditor report to directors. Correct? Understood? Now it is the responsibility of director to do adjustment. Means auditor will give what? Their whatever they have came into that adjustment required, they will inform the directors. But who can change the financial statement? Means auditor is not responsible to prepare financial statement. They can only raise queries. They can only raise queries. Who will be responsible to prepare financial statement? Management is responsible to prepare financial statement. So once audit report is given to directors, directors will call one directors meeting. Understood what I am saying? Correct? Can you say in directors meeting they will try to resolve all the queries of auditor and all the adjustment will be done. And once all the adjustment done or not done as per their choice, correct now, they may go for adjustment, they may not go for adjustment, that is their choice, correct now. Now what is the role of auditor? That will discuss by audit faculty. I am not going into audit right now, but once the directors meeting is done, can you say they will sign the balance sheet? Means they will sign the balance sheet and profit and loss account. Correct now. So once they sign the balance sheet, it is known as that financial statement is approved. Financial statement is approved. Understood? And once financial statement is approved, then we cannot change the financial statement. Means once the financial statement is approved, it cannot be amended. It cannot be amended. Means can I say in this way, before approval of financial statement can be amended? Can be amended. So what AS4 says that there may be some event occurring after balance sheet date, but before approval of financial statement, which require adjustment in this financial year. So therefore it should be adjusted in this current financial year. What are that event that we need to understand? Means which event which occur after balance sheet date but before approval of financial statement, which event require adjustment and which event do not require adjustment, that we need to understand. Means as per AS4 there are two type of events. Whenever we say event means event occurring after balance sheet date and before approval of financial statement. Means can I say any event which occur after approval of financial statement is not relevant for this chapter? Any event which occur after approval of financial statement is not relevant for this chapter. Correct now. Means any event which occur after this date will be accounted, but in next financial year. So in this chapter, what events are relevant? Which occur after balance sheet date, but before approval of financial statement. This type of events are two types. One is known as adjusting event. One is known as non-adjusting event. Adjusting event means which are require adjustment. Non-adjusting event means does not require adjustment. Simple. Now, when it will become adjusting, when it will become non-adjusting, that we need to understand. That we need to understand right now. Write down. Point number one. Meaning. Meaning of what? Meaning of EOAD means EOBSD, event occurring after balance sheet date. Correct? Event occurring after balance sheet date. In exam, don't write this, huh? Correct? So can I say event occurring after balance sheet date are point number A, significant event. Significant event. Point number B, which may be favorable or unfavorable, which may be favorable or unfavorable, and which occur after what? Balance sheet date. Correct? Balance sheet date, which occur after balance sheet date but before the date on which financial statement are approved by whom? By board of directors. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. So any event which are significant event, can you see any insignificant event should be ignored? Due to which concept? Due to materiality concept, because AS is applied only to material item. So for immaterial item we do not waste our time. Correct now. So any event which are significant event which may be favorable or unfavorable and which occur after balance sheet date but before the date on which financial statement are approved are known as what? Event occurring after balance sheet date. So in this chapter, whenever I say event, that event is event occurring after balance sheet date only. Correct? Now, as per what? AS4, there are how many types of event? Types of event. So there are two types of event. Event occurring after balance sheet date are of two types. One is known as what? Adjusting event. One is known as what? Non-adjusting event. Non-adjusting event. So, sir, what is adjusting event? That we need to understand. So, any event which provide, any event which provides what? Further evidence further evidence of what? Conditions. Conditions. Can I write down in bracket contingencies? Contingencies are also conditions. Correct now. So can we write down in bracket contingencies? So any event which provide further evidence of conditions, you can write down contingencies existing on which date? Existing on balance sheet date. On balance sheet date are known as what? Adjusting event. Are known as adjusting event. Correct. Means such event should be adjusted. Correct now. So such event should be adjusted in financial statement. Understood? Such events should be adjusted in financial statement. Understood? So when I am saying adjusted, so what adjustment is required? Means adjustment will be either in income or expense and the second effect will be in liability asset or liability. Understood this point? Understood? Have you understood this point? Which provide further evidence of what? Which provide further evidence of what? Which provide further evidence of what? Conditions existing on balance sheet date. Thoda you have understood, not pura. We'll take many examples, nothing to worry. Correct now. Now sir, what is non-adjusting event? Write down. Non-adjusting event are those events which relate to any conditions arising after what? Arising after balance sheet date. After balance sheet date means it also relate to the condition, but that condition arises after balance sheet date. Therefore, they are non-adjusting event. Means conditions should exist where? On balance sheet date. If condition arises after balance sheet date, then adjustment is not required. So which relate to any condition arising after balance sheet date. Therefore, what is not required? So such events are not adjusted in financial statement. However, it may be disclosed. However, such event may be disclosed where? May be disclosed where? May be disclosed in the report of approving authority. In the report of approving authority. Understood? If the amount is material. If the amount is material, then simple. I think understood. Correct. Now only we need to understand when to adjust, when no adjustment is required, means how to understand it is an adjusting event or non-adjusting event. Correct now? Correct. So let us take some examples. Some example. I will take 10 examples, and with that 10 example, it will give clear understanding about this topic. Correct? Bolo. So let us take example number 1. If you want to write If you don't want to write, then also write. Correct? In the way I am writing. But write with me. I will not give any extra time for writing. You should write down with me. I'll be slow. Nothing to worry. So suppose this is balance sheet date and this is the date of approval. I write on DOA. DOA means what? Date of approval. Correct? Now, there was one debtor. You know debtor? Correct? And this debtor is a good debtor. Good debtor. Understood? Are you able to understand? Now what happened? What happened? After balance sheet date before approval of financial statement, fire occurred. Fire occurred where? In the factory of? In the factory of what? In the factory of, suppose the name of this debtor is Mr. X. So in the factory of Mr. X, and he was declared what? Insolvent. He was declared insolvent. Correct? And no amount is recoverable. Now no amount is recoverable. Understood this point? No amount is recoverable. Now the question is that whether it is an adjusting event or non-adjusting event. My question to you all, whether it relates to any condition existing on balance sheet date or it relates to any condition arises after balance sheet date. After balance sheet date means, can I say he become doubtful after balance sheet date? On balance sheet date he was good person only. So the question of, can I say any provision will not be required. So on balance sheet date no provision is required. On balance sheet date no provision is required, and therefore it become what? Non-adjusting event. Understood this point? Non-adjusting event, and no adjustment required. No adjustment required. Understood? Means of course we'll create provision. We'll create provision in the next financial year. So we are not discussing about what we'll do in next financial year. In next financial year, we'll recognize bad debt, but we are discussing on balance sheet date. Should we adjust the debtor amount? We suppose this amount was 10 lakh. So should we create a provision of 10 lakh? No requirement, because this condition of insolvency, the condition of fire was not existing on balance sheet date. Therefore, no provision is required on balance sheet date. Means in the current financial statement, no adjustment is required. In the next financial statement, of course, we'll pass journal entry of bad debt or provision, whatever is required. So we are not discussing about next financial year. We are discussing about current financial year. So which one is current? This is current financial year. Huh? So when I am saying current, so this become current. When I am saying next, this become next financial year. Understood whatever I am saying? Are you able to understand? First point have you understood? Example number 1, correct? Let us come to example number 2. Are you writing with me? Example number 2. Let me change the example. Yes, sir. So this is balance sheet date and this is date of approval. Now there was one debtor, Mr. X, and the amount outstanding is 1 lakh. But he was a doubtful debtor. What is the meaning of doubtful debtor? No, then so he might be bad person also now. So there is a difference between good, doubtful and bad. When he become bad, then bad debt. It means, can you say there is doubt about recovery, but we are not have any evidence that he will not pay. Means, can you say whatever due date was given, means whatever credit period was allowed is expired. Suppose we have given a credit period of 2 months, it has been expired. So we are calling that person. We are calling that person, please pay, please pay. They were saying that yes, we'll pay, but they are not paying. Yes, we'll pay, but they are not paying. So doubtful now. Now it becomes doubtful whether they will pay or they will not pay. Correct? Understood? Are you able to understand? So he is a doubtful debtor. He is not a bad debtor. Once we call it bad debtor, it means then we'll pass journal entry of bad debt and then debtor will be de-recognized. The debtor will be removed from the balance sheet. Then we'll pass one journal entry bad debt to debtor. Bad debt to debtor. What is journal entry for a provision for doubtful debt? What is journal entry for provision for doubtful debt? Now, whenever we create provision, data is not adjusted. We say PL account debit to provision, and provision is shown by way of deduction from data in balance sheet. Means will not pass journal entry provision account debit data. That is wrong journal entry. So bad debt, whenever there is a bad debtor, then we reduce debtor directly from ledger account. And when we create provision, then we create a separate provision account. Journal entry is PL account debit to provision. But debtor is not adjusted in ledger account. It is shown by way of deduction from debtor in balance sheet. In balance sheet. Understood? Have you understood this point? Means can I say, let us assume that we have already created a provision for doubtful debt, and can I say this is already created as per AS4 contingencies, as per AS4 contingencies now, correct? So how much provision we create as per our expectation ki out of 1 lakh it might happen 10,000 is not recovered, or 20,000 is not recovered. So let us assume if we have created 20,000 bad debt. So what is 80,000 is the net amount? Net amount, correct. Means this will be shown in the balance sheet. This will be shown in the balance sheet. Okay, this is the draft financial statement. This is a draft financial statement now. Till now it is not finalized. Now what happened? Before approval of financial statement, he was declared insolvent, quite possible. He was declared insolvent, and now no amount is recoverable. No amount is recoverable. Have you understood? Now batao, adjusting or non-adjusting? Now it become adjusting event because it relate to any condition existing on the balance sheet date. Means can I say we are here to give fair information to the user of financial statement. I'm just giving one hint how to find out adjusting or non-adjusting. Means we are here to give fair information to the user of financial statement. Now on balance sheet date we created a provision of 2 lakh. Sorry, we created a provision of 20,000. Means as per balance sheet date, what information we are providing to the user, that out of 1 lakh 80,000 is recoverable and 20,000 might not be recovered. But before balance sheet date, now we are sure that no amount is recoverable. So can I say as per fair information, we should inform the user that out of 1 lakh no amount is recoverable, because now we know the situation. Correct now. So this event provide further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date. What was the condition? That he is doubtful. He is doubtful. The condition was that he was doubtful and he might not pay 20,000, but now it is evident that he will not pay any amount. So better we should adjust it. So what adjustment is required? So can you say it become an adjusting event? Adjusting event. Understood? So what journal entry will do on 31st March? On 31st March will pass one journal entry. So can you say we need to increase the provision? We need to increase the provision. Will not pass journal entry of bad debt. Can you say he become bad debt? He become bad debtor in the next financial year. Journal entry of bad debt will be passed in the next financial year. But in current financial year, your provision should be how much? 20,000 or 1 lakh? Now it was 20,000, but now we should increase it to what? How much? Increase by 80,000, means will increase provision for doubtful debt by rupees 80,000. Understood? Have you understood? Means what adjustment is required? We'll say profit and loss account debit to provision for doubtful debt. How much? 80,000. Are you able to understand? Means now our provision amount will become how much? 1 lakh, and net amount will become 0. One second, I will repeat. One second, I will repeat. Concentrate, huh? Concentrate. Now, what I was saying, have you understood the previous example? Previous example, fire occurred after balance sheet date. he become insolvent after balance sheet date, but because of condition which arises after balance sheet date, and therefore no adjustment required. But can you say already in this example already he was a doubtful debtor, means already some event occur before balance sheet date, because of that reason he is not paying. Understood now? Why he was not paying? Because something happened in his life. Correct now? Are you able to? Something happened. Suppose divorce हो गया. Use compensation required to pay to what? Wife. Husband also. Correct now. Why only wife? If suppose husband is not working, wife is working, wife will pay na. Why always husband will pay? Correct na. Rules should be rule na. Equal for everyone. Correct. We need to understand who is working now, because now girls are also working and boys are not working nowadays. Nowadays it happened. Now I have seen that girls are working more than boys, and girls are earning more than what? Boys. So now divorce happened, the compensation who should pay? No, no, no. Girls should pay compensation to what? Boys. And so this is correct only. Chalo, theek hai. So divorce happened. So can I say already compensation paid? So can I say now he is not able to pay to his creditor? Correct now. So can I say there was some information already available on balance sheet date. There was some condition of non-payment now. Now, after balance sheet date, before approval of financial statement, he was declared insolvent. Now it is 100% sure that he will not pay. Now on balance sheet date, we created a provision of 20,000 based on some estimation. That estimation was not correct. Can I say now estimation? Whatever estimation we have done, that was as per the information available on balance sheet date. But can I say this event which occur after balance sheet date provide further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date. Now we are sure that 20,000 is not provisional amount. Our provisional amount should be what? 1 lakh. And therefore we should increase the provision by 80,000. What I am saying that we are not we are not violating the principle of periodicity concept. As per periodicity concept, he become bad debtor in next financial year only. Means the journal entry of bad debt will be done in next financial year. Therefore, we are increasing what? Only provision. We are not passing journal entry of bad debt. Are you able to understand what I am saying? This question I asked is CA final level also. They are not able to say this particular question. So when you will come to CA final, because you are my student, please answer this question. Correct now? So what adjustment entry will do on 31st March will increase the provision by what amount? So can you say now in balance sheet what happened? What is our debtor? How much debtor? In balance sheet what is our debtor amount? 1 lakh. Very good. Debtor is 1 lakh now. Less provision how much? Less provision for doubtful debt 1 lakh. And now in next financial year what journal entry will do? Yes, what journal entry will do next financial year? Means in the next financial year, what journal entry will do? You only say journal entry will what? Bad debt account debit to bad debt to debtor na? Bad debt account debit to debtor, and this bad debt will be charged to which account? At Nalai. Already you have charged to PL 1 lakh on conservative basis last financial year. Whether again you will charge 1 lakh to PL. So this bad debt will be charged to which account? Provision account na? So now provision for doubtful debt account debit to what? Bad debt. Means for one loss you will not debit PL twice na. Already last year you have debited PL by 1 lakh. Whether next financial year once again you will debit 1 lakh to PL. Not na, that is not correct. Already you created provision. Now that provision will be used for that bad debt. So bad debt will be charged to provision account. Understood? Are bolna re? Don't worry. This type of journal entry, CA final student also are unable to say. I always say that CA intern and CA final are same as per understanding. As per understanding the syllabus. Bolo, I am waiting for you. Debtor zero नहीं किए हैं. Debtor is 1 lakh only. This is debtor account. This is provision account. Means you are conceptually not correct. There are two accounts, debtor account and provision account. So in balance sheet, we write debtor at gross amount only. And then provision is shown by way of deduction from debtor. So debtor is how much? 1 lakh. Provision is how much? 1 lakh. Means what is the ledger balance of debtor? 1 lakh. How you are saying 0? In balance sheet, this is not ledger account, this is balance sheet. In ledger account, what is the balance of debtor? 1 lakh. In the next financial year, we'll pass one journal entry, bad debt to debtor. Now debtor becomes 0. So debtor becomes 0 when he becomes bad debtor. When he is doubtful debtor, then we do not reduce the amount of debtor. We create a provision separately. This is foundation concept. Understood? Have you understood this point? Thora thora? Understood? Example number 2 you understood? Right. Let us come to example number 3. Example number. Normally in exam they don't ask journal entry. They will ask whether adjustment required, means whether it is an adjusting event or non-adjusting event. So it is an adjusting event. Thank you very much. Increase the amount of provision. So in exam they will not ask journal entry. They will ask adjusting or non-adjusting. This much. Chalega? Then next. Balance sheet date. Date of approval. Correct. Once again there is Mr. Ram and 1 lakh was receivable. He was a doubtful debtor. Understood? He was a doubtful debtor. Why he become doubtful debtor? Because he went to Pakistan. Now there is a doubt whether he will come back or not. Understood now? You have seen that movie. Which movie? Arre. Movie name to you will never forget. Who was hero? Who was heroine? Actress? Uh, correct. Ajay Salman Khan went where? Pakistan. Doubt whether he will come back or not. Kareena Kapoor has a doubt or not? As a Kareena Kapoor, the being in love, he will see, he will come, he will come. But Kareena Kapoor's father has a doubt whether he will come or not. So there is a doubt or not. So he become doubtful letter now. Are you able to understand? He went to Pakistan. Now there is a doubt whether he will come back or not. Understood. So we created a provision as per the best understanding. Provision for doubtful debt. Let us assume 20,000. Understood. And 80,000 was the net amount. This is in draft balance sheet. Now what happened? He came to India, na? He came to India after balance sheet and before approval of financial statement, and also paid entire amount. Quite possible. Also paid entire amount. Quite possible. Batao. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting only can say we should not create provision because now we know that he has paid already the amount and that information was available before approval of financial statement. So we should do adjustment now. Means can I say whatever provision we have created was actually not required and that information is available before approval of financial statement. So can I say it also relate to the condition existing on balance date and therefore it is also an adjusting event. Very good. Excellent. Same example I take in CA final also. Correct. So what adjustment is required? Reverse the amount of provision. On which date? Means for which financial year? Current, not in next financial year. Means on 31st March. We'll do all adjustment entry on 31st March. Remember Bachpan trial balance is given with adjustment. This is the only adjustment. Understood now? All adjusting event will be adjusted. So trial balance with adjustment now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are nothing but what? Adjusting event. Understood? Correct. Means already we have done this chapter where? In class 11 only. With trial balance. अरे बोला रे. Now only we are discussing as per accounting standard. Correct? Yes, sir. This also you have understood. Then example number 4. 31st March, date of approval. Once again, Mr. Ram. You might be thinking, sir, you only this chapter is only for debtor. No, no. This chapter is for all types of asset, all types of liability. Coming soon, one by one, we'll take example. But I see I focus more on debtor, and therefore I am taking debtor as initial example. Once you understood debtor, we'll come back. We'll go to some other asset and liability also. Correct? Yes, sir. So 10 lakh was outstanding amount. Correct. Now, before approval of financial statement, we received a check from what? Mr. Ram amounting to rupees 10 lakh. Of course, we can receive the check after balance sheet date now. But the adjusting, non-adjusting. Non-adjusting, can you say? Of course, this relate to the condition after balance sheet date. You receive check after balance sheet date. So why you will do any adjustment? Correct now. It is a non-adjusting event. Simple. I think no discussion required. No discussion required. Yes, sir. I have given this example for next example actually. Example number 5. Apply a common sense in this. 31st March, date of approval. Date of approval. Ram, Mr. Ram 10 lakh. Outstanding amount. Now, 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 entity has received a check from whom? From Mr. Ram, dated, dated 31st March or before 31st March. Understood? His check was received after balance sheet date, but the check is dated what? Either on or before 31st March. Check was received after balance sheet date, but check was dated either on or before 31st March. बताओ whether adjusting, non-adjusting now. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. डाउट आ गया ना? Someone is saying adjusting, someone is saying non-adjusting. So how many are saying non-adjusting? This balance are saying what? Adjusting. Balance is saying adjusting. So those who are saying non-adjusting, can you explain? Explain. What was not known? What was the evidence? Check was written. चलो okay, but मजा नहीं आया. Some proper answer? Okay, understood. It is a non-adjusting event. 100% correct. Non-adjusting event. But why? Just try to understand. If you will pass journal entry on 31st March, don't try. 31st March, correct. You will pass journal entry check account debit to Mr. Ram. Means check in hand now. This check in hand. Once you receive, you deposit in a bank. Correct. Means you recognize an asset. What is the meaning of asset? What is the meaning of asset? It is an asset now. What is the meaning of asset? Asset should be under the control of what entity and must provide what future economic benefit. Now you only say on 31st March whether it was under the control of entity. No, it was dated 31st March, but it was not under the control of entity. Means whether this check can be endorsed on 31st March, whether this check can be given to other party on 31st March, whether this check can be deposited on 31st March. No. So can we recognize this check on 31st March? No. Simple lah. Are you able to understand? Means there was no condition existing on the balance sheet that this check will be received on 31st March. So can it always be passed journal entry of check on receipt date only? When you have received it, because that time it become a check under your control. And as per assets to be recognized when the resource is under the control of the entity. Understood? Have you understood this point? Bull. Have you understood this point? So non-adjusting event. Why? The reason is what? Reason check was not under the control of entity on or before 31st March and therefore cannot be recognized as an asset on or before 31st March. Understood? And therefore it is what? Non-adjusting event. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. Most of the time you apply your common sense. If you apply your common sense, then you will give correct answer. Don't apply as evidence. Apply common sense. Most of the time you will give me correct answer. Means become chartered accountant and think practically. Become CA and think practically. In my class, whenever I am teaching AS, you need to become CA only. Correct? Because if you remain accountant, then accountant can't apply AS na. Correct? Yes. Sir. And whenever you will be doing audit, become auditor. Means you need to act like auditor in class, then you will gain interest on that subject. Correct? Understood? Yes. Sir. So, chalo. This also you have understood. One more example related to this only. Example number 6. Now I want correct answer from you only, okay? And I hope you can give me correct answer because I have belief on you. Now what happened? Same thing, Mr. Ram, amount outstanding is 10 lakh. Now what happened? Check dated 30 dated on or before 31st March received by collecting agent on or before 31st March. Are you getting what I am saying? It was received by collecting agent on or before 31st March. Correct? But handed over to entity after 31st March. Understood this point? Means the company, yeah, entity has received the check after 31st March, but it was received by the collecting agent on the before 31st March. Collecting agent means any authorized person of entity only. Any authorized person, this collecting agent can be bank also. Means bank can collect a check on your behalf. Bank can be collecting agent or any employee can be collecting agent. It can be any outside agency can be collecting agent. So can I say once it is collected by collecting agent, now the question arises on or before 31st March it was already collected by collecting agent but received by entity after 31st March but the adjusting non-adjusting. How many are saying non-adjusting? Everyone saying adjusting. Then I said now I have a belief that you will give me correct answer. Why adjusting event? Once collected by collecting agent, it is under the control of, yes, it is under the control of entity only because that are authorized person on behalf of entity. Correct? It is under the control of entity only. Have you understood this point? Simple, simple. Debtor बहुत हो गया. Let us move to some other case. Next example. Example number 7. So on 31st March, there was a legal case pending. Legal case pending in High Court. Legal case pending on High Court. And as per AS 29, we have created a provision. We have already created a provision for legal damages. Understood what I am saying? We have taken one example when I was doing measurement of what? Measurement of provision amount. So I have taken legal case pending. There are outcome of high damages, low damages. Remember? So we said that we need to legal damages. Yes, sir. The provision for legal damages already we created at rupees 10 lakh as per the information available on 31st March best estimate. So this is as per AS 29 already we created on 31st March in draft financial statement. Correct. Now what happened? So before approval of financial statement, what happened? Correct. Let on case 1. We'll discuss some different situations. Situation 1. Case was decided in favor of company. Oh, अच्छा ये बात. Understood what happened? Case was decided in favor of company means already we created provision. It does not mean there is always we need to pay. Actually, it might happen case was decided in favor of company. Subsequently, some information came and we released. It happens with Salman Khan. Salman Khan was released. You know the Salman Khan case. Correct now. Understood. Means everyone was thinking that now he will go to jail. Then ultimately what happened? Announced what? Released. Correct now. अरे बोलना रे. The case was decided in favor of company. He was not released. You don't know the case? Released now. देखो, he knows everything about Salman Khan. So, I'll leave it. Come to the example. So can you say in this case adjusting or non-adjusting? Adjusting event. So what adjustment is required? Reverse the provision. It means reverse the entire provision. Reverse entire provision. Case 2 means situation 2. Case was decided against the company and amount of damages payable. Understood? So now it is decided how much damages will be payable. The amount of damages payable is rupees. It can be either more than 10 lakh or less than 10 lakh. Whatever amount I am giving payable is rupees 12 lakh. What do you do? Means will increase the provision by 2 lakh, but will not pass payment journal entry. Payment journal entry will be done on date of payment now, when it will be paid. Are you getting what I am saying? Will increase the provision from 10 lakh to 12 lakh. So increase or decrease? It can be what? Or rupees what? 8 lakh, means whatever. Correct now. So it means adjust the amount of provision. Have you understood? This also you have understood. Correct. One more example. Example number 8. Example number 8. Now, there was an inventory. You all know inventory, correct? And the cost price of the inventory was 100. And NRB was how much? 120, correct? So you have applied already, you have applied AS2. Now, as per AS2, what you have done? Cost price NRB, will take NRB, correct? And value will be, huh? Will not increase the value. I might have forgotten. You are correct now. We'll take 100 now. This is in group 1, I have forgotten. 100 ले लेना. Please help me. पक्का. देखो, this is recorded class. This is recording also going on. I will take 100 now. पक्का. चलो, you might be correct only. So cost price or NRB, whichever is lower as per AS2. Means can the values are already done in draft financial statement. Now what happened? A fire occurred. A fire occurred. Inventory is damaged. Inventory is damaged. And now it might happen now NRB become what? 80. But the adjusting, non-adjusting? Adjusting, non-adjusting. So it is a non-adjusting event because can you say it relate to condition arises after balance sheet date. So it is non-adjusting event. It is a non-adjusting event. Correct? Understood? One more example. Example number 9. मजा आ रहा है. Interesting ना? Interesting. Means we became CA for this only. We are not for debit credit, huh? Means we are becoming CA for this AS, not for debit credit. Debit means we never miss golden rules. After becoming CA, will apply golden rules. Journal entry क्या बच्चों? No. That is in our blood. You give me any transaction, we'll give journal entry without golden rules. ना. Now we don't apply golden rules. मजा आ रहा है लगा दो. Correct ना? So that was starting stage. We were focusing on what? Journal entries, then ledger, then trial balance, then final account. Done. Once final account prepared, then how to report that financial statement to the user of finance statement, that we should know. How to present it. How to present it in a systematic way, in an analytical way. Understood? That is our job. Correct? Yes, sir. So it become 31st March. This is date of approval. Now there is one inventory. Everyone. Inventory. And the cost price is equal to 100. Understood? Correct? Understood? And NRB, you estimated 80. You estimated 80. The value how much we have done? 80. Understood? Correct. Now, this inventory was sold before approval of financial statement at rupees what? 70, quite possible. At rupees 70. At rupees 70, quite possible. Now first let me ask you, what is the meaning of NRB? Because this you can answer by your own if you know the meaning of NRB. What is meaning of NRB? Don't say net realizable value. I am not asked full from. Huh? what is net realizable value as per AS2? Market value 100% wrong. It is not market value. Ah, ah. So can you see it means estimated selling price minus what? Estimated selling expense means at what price it can be sold. Understood? And on sale, what is the expected expenses to be made? For example, we can sell it at rupees 120, but on sale we need to incur an expense of 40. So how much is the NRV? 80. Means it might happen 40 rupees we need to pay commission, brokerage, etc. Suppose this is consignment sale. So on consignment we are supposed to pay some commission. So our NRV become what? 80. So this is expected selling price. Means this is an estimated amount. This NRV is not market price. This is the estimated selling price. If this unit can be sold at what price by entity. Correct? This is not a market price. Market price is not sale price. Market price is not sale price. Understood? Understood what I am saying? Correct. Now, it was actually sold before approval of financial statement at rupees 70. Can you say it provide further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date? Means on balance sheet date, we are expecting that it will be sold at rupees 80, but actually it was sold at rupees 70. It provides further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date or not. Means you can see there is no fire. In the last question, what happened? This NRB decreases from 100 to 80 because of fire. Sorry, NRB decreases from 120 to 80 because of fire, which arises after balance sheet date. But here I have not given any fire now. Are you getting what I am saying? No fire means the NRB become 80 to 70. Means this 80 was one expectation, and our expectation actually become what? 70, which provide further evidence of the condition existing in the balance date that it should be adjusting event. Means we should give fair information to the management. We should give fair information to the user of financial statement. On balance sheet date we are expecting 80, but actually now it is sold at rupees 70. So now we know. Now we know now how much can be recovered. 70. So it should be valued as 70 or 80. 70, because can you say once it is finalized we cannot amend, but before finalization of account we can amend it, and we are here to give proper, yeah, fair information to the user. Understood? So can you say it become what? Adjusting event. It become adjusting event. Adjusting event now. Adjusting event means what? Now NRV should be how much? 70. Correct? NRV should be 70. Means on balance sheet date now we'll say what? What is the cost price? 100. What is the NRV? 70. So what is the value? Value is equal to 70. So how much loss? 30. Means we should increase our loss from 20 to 30. Understood? Have you understood? Huh? Only to check whether you have understood or not. Correct? Let's see how you are reacting with this information. If you say correct answer means you have understood. If you are giving wrong answer means 1 second explanation required. You have written. Hmm? Example number 10. मजा आ रहा है ना? Example number 10. Let's see how many of you are giving me correct answer. Now, cost price of inventory 100, NRV was 120, and therefore value is what? 100. Now, it was actually sold at what? 70. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. How many are saying adjusting? How many are saying non-adjusting? Doubt आ गया ना? Someone is saying adjusting. Someone is saying non-adjusting. Now, what is the condition after balance date? What is the condition after balance date? Those who are saying non-adjusting, it means it relate to the condition after balance date. So what is condition arises after balance date? You only say. You are saying non-adjusting now. So those who are saying non-adjusting, it means the condition arises after balance date. So what condition arises after balance date? Huh? No, the why? You expected that it will be sold at rupees 120, but you actually sold at rupees 70. Can I say it means once again? Can I say it was your expectation? Expectation means estimation. Estimation might not be correct, and you eventually say that inventory at rupees what? 70. So it means NRB should be worth 70 only. Means on 31st March you are expecting that it will be sold at rupees 120. You eventually sell at what? 70. Means your expectations should be, means on 31st March, even though you were expecting 120, it was sold at rupees 70. What was the reason? What may be the reason? ना चलो उसको छोड़ दो. What may be the other possible reason? Can I say the other possible reason may be the obsolescence of the goods, means it become obsolete, or lower demand, means can I say it might happen after 31st March it become obsolete, and because of that reason the price, means selling price, from 120 declined toward 70. My question to you all, those who have said non-adjusting event, I don't know why you have said non-adjusting event. Now those who have said adjusting event, they have a doubt. Your answer change or not? अरे बोलना नहीं. Doubt हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? It is very practical accounting standard. Practical accounting standard. But leave it. Whatever you have said, adjusting, non-adjusting, you leave it. Believe me, CA final level, same question I will ask. They are also confused. गोला है उनके दिमाग में. Correct ना? Don't worry. You are better than CA final, I always say. You CA inter student are better than CA final, because if they are not giving correct answer for these, so why they have passed CA inter? One question will come. And I always feel that a student at CA inter level is more better than CA final level. I don't understand what happened to them at CA final level. Believe me, once you reach to CA final now, 80% is 80% died without writing exam. There is so negativity in their life. CA inter student are more, I will say more energetic in class. CA final class, you just come one day and sit in my class. You come, I will allow. Just sit. You just understand. They will not react anything. I need to say, अरे बोल. Then also, पढ़ाओ ना. पूछो मत सर. पढ़ाओ ना. ऐसा भी है ना. They will be silent. Means so, मतलब without energy they will come in the class. One day you come, I'll allow you. One particular index which you can understand, I will allow. अच्छा, consolidation one chapter, because initially I will teach the same thing. Initially the same thing. That examples I have taken a small example. So if you do not have some other class, you come to my class. I will inform you. Just come and sit. Don't say that you are in the enter. Huh? They will kill me. Correct? That is not good, na. But you come one day and sit. Chalega? One day, initial. So you will be able to understand, because already we have done consolidation chapter. And initially I will teach that only Torah the changes is there because of Indias and AS. And just see what how they are reacting. And I will say that because they have also done consolidation, you have also done consolidation, you react more than them. So what I want to say, once you go to CA final, remain CA inter student only. You will pass. Behave like CA inter student. In class, however you react now, you react in that way. Means enjoy your life. Enjoy your life. Whenever you in class, enjoy yourself. You enjoy a lot. You do all type of masti na. Even do must with teachers also. You'll not forgive me also. अरे बोल ना. You'll ask any question to me. Same thing happened in CA final. You should enjoy your life. What happened? You just come and see what happened to them. So what happened? Can I say on 31st March it might happen it was not obsolete, but after 31st March it become obsolete, and because of that reason sale price decreased from 120 to 70. Now the question is that whether it relates to the conditions arising after balance sheet date or on balance sheet date. Your answer change, it become what? Non-adjusting, but it is adjusting. Just try to understand. For every businessman, those who are doing, suppose I am dealing with this mobile and it is going to become obsolete, whether I don't know. On 31st March, suppose in few months, this is what? 3 months, not a gap of 3 months. Any asset will not become obsolete within 3 months. Can I say, even if it is going to become obsolete due to any changes in the market, that information is with me or not? And if it is not with me, it means I'm not a businessman. Just try to understand. Suppose this is a mobile, correct now. As similar technology, modern technology is coming, so it will not come suddenly now. Correct now. That information is with me or not? So if that information is with you on 31st March, so why you have expected 120, Baba? Means can I say if 120 becomes 70 because of obsolescence, I will say that information was available on what part 31st March. Means it relates to the condition existing on balance sheet date, and therefore it is an adjusting event. Correct? Therefore it become adjusting event. Correct? What I want to say simply, if there was a fire, the fire occurred after balance sheet date. But if it is due to obsolescence or changes in technology or due to any other whatever, suppose any item become perishable, so that information is known to us. It is going to become expired. Correct now. That information is known to us now. Correct. So can you see because of that reason it is an adjusting event. It is an adjusting event if price decline due to due to obsolescence. Understood? If you want to write down further, because that information will be available on which date? Balance sheet date. But this is a final level question. In CA Enter, they will not ask this question from my point of view. At CA final, they ask this type of question. Correct now. But I have asked this question only to check that whether you have understood this point or not. But now, if they ask this question, you can answer. If they ask this question, then also you can answer. In this question, no doubt. From my point of view, at CA Inter level, they will not ask this question, but I have discussed it. Chalega na. There is nothing wrong in learning something extra. Correct? Understood. Let me take one more example. Example number 11. So we have taken what? We have taken debtor, we have taken one liability, we have taken what? Inventory. Now we'll take property, plant and equipment. Chalega? Let us take machinery. Machinery. And the book value of machinery on balance sheet date was 10 lakh. And it was sold before approval of financial statement at rupees 9 lakh. But the adjusting, non-adjusting. Why adjusting? So whether we value that and book value and RB which are lower, we don't do that now. Correct now. We'll charge depreciation. Depreciation already charged. This is not inventory now. For inventory we take NRV. NRV means expected sale price. But for property, plant and equipment we never value at NRV now. Means can I say this subsequent sale arises after balance sheet date will be accounted after balance sheet date. There was no condition of sale on balance sheet date and the valuation is not done at NRV. It is done at carrying amount only. Carrying amount already calculated. Carrying amount already calculated. It means non-adjusting event. It is not inventory. It is not inventory. Non-adjusting event. Have you understood? Example number 12. Machinery, correct. What happened? Book value is equal to 10 lakh and on or before 31st March, what happened? On or before 31st March, it was agreed, it was agreed to sell machinery at rupees 11 lakh. Understood? Have you understood? Correct. The book value was 10 lakh on or before it was agreed to sell machinery at rupees 11 lakh and before approval of account sale was completed, sale was completed and registration was done. Understood? Means registration was also completed. Sale was completed means registration was completed. Better I know registration was completed. Correct now? Before approval of financial statement, registration was completed. Have you understood this point? Before approval of financial statement, registration was completed. Batao. Correct. Adjusting event only. Correct now. Registration was completed before approval of financial statement. So of course it is adjusting event and the sales will be recognized on or before 31st March only. Correct? Yes sir. So it is an adjusting event. Adjusting event. Now as per ICA solution now they have given this only. This is an adjusting event because registration was completed before approval of financial statement. This is as per ICI solution. And we'll follow ICI solution only. अरे बोलना रही. But can I give you some expert understanding on this? Expert. That expert knowledge is not required for examination point of view. Because when you will give expert, they also don't know. They will deduct marks. Huh? So we write down yes. Registration was completed before approval of financial statement. It provides condition existing on balance sheet date. It provides further evidence of the condition existing on balance sheet date. Therefore, AS4 applied. Therefore, adjusting event मजा आ रहा है. Right? But from my point of view, this is not a question of AS4. From my point of view, it is not a question of AS4. Correct. Only expert knowledge, हाँ. Do. अरे बोलना रही. Because once you pass CA enter, you'll go to what article Sitna. So expert knowledge is required because this type of situation will come in your life also. So expert answer don't write in exam. Expert answer. Now just try to understand when it was agreed. Agreed. So once we have agreed to sale, this control is transferred. Agreement done na. Agreement done. So control is transferred. And can I say registration is only a mere legal formality? Registration is only a legal formality. Once you have agreed that you want to sell, so you might have received some advance also or entire amount. So control is transferred and once the control is transferred, can you say it should be recognized? Means sale entry should be done. Are you able to understand? So can I say registration is mere formality, legal formality. Now you only say we do accounting based on substance or legal document. Substance. So once agreement done, control transferred, registration is mere formality. We'll wait for registration. No. Means can I say even though registration was completed after approval of financial statement, we'll pass journal entry of the sale when? On 31st March only. Are you getting what I am saying? Means as per expert knowledge, this will be adjusting event even though registration was completed after approval of financial statement. Because that is only a legal formalities. Because control is transferred on the date of contract only. If control not transferred on the date of contract, then it will not be de-recognized. Means it will not be removed from the balance sheet. Means will not pass any sale journal entry. Just write down. Write down. If control of asset is transferred to buyer on or before balance sheet date, correct? Then then property, plant and equipment should be de-recognized on or before balance sheet date, even if what? Even if registration was completed what? Now after the after what? Approval of financial statement. Understood? Have you understood this point? So normally we see in this way, registration is only a mere formality that should not be considered for passing a journal entry. We'll see whether control has been transferred or not. If control transfer, de-recognize sale journal entry need to be done. But as per IC exam, if these questions come, what you'll do? You'll say registration was completed before approval of financial statement. Therefore, it provides further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date, and therefore it become adjusting event on this note. चलेगा? This is favorite question of institute. Favorite. So important question from examination point of view. I will change the question. Let's see whether you are giving correct answer or not. Let me. Example. Correct. Machinery 10 lakh book value. Now it was proposed to sell. Understood now? It was proposed, not agreed. Proposed means there was a proposal. Proposed to sell at rupees 11 lakh. There is a difference between agreed and proposal. So it was proposed to be sold at rupees 11 lakh and sale was completed. Sale was completed what? Before approval of financial statement. But adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Now non-adjusting because proposal means control is not transferred. It is only a proposal where the control transferred. Correct now. So for this they have given correct answer only. In ICR they have given correct answer means even though registration was completed before approval of financial statement, it is a mere formality. Just see whether control has been transferred or not. It is a proposal now. Means I propose a girl, it does not become a final now that I'll marry. I need to wait now. It is only a proposal. It is only a proposal. The proposal is not final now. So it means it is a non-adjusting event. Understood? Correct. How many examples we have done? बहुत हो गया ना? Last example. Last example, but that example is only for common understanding. This type of question they will not ask, but very practical example. Means once you go to article C, this type of situation may arise, and therefore I want to discuss that point. चलेगा? Correct? Example number 14 हो गया. 14. What is given? Now on balance sheet there was a creditor of rupees 10 lakh, and on or before 31st March check was issued. Check was issued to creditor. Understood? Already a check was issued. So guys, once check was issued, so we have already passed one journal entry. Already will pass one journal entry. What journal entry? Creditor account debit to bank. Simple. Means we have reduced our liability by how much? 10 lakh. Correct. But what happened? Before approval of financial statement, check was dishonored. Oh, अच्छा, ये बात. Check was dishonored. Understood? Now check was dishonored. If you are saying adjusting event, so it means you want to reverse the entry. If you are saying non-adjusting, means no reversal. So I am just giving what is the indication of adjusting and non-adjusting. Means if you are saying adjusting, then it means you want to reverse this journal entry. And if you are saying non-adjusting, then no reversal. On 31st March, then reversal be done on the actual date of dishonor. Understood what I am saying? Are bolna re? Have you understood what I am saying? Now, if you have understood the question, adjusting, non-adjusting, apply common sense. Bolo. How many are saying adjusting? Means if you are saying adjusting, it means you want to reverse the previous journal entry on 31st March. Means you show liability on balance sheet date. Means if you reverse ना, इसको reverse कर दोगे. Reverse means then creditor will come in balance sheet. Understood? And if you are saying non-adjusting, then on 31st March liability will be 0. But dishonor हुआ ना, so dishonor journal entry will do on this date, next financial year. Understood? But the adjusting, non-adjusting, how many are saying adjusting? Why? One. Very good. Raise your hand. If you give me correct answer, one chocolate. Adjusting is correct. Adjusting is correct. Explanation correct, one chocolate. Correct. You want to give? You want to try? Try. But whether there is a condition or dishonor, I am here to confuse you. Huh? I said adjusting is correct. But let me understand whether you have understood correctly or not. You have said non-adjusting. Now it is you will not get any chance. Chocolate. Now I will explain about adjusting. Wah re wah. Correct. 70% correct. But I want for a more correct answer. Correct explanation. Huh? Further evidence can be what further evidence? Check will be dishonor or not. Must just try to understand what your what entity will say that we have issued, but we don't know about this situation. Dishonor happened what after balance date, so will not reverse it, na? They will say if we were not knowing about this information, it is quite impossible. But you need to convince, na? No, you need to reverse it. Huh? You have to fair information to the user of financial statement. Fair information, correct only. Means you should use that. What is the fair information? Just try to understand. If this is the case, then what we'll do? Every time we'll issue a check and dishonor it, our liability will be reduced. Can you see if we show our less liability, valuation of company will increase? So on balance sheet date, normally we do valuation. Correct now. So more asset, less liability. Our valuation will increase. So every time what we'll do, we'll issue a check and then reverse it. अरे ऐसा तो ना होता है. Means can you say even though information, just try to understand, even though information was not known to the management about insufficient balance, but it is their responsibility to keep minimum balance. Are you getting? Means if they have issued a check of rupees 10 lakh, so it is their responsibility to keep a balance of 10 lakh. And if they are not maintaining it, it means the condition was available on balance sheet date. Condition was available, na? They should keep a minimum balance of 10 lakh and they are not maintaining it. It means, can you say, it is it's what? It provides a further evidence of the condition existing of the balance sheet that they are not able to maintain 10 lakh. So even though information was not available for the management, then also it will become what? Adjusting event. Understood? I hope this is the best answer, but I will give a chocolate to you. A chocolate to you. A chocolate to you. Okay? Chalega? You want also chocolate? Huh? You also want chocolate? So four chocolate. Four said na adjusting event. How many of you said adjusting event? Chalo, six chocolate. Have you understood? Correct? Yes, sir. So just write down. It is an adjusting event. This type of question they have never asked in exam. They will not ask. Only for your better understanding, I have given this question. As it is the responsibility of management to keep sufficient balance. Correct? Sufficient balance from the date of issue of check. Means if it was not maintained, the condition was there on balance sheet date or not, and therefore it become what? Adjusting event. It become adjusting event means reverse the journal entry and show liability on balance sheet date. So if you want to write down, adjusting means what? Reverse the previous journal entry. Understood? So I hope with this all example, 14 example we have done. Now it is a clear understanding about adjusting and non-adjusting event. So what are adjusting event? Adjusting event are those events which provide further evidence of the condition existing on the balance sheet date. It require adjustment in the current financial year. Non-adjusting event are those events which relate to any condition arising after balance sheet date. Correct? Right now. Right on. Special case. Point number A. Event that indicate that going concern, going concern, going concern assumption is not appropriate. Even that indicate that going concern assumption is not appropriate. Let me take one example. Now 31st March, date of approval, and fire occurred. Now fire occurred where? In the factory of entity, yeah? Correct. Fire occurred in entity's factory. Correct. Understood. And there was a loss of what? And they incurred a loss of suppose 20 crore. And let us assume it was uninsured. Uninsured. Correct. Correct. Now bata, adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. अरे जो मन में आ रहा बोल दो. I have asked question means answer will be as per understanding only. Adjusting, non-adjusting. 100% correct. Non-adjusting, non-adjusting. It is non-adjusting because there was no condition of fire on balance sheet date. So of course non-adjusting. If the amount is material, a disclosure is required in the report of approving authority. Correct. But यहाँ पर there are two situations. Now loss happened. So there can be two situations. First is GC. GC means what? Going concern. So GC is appropriate. GC is appropriate means what? They have not decided to liquidate. Means going concern is appropriate. Means still they are going concern only. Means they have not decided to liquidate. So if GC is appropriate, then it is a non-adjusting event. It is a non-adjusting event. So we are not discussing this point. This already you have understood. Now the special case is what? Ki due to this loss, entity become non-going concern. Means now GC is not appropriate. Are you getting what I am saying? GC is not appropriate. GC is not appropriate means now they have an intention to liquidate. Till now they have not liquidated. If liquidated, the game is over, na? Till now they have not liquidated. They have an intention to liquidate because now they think that they might not survive. It happens during COVID period. COVID actually came. Most of the entities decided to liquidate. Correct now. Most of the businessmen decided to liquidate. And you will find that after COVID period there were many stores with too late. Means believe me, before COVID, whenever we used to go for search of what any premises for office etc., there was no premises only. But after COVID, too late, too late, too late, too late. Understood? Correct now. Means many entities actually liquidated. So it is quite possible that due to event occurring after balance sheet date, they have decided to liquidate. They have decided to liquidate. Means now they become non-going concern. They become non-going concern. Non-going concern means it is not liquidated. It means they have intention to liquidate in near future. They have intention to liquidate. Non-going concern does not mean they have liquidated. They have intention to liquidate. Understood? Now just try to understand if they have an intention to liquidate in the last financial year, there was a profit because in this year so it was good only. Everything was good. They have earned a profit of 1000 crore. Are you getting? And suppose this is a non-adjusting event. Non-adjusting event means there was no condition of fire. It means can I say this loss will not be adjusted? And can I say if this information is not given to the user of financial statement, they will say everything is bright. and they will try to invest in this company. Can you say it means we are not providing correct information to the user of financial statement, and therefore AS4 says that even though it is non-adjusting, it will be considered as adjusting event. Correct? Understood? Even though it is non-adjusting, but it will be considered as adjusting, and the entire financial statement will be adjusted on non-going concern basis. Means financial statement will be redrafted on non-going concern basis. Whenever financial statement is prepared on going concern basis, then we apply entire AS. Means all AS are applied. But whenever financial statement are prepared on non-going concern basis, then we don't apply any accounting standard. Then all assets and liability are recorded at realizable value. Understood? It means it is redrafted on liquidation basis. Liquidation basis means assets and liability are going to be realized. So it will be recorded at realizable value. Realizable value. Understood this point? Have you understood? Correct. So it become adjusting event. Just write down. Point number one. An event occurring after balance sheet date shall be considered as adjusting event if that event indicate that indicate that fundamental accounting assumption. You know fundamental accounting assumption? What are three fundamental accounting assumptions? Consistency. If that indicate that fundamental accounting assumptions of going concern is no longer appropriate. Correct? Understood? Even if there was no condition existing on balance sheet date. So this is special case. Correct? Understood? But on point number two, financial statement should be adjusted for such event and should be prepared on which basis? On non-going concern basis. That is assets and liabilities are recorded at their which value? Realizable value. Understood? We'll take one question about non-going concern entity. Correct, but not today. But have you understood this point? Yeah, how to prepare the financial statement on non-going concern basis? We'll take one question. This is given in module also. Correct? Yes, sir. This you have done. Last case. is I want to complete this chapter first. Special case number 2. Proposed dividend. This point already you know, because already this was taken into consideration when you have done accounting company's final account. Proposed dividend. Already we have discussed this point in consolidation also. But will you recognize any proposed dividend? No. Will you recognize any proposed dividend? Will you pass any journal entry for proposed dividend? Means in consolidated financial statement when I was doing, there was one concept of proposed dividend. You remember? So we said no adjustment, no journal entry, ignore. Why? Because of AS4. So any proposed dividend means dividend of current year is proposed in next financial year, but before approval of financial statement. Understood now? So it is proposed by directors in directors meeting before approval of financial statement. Now the question is that will you recognize that in the current financial year? No. Why? Because it is a proposal. Proposal is not final. Can you say proposed dividend will be approved by shareholders in their annual general meeting? So whatever proposed dividend will be approved by shareholders in annual general meeting. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Not able to understand. I don't means you might have done this in companies also, company law. Have you done? Correct. That's why I'm doing it fast. Means this is what directors meeting. This is 31st March. Correct now. Their capital was 10 lakh. Capital was 10 lakh. Now on this directors meeting, can you say we know the actual profit? Because now SOPL is finalized. On the basis of this profit, rate of dividend will be proposed. Suppose 10% proposed. So this is 10% of 10 lakh means 1 lakh become proposed dividend. So can you see this relate to which year? This relate to which year? Suppose this is 2021-22. This relate to which year? 2021-22 only. And it was proposed before approval of financial statement. So whether it is an adjusting event? No. Why? Because it is only a proposal. There is no obligation to pay. Obligation to pay will arise when it is approved. So after this what will happen? AGM. In AGM shareholders will approve it. Shareholders will approve it. And once it is approved, it is payable within 30 days of approval as per Companies Act. So can you say obligation to pay will arise here? Means there was no obligation to pay here. So no obligation. If no obligation, will you recognize any liability? Are you able to understand what I am saying? So as per AS4, proposed dividend will not be recognized as a liability on 31st March. Correct? Understood? Better. If an entity declare dividend after what? Balance sheet date. The entity should not recognize such dividend as liability in balance sheet. Understood? Correct? Done? Correct? Last point. Point number 4. Disclosure requirement. Here is a disclosure requirement for non-adjusting event. For non-adjusting event, na? For non-adjusting event, what are the disclosure required? Point number A, nature of event. And what? An estimate of its financial. An estimate of its financial effect. Correct. If cannot be determined, then if cannot be determined, then facts should be disclosed. Have you understood? Chapter is over. Chapter is over. AS4 done from my side. All question you do. Only one question I will do from this topic. That is about that non-going concern, whatever I have said, that I will do in the next class. But now, because we have done AS29, AS4, so a lot of questions are pending from your point of view. Correct? So can you do both by today? But first do AS29. If time permit, then do AS4 also. Correct? Understood? Done? For today, this much only. Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Very fine. Happy morning. What you have done in the morning? Morning? Why it was happy? Chole bhature. Wow, great. So chole bhature brings happiness in your life. Mummy or outside? Oh, great, great, great. Okay. Now, last class we have completed AS4. I have asked you to do all the question of AS29 and AS4. Of course, you have not done. The same thing in every batch it continues. When I will say no one will do, and when you will do, the time will be less. Correct? So better you do as soon as possible, because I am with you right now, so I can solve all the doubts. However, 90% you will not have doubt. There are only some questions in which you will have doubt. Correct now. But I don't want to inform you that question right now, because then you will do that question only. Correct? To do all the questions, then only you will have confidence. Yes, I have understood the solution. So there are two ways. Just try to understand when you are reading the question. First, analyze the solution in your mind. Then read the answer. If you are getting the same answer, okay. If you are not getting the answer, then just read the solution and just check what mistake you have done. If after reading the solution you are satisfied with the answer, then okay, then there is no doubt. Then also okay, because you are able to understand the solution, it is okay only. But suppose after reading the solution you are not able to understand and give star mark, then you ask me that doubt in the class. Correct? But if you are able to understand solution by your own, then okay, it means in exam also you will be able to answer. But if you are not able to answer by your own, and by reading the solution you are able to understand, just give one star mark. These are the questions you are supposed to read before exam. Before exam. So there are three types of question. Three types of question you will find. One which you have understood by your own, one which you have understood by reading the solution, and one which you have not understood only. So one which you have not understood, 2 star mark. One which you have understood by the solution, 1 star mark, and one which you have understood without reading the answer, no star mark. Means these are the questions you are not supposed to read before exam. So 1 star mark and 2 star mark, these are the questions which you are supposed to read before exam. And this 2 star mark will be only 10 to 20% of the entire question. 80% you will be able to answer by your own. Correct? Okay. Now coming to one question, question 26. This question was asked at CA inter level in old syllabus, not given in new syllabus, but I found this question interesting, therefore I am taking. Correct? So balance sheet of a trader on 31st March 2007 is given below. You can see balance sheet has been given. Okay, sir. The remaining life of the fixed asset is 5 years. The use pattern of the asset is even. It means what? We will use what? Even means what? Straight line method. The net realizable value of fixed asset is 60,000. So why they have given NRV right now we don't know. Because property, plant and equipment will not be measured at NRV. The trader purchase and sales in the year is 4 lakh and 4.5 lakh. The cost and NRV of the stock at year end is itna and itna respectively. Expense of year amounted to rupees itna. Deferred cost is amortized equally over 4 years. So you can see in the balance sheet there might be some deferred cost. Now we know that as per AS 26 there is no deferred cost. As per AS 26 there is no deferred cost. Correct now. Means deferred expenditure should be charged to profit and loss account immediately. But we need to respect the information given in the question. They have said 4 years, we will apply 4 years only. Will not go against the information given in the question. Correct? Understood? So it means as per question it need to be amortized in how many years? 4 years. Closing debtor is itna, of which 2000 is doubtful. So it means we should create a provision for doubtful debt for how much? 2000. Collection of another 4000 depends on successful reinstallation of certain products supplied to the customer. So like there is one more debtor amounting to rupees 4000. This will be receivable once we have done the installation. So of course we'll do the installation. So for this we'll not create any provision because we are a going concern now. If we are a going concern, of course we'll do installation and that amount is collectible. Correct. So there is no need to create any provision for 4000. Closing trade creditor is 12,000, which is likely to be settled at 5% discount. So there is a creditor which is likely to be settled at 5% discount. We are not settled, which is likely means we are assuming that it will be settled by giving a discount of 5%. Balance of closing cash, there is an early repayment penalty of loan. Means if loan is repaid early, then we need to pay a penalty for that. But we are not repaying right now. They are saying if you repay early, you need to pay a penalty of how much? 2,500. Prepare profit and loss account and balance sheet. Assuming going concern, that too we can do. But assuming non-going concern also. Understood? We have done in AS4. Whenever it is a non-going concern, then we should prepare a financial statement on non-going concern basis, and assets and liability will be recognized at NRV, realizable value. I hope now you have understood why they have given realizable value also. Understood? So good question now. It's a good question, and therefore I have taken. It is not given in new syllabus but have been asked in old syllabus CA Inter. Correct now. So can be repeated. On that assumption I am taking this question. Correct? So let us do it. So we are doing question number 26. 26 will prepare what? Balance sheet and P&L. So let us prepare statement of, you can say statement of profit and loss, or you can say profit and loss account also. Because it is not a company, na? So we can prepare in horizontal format. If it is a company, then what? Then the vertical format, na? So we'll apply what? This, and we'll do in two column. One is GC, GC means, and one is non-GC. Understood? So first I will do GC and then we'll do non-GC. Can we start? So can you give me one by one? Give me the amount. To opening stock from the balance sheet. From balance sheet, 30,000. Then to purchase from additional information, 4 lakh. Then buy sales from additional information, 4 lakh 50,000. Then buy closing stock from additional information at cost price or NRB, whichever is lower, as AS2 na. So when you are saying going concern, you apply AS. AS says what? Cost price or NRB, whichever is lower. So how much? Lower is what? Cost. So 32,000. Correct. You can calculate GP, gross profit. If you want to calculate. Remember बचपन में ऐसे करते थे. बताओ GP. Only 50. 50. 50 na? 52. So 52,000. 52,000. By GP 52,000. Then what? Can you give me other expense? One expense has been given in additional information. 14. 1 4. 40. 14,900. Correct? Then there is what? One amortization expense. Amortization, how much of deferred cost you can add on? 2,500. There is one depreciation also. Depreciation, what is the useful life they have given? 5 years. What is the carrying amount in the balance sheet? 65,000 in the balance sheet. So 65,000 divided by? No, no, no. 65,000 divided by 5. How much? 13,000. There is a loan where the rate of interest is given. The interest expense how much? 3,500. 3,500. Just check any expense is left or not. One day is provision also, I think so. The provision for doubtful debt how much? Just check whether we have done all points or not. That 4,000 will not come now. That 4,000 will not come right now. Going concern, so of course we are going concern, we will install it. So that is not provision. Any? Done? Leave some space because it might happen when you are doing non-going concern, there may be some more expense also. I always say leave some space. Correct now? Because you have given fees now. So can you give me 2 NP? 16,100. Just check now whether our answer is correct or not. In the solution check. It is not correct. So discount is what? That will come when we will pay it. That discount will not come right now. Provision we have also taken 2,000. Means what mistake we have done? Interest we have calculated. Interest they have not calculated. So they have done wrong. Chalo. It means that is their mistake. Now interest will come or not? Interest will come or not? That is their mistake. Chhod de. Correct? Means we are correct na? Check karo, interest will come. They have given rate of interest na? Rate of interest hai na? Yes, 10%. So 3,500 will come. Means we are correct. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Chalo. So this means we are correct. Done. Now let us prepare balance sheet. Balance sheet also in 2 column will do. Batao. We'll start with property, plant and equipment. Can you give me after depreciation? After depreciation. 50. Then what is there? Stock, closing stock. Then what? Debtor, I think they have given after provision. Net amount, can you give me? Net. Means they have given gross amount also. Gross amount how much given in additional information? Additional information. 25,000 minus 2,000 means 23,000. Then what? Deferred cost. Deferred cost how much? 7,500. Then what? Bank. Bank how much balance they have given? 37,000. So it might happen, we don't know right now, it might happen, it is before interest. It might happen. Correct now. We don't right now. Correct now. It might be before interest. So if our balance it will not tell you, so that difference will come. That difference will come. Correct. Then how much capital? It is 60,000 plus what? Profit. So can you add profit? 76,100. Then what? Then loan is there, na? Loan how much? There is one PL balance also. Acha, they have given PL balance separately. So we'll also write down PL balance separately. What is capital given? Understood. It means they are writing PL separately. So we'll also write down PL separately. So what is the opening balance of PL? 60,000. How much will add? Acha, you were saying after adding. Capital is how much? 60. PL opening balance how much? 25. You'll add what? 16,100. After adding how much coming? 40. Understood what I have done. However, PL should be transferred to capital in proprietorship. But we are following solution. As per question, we are doing solution. Then bank loan is there. Bank loan is how much? 35,000. Correct. Then what? Creditor how much they have given? 10,000. I think all information done. Huh? Creditor is not correct. You said 10,000. 12,000 na? Let's check whether balance sheet tallied or not. How much difference? So that difference is coming. So either you can say bank say minus or accrued interest. So let us take accrued interest because they have given closing balance of cash. So we'll assume the interest is not yet paid. Better assumption is that na, because they have given closing balance of cash na. So we'll say it is accrued interest. How much? Now balance sheet will tally. How much? 1 lakh. 51,600. 1,51,600. Done. Simple. Okay, sir. So this was not the objective. JC, you know GC. GC to you know. We are now understanding non-GC. Okay, na? So non-GC means all assets and liability will come at realizable value. Means increase in asset will be gain. Decrease in asset will be loss. Similarly for liability. Let us do. Opening stock remains same. Purchase remains same. Sales remains same. But closing stock will change. Closing stock will come at realizable value. What is realizable value? 40. 40,000. So your gross profit will change. How much? 60. 60,000. So gross profit change 60,000. Yes, sir. Then expense remains same. Amortization will change or not? Because there is no realizable value of deferred cost. Deferred cost nil value. It become 10,000. Depreciation. Now property, plant and equipment will come at realizable value. What is the realizable value? And what was the opening value? So 65 become 60 means 5,000 loss. So 5,000 will be depreciation यहाँ पर. Understood this point? If you want to write down, write down. This is what? 65 minus 60,000. So depreciation will not come, na? Have you understood this point? Have you understood this point? Correct. Then interest will come as it is. Then provision will become what? 2000 plus. Now because non-going concern, now we'll have a doubt whether we'll install or not. Because now if I become non-going concern, so we are going to liquidate. So it might happen we are not doing installation. So there is a doubt about that. So our provision will increase to what? 6000. Understood is fine. Then one penalty will come. Penalty will come because now we'll do early payment of what loan? Early payment of loan. How much? 2500. And if you pay creditor, because now we'll pay creditor also soon. So creditor discount how much will come? 600. Understood. I think all points done. What is the answer? Net profit. 18,000. Just check whether answer is telling or not. The difference will be 3,500. I think so. In solution. They have not taken interest now. We'll take interest also. 18,750 is correct. That's a 7. Why you are angry? Now 7. Now okay. Now let us prepare balance sheet. Now PP will be how much? Very good. 60,000. Stock will be how much? 40,000. Very good. Data will be how much? 19,000. Very good. This will be 0. Bank will remain same. Correct now? Capital will remain same. Profit will change. PL batao. 43,700. Bank loan. Can I say bank? No, we have not yet paid. If we'll pay, so we need to pay more. It will increase by what? So increase it by 2,500. 500. This will remain same. And creator, if we'll pay, so we'll pay 5% discount. The value will decrease. How much? 400. Balance sheet will tally. How much? 1,56,000. 1,56,100. Done. Super easy now. Super easy. Once we have done, now if it comes in exam, you can do it. So why to leave? Why to take risk? Because when this question was asked, then also it was asked suddenly, means immediately. There was no such question in module. Chalega? Yes. There is one more question given of the same nature, and this was asked in exam. This was the examination question that you can do by your own only. In exam, they have asked only PL. I think they have asked only PL and only non-going concern. So in exam, they have not asked balance sheet. Only they have asked PL and only non-going concern for 5 marks. Easy only. 5 marks out of 5 marks. Simple. So this you can do now by your own. With this we completed what? AS4. All questions need to be done by you. Okay? If you are not doing, it is your mistake, not my mistake. Chalega? Because I have taken 13-14 examples. Case study I have taken. Correct now? Now I need to apply that case study in the given question. There are some interesting questions which I don't want to take right now. I just want that you do, you apply, because in exam you need to apply, na? You need to apply your common sense, correct? Now we'll start AS5. AS5. So what is AS5? AS5, it is net profit or loss for the period, for the period, prior period item, and what? Changes in accounting policy. Changes in accounting policies. Understood? Correct. Means from the name you have, I hope you have understood. This AS5 is for the preparation and presentation of only SOPL, because they said net profit or loss for the period. So this AS5 is totally dedicated for the presentation of SOPL. See how to present SOPL. And can I say presentation to already you have done, where you have done in schedule 3. You remember SOPL format? If you remember SOPL format, then it will be easy for me. Correct? But I'll give you the format one revision of the format. But first write down point number 1. Write down. This AS deals with preparation and what? Presentation of what? SOPL. Now, for this purpose, for which purpose? For this purpose means for presentation purpose, AS5 has divided items of SOPL in following categories. First is ordinary items. Second will be what? Extraordinary item. Extraordinary items. Then third is what? Prior period item. Then fourth is what? Changes in accounting estimates. And fifth is what? Changes in accounting policies. Changes in accounting policies. Have you understood? Means can I say the scope of this AS is what? They will give the meaning of this item and they disclose the requirement. Only this much. So we need to understand which item is ordinary and which item is extraordinary. What is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary, so that we can present what? SOPL. Let me just give an idea of SOPL what we have done. I don't know whether you have done the perfect format or not. If you have done, it will be revision for that. Correct? So first we write down income. We write down all income. In income we write down revenue and then other income, that I am not writing. Then we write down all expense. In this there are many other item will come, and then we'll say this minus this will be what? Profit before what? Profit before exceptional item, and what? Extraordinary item. Extraordinary item, correct, and tax. However, there is one more item which was not given in Schedule 3 format. It will be also profit before prior period item and tax. And tax. Understood? Correct. So this will be, then from this we will deduct what? First we'll deduct exceptional item. First we'll not deduct, it can be plus minus both. It can be income and income or expense. So first we'll do EI. EI means what? Exceptional item. Then we'll calculate profit before extraordinary item, prior period item and tax. So I'm not writing that. Then we'll do adjustment of what? Extraordinary item. Then we'll do adjustment of what? Prior period item. Correct? Means can I say this requires separate disclosure? This requires separate disclosure. Means it can be item of income and expense which are of exceptional nature or extraordinary nature, or it can be prior period item that requires separate disclosure. Correct? Then we'll say this become profit before tax. It become profit before tax. Understood what I am saying? Then from these we deduct what? Tax expense. Tax expense. Now under tax expense, first what we write? Current tax. First what we write? Current tax. And then what we write? Deferred tax. We write on deferred tax. Of course you don't know about this. You have never done this. But this will be automatically covered under AS 22 coming soon in your life. So what is current tax? What is deferred tax? Till now you don't know. You don't know. Nobody has informed you also because it was not in group 1 accounting. So it will be in group 2 accounting standard AS 22. So of course we'll do discussion about current tax and deferred tax, and this become profit for the period. This become profit for the period. Profit for the period. Understood? Profit or loss for the period. Understood? Have you understood? Correct. Means you can see in these exceptional item, extraordinary item and prior period item requires separate disclosure. Requires separate disclosure. Understood? And this, when we say this income and expense 1 and 2, so there are some item of income and expense already disclosed before what? Before exceptional item, before extraordinary item, before prior period item. So these are ordinary items. These are what? Ordinary item. Means ordinary item does not require separate disclosure. Ordinary item does not require separate disclosure. Understood? Correct? Are you able to understand what I am saying? So this income and expense, whatever you are writing before this point number 3, it become items of income and expense which are ordinary, which are ordinary. Means now we need to understand which are ordinary, which are exceptional, which are extraordinary, and which is what prior period item. Means you can see here I have written ordinary, I have written extraordinary, but I have not written what? Exceptional. Means there are some items of ordinary which may be what? Which may be exceptional. Understood what I am saying? Which may be exceptional. Means exceptional item are ordinary item but require separate disclosure. Are you able to understand? Means exceptional item are not extraordinary. Exceptional item are ordinary only. Exceptional item are ordinary only. Correct? But which requires separate disclosure. And extraordinary item are not ordinary. They are extraordinary. Correct? Are you able to understand what I am saying? So it means how to understand which are exceptional, which are only what? Ordinary, which are extraordinary. I hope you are understanding whatever I am saying. Correct? And what is prior period item? What is prior period item? One thing is clear that these two These two are item of current year only. These are item of income expense related to current year. But these three are item of income and expense which are related to previous year, which are related to prior years. Understood? Have you understood? Now you might be thinking, sir, in SOPL you have not stated changes in accounting estimate, changes in accounting policies. Correct now. So of course for that discussion is required ki how to disclose this type of item, changes in accounting policies and changes in accounting estimate. I hope you have understood the scope, what I want to say. So let's start with ordinary. First, let us make a distinction between ordinary, exceptional, and extraordinary. Once you have understood this, then we'll come to prior year items, prior period items, and what? Changes in accounting policies and changes in accounting estimate. Correct. So, can we start with ordinary? So, let us come to point number 1. Ordinary activities. Write down ordinary activities. So, sir, what are ordinary activities? Sir, what are ordinary activities? Write down. Ordinary activities are are any activities any activities which are which are undertaken which are undertaken by an entity by an entity. Correct. Understood. By an entity as a part of as a part of its business as a part of its business or incidental incidental to its business incidental to his business as a part of his business or which are incidental to his business. Correct. A simple definition has been given. Any activities which are undertaken as a part of his business or which are incidental to his business. Simple. For example, can I say if you say Chiranjeev Jain classes or topic education whatever, can I say our main business is what? To provide coaching to the student. So can I say what are the ordinary item? Can you say the coaching fee is ordinary item? Salary to employee will be ordinary item. Correct now. Are you getting? Electricity expense will be ordinary item. Rent expense will be ordinary item. Are you able to understand? Rent expense will be ordinary item. Means can I say you can easily find out what are the activities which are undertaken for his business. Correct. So let me take some example. You need to say whether it is ordinary or extraordinary. Correct. You need to say whether it is ordinary or extraordinary. Correct. Understood? Batao. Let me take some example. For example, let us take profit on sale of fixed assets. Hmm? Profit or profit on sale of fixed asset. Ordinary. Okay. Then profit on sale of investment. Whatever you feel, you'd say. Till now, we have not done the entire discussion. Profit on sale of investment. Ordinary, extraordinary. Ordinary. Correct. Then you might be correct, it might be wrong. Right now, I am not saying whether you are correct or you are wrong. Then compensation paid to the student for breach of contract. Extraordinary. Correct. Then any litigation settlement. Extraordinary. Correct. Then compensation paid to employee for their retrenchment. Retrenchment means we have fired them. Now we need to pay compensation to them. Compensation paid to employee on retrenchment. Someone is saying ordinary, someone is saying extraordinary. Doubt is there. Then compensation paid to employee on voluntary retirement. Ordinary. Correct. Then any reversal of provision. any reversal of provision. Someone is saying ordinary, someone is saying extraordinary. Then what? For example, let me take one more example. Inventory written down to his NRV due to obsolescence. Inventory written down to his NRV. So there is a loss now. We purchased at rupees 1 lakh, now it become 10,000 due to obsolescence. So 90,000 written down. So 90,000 lost. So this is an item of what? Ordinary, extraordinary. Ordinary, extraordinary. Someone is saying ordinary, someone is saying extraordinary. Ordinary. But all these examples are ordinary. Whatever examples I have taken, all are what? Ordinary. I have not taken any examples of extraordinary. Means whatever I have said, it is what? Ordinary. Understood? Correct? Means just try to understand. You have understood this, but you have not understood this. Just try to understand. Incidental to his business. Now, whatever example I have taken, profit on sale of fixed asset. Why you purchase fixed asset? For business. Now, of course, when you purchase, you will sell it. So it is not directly related, but it is incidental to business now. Compensation paid to the student for breach of contract, incidental to business. If you do business, there will be some breach of contract, it is understood, you need to pay compensation. Compensation paid to employee because of business only. Correct now. Sale of investment, profit or loss on sale of investment. Why you have done investment? Because you have some idle cash. So you want to do investment, so that cash is of business only. Now you have done investment. Of course, you will say it incidental to business. All are incidental to business. Correct. Litigation settlement. Why litigation? Because you are doing business. There is some litigation. Litigation. So of course, settlement will be there. Legal cases due to business. Now you have done some fraud. Fraud or whatever in business. Someone file a case against you because of that legal cases. So that is also incidental to business. That is also incidental to business. So whatever examples I have said, all are what? Incidental to business. Inventory written down to its NRV due to obsolescence, incidental to business. All are incidental to business. Correct? Understood? Ha. So can I say, I hope you have understood. It should be either a part of his business or incidental to his business. Understood? Have you understood? Write down. Write down. In this only. Exceptional item. Exceptional item. Now just try to understand, when you read AS5, AS5 has not given any name as exceptional item. AS5 says that there are some ordinary items which require separate disclosure. But this name we have taken from Schedule 3. Schedule 3 says that these are exceptional items. Understood? So can I say, because AS5 has not given a name, the name is given by Schedule 3. So we can give this name. There are some ordinary items which require separate disclosure because they are exceptional in nature. So we are calling them what? Exceptional items. So sir, what are these items? Write down. What are these items? When item of what? Income and what? Expense. Item of income and expense are of such size or nature or incidence are of such size, nature or incidence that their separate disclosure is required to understand what? To understand what? To understand the performance of the entity. To understand the performance of entity. Have you understood what I am saying? To understand the performance of entity, then such items are known as then such items are known as exceptional item. Exceptional item. And and such items should be disclosed, and such items should be disclosed what? Should be disclosed what? Separately. Such items should be disclosed separately. Have you understood this point? Have you understood this point? Means what they are saying, when the item of income and expense are of such size, the keyword is what? Such size means amount. Such size means amount is large. Means can you say if the amount is very less, we can ignore it? Correct now. Or of such nature, its nature is different. Or incidence means their impact on SOPL. The impact on SOPL. So are of such size, nature, incidence, there are separate disclosure required to understand the performance of the entity. Let me take one example, then only you will understand. Let me take one example. Suppose we are preparing SOPL. We write down income. In income we write down sales, and suppose sales is 100 crore, correct? And we have one profit on sale of land. On sale of land. Correct now. Ordinary or not? It is ordinary only. Profit on sale of land is ordinary. Correct now? Yes, sir. Suppose this is 200 crore. So total become what? 300 crore. And we have expense. And suppose we have expense. The expense entire, the total expense is suppose 150 crore. So what is the profit? The total expense become 150 crore. So what is the profit? Profit is what? Profit is what? How much? 150. Profit is 150. Correct. Understood. Means just try to understand. This is what? A recurring item will always happen. This is also recurring item always happen. But can I say this profit on sale of land is is happened in this year, but it will not happen every year now. It will not happen every year. But incidental to business means if you give this information to user are interested about future. Whether in future the entity will earn profit or not. Just try to understand this sales minus expense. Actually, there is a loss of what? 50 crore. Means if this item will not happen, then there is a loss of what? 50 crore. Are you getting? There is a loss of 50 crore. Now, if you are informing profit of 150 crore, can you see this is not fair information to the user? Just try to understand. We can understand because we are chartered accountant, but users are not chartered accountant. They are engineers. They are scientists. They don't know about accounting. Now they will only see 150 crore. मजा आ रहा है, मजा आ रहा है, invest कर दे. अरे how to invest in future? This item will not occur. Means there is a loss of what? 50 crore. So should we do investment in such type of company? No, no. It means can I say it is not correct information, or I will say it is not a fair information to the user. Means this presentation is not correct. Therefore, we should change the presentation. So what AS5 says? No, 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 no. This is not correct. Correct is what? Write down sales how much? 100. Then write down expense how much? 150. Then write down loss how much? There is a loss now. 50 is loss. Then write down what? Exceptional item. Then write down profit on sale of land. Write down how much? 200. And then disclose profit. Nothing. 150 is what? Profit. So in this what we are saying, Dekh Baba, what we are saying to the user, Dekh Baba, there is a loss. It become profit because of what? Sale of land. Be careful. Be careful. You want to invest now, you invest. But profit on sale of land is an exceptional item which might not happen in future. Be careful. We are warning him then. Na? But you only say this presentation is correct or this presentation is correct. Can I say the second presentation is correct? Understood. And therefore presentation is required. I always say this BCA are not for preparing balance sheet. BCA are for presenting balance sheet. And therefore this AS is very important. We are here not to understand debit credit. We are not here to understand journal entry. We are not here to understand what? The golden rules of accounting. We are here to understand the presentation of balance sheet and SOPL. Have you understood? I think one example quite clear. Understood. Now you will understand this point. Now once again if you read, key exceptional item are those items of income and expense which are of such size, nature, incidence that their separate disclosure required to understand the performance of the entity. To understand the performance of entity, then it should be disclosed separately. Understood? Now, suppose this profit was only 1 lakh, then can I say it is very insignificant amount? Then you can club with other income. Are you able to understand? So, exceptional items should be material. If it is insignificant amount, then you can club with other income only. Then you can club with other income. Understood? So what AS5 has done, AS5 has given some examples of exceptional item. AS5 has given some examples of exceptional item. Can we write down that examples? Write down. Examples of exceptional item. Believe me, this much explanation, whatever I am giving, na, it's CA interlevel, no one will give. No one will give. 100%. Therefore, I initially asked me whether you want to learn conceptually or from examination point of view. So you said conceptually, therefore I am taking this. Correct? We are student oriented. Whatever you say, we'll do. You want to change? You don't want to change now. And believe me, you ask your CA final student. You know anyone who is in CA final? Any of your friends, relative? You don't have. You have just asked today what is exception item. Whether it is ordinary or extraordinary. Just ask. Just confidence आता ना रे. Sir, भैया भैया. What is exception item? First give respect. Understood? Then only they will answer. Otherwise, no time. We are busy. Correct now. Bhaiya, bhaiya, we are confused with AS5. What is exception? Let's see what they are answering. Let's see. Either they will not say anything or they will say this is extraordinary item. Let's see what they are saying. I don't know what answer they will give. See what are exception items. Correct? So they will ask one question from where you find in schedule 3 format is mentioned exception items. So what is this? Please inform. Let's see what they are answering. Chale? ठीक है. So you will get confidence about your concept. About your concept. Examples of exception item right now. Point number A. Inventory. Inventory. Same thing we do in CA final level. Believe me, they are not able to answer. CA final student, so I always say they are died. They come into the class with what? Like this. Correct now. They don't know anything. Out of them, some will become CA. But I always found that CA inter are more responding in class. Correct? CA final student will not respond anything. Inventories written down to his NRB. Yesterday, last day I have received one message from CA final student, sir, please send me video of cash flow statement. I'm very weak in cash flow statement because the teacher has not done that chapter conceptually. Because we teach cash flow statement also, there are some questions that may be asked in cash flow statement in consolidated finance statement. So I say by CF cash flow statement, so you already know, because if I will teach it will take 4 days now. So that chapter I will not teach in CA final now. I will give only as the point as per related to CA final level. So I always say in the class that if you are weak in cash flow statement, I will give the video of CA in the classes. So yesterday only one student messaged me that cash flow statement please give me. It means CA interview pass without conceptual knowledge. But student fail where? In CA final level. Means even though you are not conceptually strong, you will pass CA inter. What will happen in CA final? And most of the students do not understand this. And because of that reason, CA final में attempt लगता. Believe me, if you pass CA inter now, you are not average student. CA inter is not easy exam. Believe me, it is not easy. Even though you got 200, now it is not easy. It is not easy. Damn hard. CA inter is damn hard. Believe me, you ask me, CA inter exam is not easy. Easy. 8 subject. Immediately from class 12 we went to CA foundation. CA foundation to lollipop हो गया. And then suddenly your life changed. You have never expected this will happen to you. अरे बोलना I am right ना, because I have also done CA inter audit. अरे भाई what is audit? We have not done audit only. No practical knowledge. Costing. Now because you have done चलेगा, but याद करो पहला दिन, first day, whatever teacher से क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या है यार, कहाँ फंस गए. इनकम टैक्स, सो मेनी थिंग, इनकम टैक्स खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है. अरे इनकम टैक्स टीचर स्टार्ट करता है, खत्म, अरे खत्म हो भाई. दैट 5 head is not completing, then there are some other chapter. बोले करेक्ट और नॉट. इनकम टैक्स हुआ, देन आईडीटी, अरे भाई एक अलग अलग बना दे. वाई इन वन सब्जेक्ट? इन सीए फाइनल देयर आर टू डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट. इनकम टैक्स मीन सीए फाइनल इज इजी ना, 100 मार्क. हियर वन सब्जेक्ट. अरे भाई अलग अलग भाई. इनकम टैक्स इज ओनली सो मच वास्ट. इट इज वन पेपर ना. एंड देन जीएसटी. अरे माथा खराब हो गया. जीएसटी, आई ओनली डोंट नो जीएसटी. अकाउंटिंग तो ठीक था, एडवांस अकाउंटिंग, अरे भाई रहम कर. इन एडवांस अकाउंटिंग कंसोलिडेशन चैप्टर, सीए फाइनल स्टूडेंट यूज्ड टू डाई देयर एंड दे आर गिवन इन सीए एंकर. अरे भाई प्यार करो हमसे. वे स्मॉल स्मॉल विद स्मॉल ब्रेन. एम आई राइट और नॉट? देन ये तो खत्म हुआ. फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट, उसमें तो आता, रुक जा. फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट, चलो ठीक है, फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट वाज थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग. इकोनॉमिक्स को दे दिया. अरे भाई ठीक है, एफएम वाज ओके, एफएम देन इकोनॉमिक्स. अरे भाई मारेगा क्या? मीन देयर इज नॉट 8 सब्जेक्ट, देयर इज मोर देन 8 सब्जेक्ट इवेंचुअली. देन चलो ठीक है, ये सब तो सब ठीक ठीक था. देन लास्ट में दिया क्या? ईआईएस एसएम. मार लो, हम आए हैं, मारो हमको. और क्या, यही बात हुआ ना. व्हाट इज ईआईएस एसएम? सर सब्जेक्ट इज गुड. From a CA inter student point of view, first day of every class, it was nightmare. And that inter exam, if you pass, it is not easy. And that exam you are going to give. And you are confident about that. Because of that reason you are coming into the class now. You are confident about that. नहीं तो अभी तक तो खाली हो जाता class. In group 2, student will not come only if they are frustrated. If you are coming means you have confidence on yourself. And that exam you are giving. Whatever exam throughout India, whatever level of exam, apart from civil service examination, whatever is there, no exam will match this exam. And if you pass CA inter exam, and of course you will pass, so whether you are average student, what do you think? अरे बोल ना रहे. नहीं, you are not average ना. आप क्या अपने आप का एवरेज सोचोगे? Then also what happened, you pass CA inter exam. The one reason is that, one question, why student is not able to pass CA final? कुछ ना कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो गया. So that you need to understand. CA inter exam you can pass without conceptual knowledge. ICR knows when to ask which type of question. CA inter direct question पूछता, CA final में indirect question पूछता. And अगर वही चलता रहा, if that process will be that, actually the student do not understand this thing. And because of that reason student fail in CA final. नहीं तो from my point of view, any student who pass CA inter should not fail in CA final. मजाक थोड़ी ना सीए इंटर पास करना, मजाक है क्या? And out of you, many of you will pass both group together, correct ना? Group one is also achievement ना. It is an achievement, believe me, achievement. You ask me, I always say 200 marks भी आया ना आपको, it is an achievement, correct? So always think, once you go to CA final, पहला बात, you are capable of doing anything. First thing, you are capable of doing now anything. Do na, do. And believe me one thing, this time the result was 5% na, CA inter. Huh? Write down somewhere. So ICI. चैलेंज कर दो आईसीआई को, चैलेंज आईसीआई। लिंक्ड, यू आर इन लिंक्डइन, यू आर इन इंस्टाग्राम, चैलेंज देयर आईसीआई को टैग करके 1% करो, आई विल पास। बोल दो 5% किया ना इस बार, मतलब नेक्स्ट टाइम 1% हो, आई विल बी इन 1%। चैलेंज करो ना, अरे बोलो ठीक है ना, सीधा चैलेंज करो इन ओपन टैग आईसीआई, दिस टाइम गिव 1%, विल बी दैट 1%, चैलेंज। देखते कौन रखता है, एक्सेप्ट इट ना, एक्सेप्ट इट। 5% किया ना, व्हाट यू थिंक अबाउट अस, विल नॉट बी एबल टू पास, हमें डरा रहे हो, डराओ, 1% करो, हम तो उसमें आते, करो ना, करो, करोगे, कमिटमेंट दोगे इन सोशल मीडिया, ओपन करो ना, लेट अस फाइट, ओपन होना चाहिए। यू हैव गिवन, आईसीआई हैज गिवन 5% ना, आपको चैलेंज कर रहा है ना वो, अरे बोलना रे, आपको ही चैलेंज किया ना, डर बैठा रहा है आपके मन में, डरा, आईसीआई को डराओ, नेक्स्ट टाइम प्लीज गिव 1%, ना आई विल बी इन दैट 1%, करोगे, हाँ, वट एवर सोशल मीडिया यू आर, पोस्ट इट, मजा तब आएगा, इट्स द फाइट शुड बी टू वे, अंडरस्टूड। We'll also create history. You have created history by giving 5%. Now we'll create history. Give 1%, will mean that 1%. Understood? Correct? Understood what I am saying? Correct. Yes, sir. Now inventory written down to is NRV. I hope this example I have already given. Then second example, profit or loss on profit or loss on sale of property, plant and equipment or intangible assets. Point number C, profit or loss on sale of what? Any investments? Correct. Point number D. Point number D. Any litigation settlements? Litigation settlement. Point number E. Any legislative changes with retrospective application, because you have done income tax act, you know about retrospective application. Some changes were done in current year but with previous 5 years, so can I suppose income and expense will change, so that is what, ordinary but exceptional, that is ordinary but exceptional, separate disclosure required. And point number F is reversal of provision. Reversal of provisions. Understood? So these are all ordinary but exceptional if the size, nature and incidence are such that their separate disclosure required to understand the performance of the entity. Correct? Understood. This example, whatever I have given, this example is given in AS5. So there are some example which I have taken: compensation for breach of contract. Now you have understood incidental to business. Compensation to employee is also what? Incidental to business. So these are also ordinary. It can be exceptional if the size, nature, incidence are such that they are separate disclosure required to understand the performance of the entity. Correct? Then coming to what? Point number 2. Point number 2 is what? Extraordinary activities. Correct? So one thing is clear: the extraordinary activities are those income and expense which are not ordinary. Which are not ordinary. Write down. Extraordinary item EOI are income and expenses, correct, which arises which arises from transactions or events that are that are point number A, that are distinct from ordinary activities. Point number B, that are material. Of course, it should be material, na? Material. And point number C, that are not expected to occur frequently. Means these are non-recurring, non-recurring, na? Non-recurring are not expected to occur frequently. So which are not ordinary, correct, which are material and which are not expected to occur frequently are extraordinary. But can you say all non-recurring items are not extraordinary? Means ordinary item can be also non-recurring. Means those items which are not ordinary are always non-recurring only. But ordinary can be also recurring as well as non-recurring. For example, I have said compensation paid to customer for breach of contract. That is not recurring now. But that are ordinary only because incidental to business. So when I am saying कि extraordinary are non-recurring, it does not mean ordinary are always recurring. Can you say ordinary can be recurring as well as non-recurring? So just write down for your understanding. It can be recurring. It can be recurring as well as what? As well as non-recurring, as well as non-recurring. Understood what I am saying? For example, if I say there is some loss in transit, means goods are in transit and there is some loss in transit. Correct now. So normally loss in transit happens. Correct now. There are some there are some goods are of that nature which may be lost, yeah, which may be damaged during transit. So can I say it is quite possible that these are what abnormal loss, but are of what ordinary activities. But if I say loss due to accident, some accident which are not expected to occur frequently, loss due to some accident which are not expected to occur frequently, fire lag gaya, correct na, or some what terrorist attack ho gaya. So can I say these are loss due to accident or any attack or any other natural calamities which are not expected to occur frequently, then that loss become what? Extraordinary. So it means you need to understand what are incidental to business and what are not incidental to business. Are you getting? So loss of stock in transit can be incidental or may not be incidental to business. If it is not incidental to business, it become what? Extraordinary. It become extraordinary. Means can I say any loss due to natural calamities, due to fire, etc. become what? Extraordinary. Understood? Correct? Means from the example you will understand these are extraordinary. Are you able to understand? So just write down two examples of what? Extraordinary examples. Examples. Point number A, loss due to natural calamities or fire. Correct? Point number B, compulsory acquisition of any property. Property means land or building by whom? By government. I think you have done this compulsory acquisition of property in Income Tax Act. I think capital gain. Now, whenever there is a compulsory acquisition, suppose metro construction is going on, so government acquire many property. So government will compensate, and whenever they will compensate, so there will be some gain or loss. Means they are compensating, but whether it is related to business, it is also profit or loss on sale of property, plant and equipment only. Means building, profit or loss on sale of land or building. But can I say it is not incidental to business because it is compulsory acquired by the government, even though we have no intention to sell it. Therefore, it become what? Extraordinary. Therefore, it become extraordinary. Understood? So these are two examples which are given in the AS5 that only I have given. Have you understood? Correct? Yes, sir. So this become extraordinary. So can you repeat me what are extraordinary? Which are not ordinary, which are material, and which are not expected to occur frequently. In simple word, I will say just find out whether it is related to business or whether it is incidental to business. If the answer is no, it is extraordinary. It become extraordinary. It should be also non-recurring. And of course, extraordinary will be always non-recurring. It cannot be recurring. It cannot be recurring. So just write down disclosure. Disclosure. So it will be separately disclosed. Correct. लिखो. Extraordinary items are separately disclosed so that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. Perceived means what? Determined. Understood? So that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. Means can I say we'll calculate for profit before ordinary and exceptional item and then we write on extraordinary item so that its impact on current year profit can be clearly understood. Correct now? Understood means in SOP how we are disclosing such item check karenge. Already I have said na. So you just try to understand what they want to say. You first calculate profit before profit after what ordinary item? This is ordinary na? And then write down extraordinary items so that the impact on this profit can be clearly perceived. Means that profit will be either increase or decrease due to what? Extraordinary item. So that its impact on current year profit can be perceived. This is a keyword. In exam also you write down this keyword. Is separately disclosed so that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. Can you repeat with me? It should be separately disclosed so that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. Understood? Done. Then come to point number 3. Point number 3 is what? Prior period items. These prior period items are nothing but error. This is an error. This is an error. Means error of previous year rectified in current year. Correct? But before going to this, let me explain you rectification chapter. I have explained somewhere this point. Rectification chapter. I think CA final I have done. Not in this batch, na? Yes, sir. So you have done rectification chapter where you have done? in foundation. So in foundation I hope you have done ki it is under how many phase? Three phase. Very good. If you have done to, there are three phases of rectification. Means we are rectifying the error of which year? Error of which year? 2021-22. Correct. First phase is what? Key rectification before preparing trial balance. Means error of this year will be identified in this year only and rectified in this year only. Are you getting what I am saying? Just try to understand if it is already rectified in the current year, whether it is an error. It is not an error only. I don't understand why we call it error. It is not an error. Correct now. If it is rectified in current year, it is not an error now. So it is not an error. Understood now what I am saying? As per which AS? As per AS5. AS5 says these are not prior period item because already rectified now. In foundation it was error, but I am not teaching foundation. I am teaching C enter. Therefore, previous I have written error as per foundation only. Then what happened? The second phase is what? Batao. This was before preparing trial balance. Then what? After preparing trial balance, but before means can I say in this way? After preparing trial balance, before approval of financial statement, because final account will be prepared once it is approved. So now you know date of approval. Bolo yes or no? Understood? Means AS4. AS4 means error of this year only. Correct? Identified when? Identified when? Identified after balance sheet date. Before approval of financial statement. But the adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Arey, how it is non-adjusting, Nalayak? Whether you rectify in this date or not. Yes, it is an adjusting. Will pass rectification entry in current day only. Because now you know there is a rectification. So before approval of financial statement, you know the fact there is a rectification account. You rectify it. It is an adjusting event. It is an adjusting event now. So can I say identified and rectified when? And rectified when batao? Rectified in यहाँ लिखो in 2021-22. Rectified in which year? हट नालायक. Rectified in 2021 and 22 only ना. So after balance sheet date why? After balance sheet is coming next year. Means rectification journal entry you'll do on 31st March only. Are you able to understand? Means rectification has been done in which financial statement? In the financial statement of 2021-22. So I have written rectified in 2021-22. Therefore it become adjusting. It is an adjusting event as per which AS4? अरे यार नहीं बोल दिया. As per AS4. So बता whether it is an error? It is not an error as per. Not an error as per. Aha ha ha. Aha ha. Aha. Means if these questions come, then apply AS4, not AS5. Means if they are saying there is some error which is identified after balance sheet date before approval of financial statement, you are applying AS4, not AS5. Got it? Understood? But it might happen, even though books of accounts are audited, there are some error of this year which was not identified before approval of financial statement. They will be identified after approval of financial statement. You remember the third page, after preparing financial statement, after preparing final account. Remember? Then you used to use PL adjustment account. PL adjustment account पढ़े तो हो आप. Correct? Means now this error of this year identified where? Identified next year, not identified after what? Next, ये भी next year ही था. Identified what? After approval of financial statement and rectified when? बताओ. You only say rectified कब करोगे? Can you rectify in 2021 will do? Already now it is approved. Once approved, now the balance sheet cannot be amended. It cannot be amended. Means now rectified in which year? In 2022 and 23. As per which years? As per AS5. So this become error as per AS5. So it is error as per AS5. Understood? No, no, this to will not be covered under AS4 only. AS4 is not applicable to such transaction because it was event after approval of financial statement. AS4 is not applicable. So what I am saying, it is identified after approval of financial statement. So it will be rectified in which year? 2020-23. As per which years? AS5. So it become an error. It become an error because now we are rectified in next year. Error of which year? Rectified in which year? Understood. So this become prior period item. It become prior period item. Understood. I hope you have understood. मजा आया? I could have done without this also, but that was rectification. Suppose I would have done this way, so and that also you would have understood. But मजा नहीं आता ना. First round point number A. Meaning. So what is the meaning of PPI? PPI means what? So PPI are items of income and expenses which arises in which year? Which arises, this income and expense arises in which year? Current period. This become income and expense. Rectification you have done in which year? In which year? This year now. This become our current year now. Our current year is this. This is previous year now. So this will be rectified in which year? Current year. Means this become income and expense of which year? Current year. Understood? So which arises in current period. As a result of what? As a result of any error or omission. However, when I say error, error include omission. There are how many types of error? Error of principle, error of omission, error of commission. So when I say error, all are included na. But because they have given in AS5, I am using error and omission. Chalega? But error include what omission? Understanding what I am saying. So as a result of error or omission in preparation of financial statement of which year? Prior years. It can be either one or more prior years. So of one or more prior years. Understood this point? Have you understood? Now if I would have given the meaning, then also you would have understood. लेकिन मजा नहीं आता. Now it become conceptually clear कि what I want to say. With this diagram, I think now you have understood what actually I want to say. Understood? So meaning, if I would have only said, you would have understood that yes, chalo maja aaya. Understood. Meaning is very clear. Ki any income and expense which arises in current year due to error or omission, which arises in which year? Prior year. Correct. This become prior period item. Correct. Point number B. Disclosures. Disclosures. Correct. So what AS5 says? Keep property. Sorry. Prior period item. Prior period item are separately disclosed. separately disclosed, so that what, so that its impact, its impact on what, on current year profit can be, can be what, well, clearly perceived. Same thing I have written for extraordinary na, same thing na, so can be perceived, same thing. So this become keyword. Separately disclosed so that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. Same thing after EOI will disclose what? PPI. So that its impact on current year profit can be clearly perceived. One thing is clear, can I say we are doing prospective or retrospective rectification? Whether this is prospective rectification or retrospective rectification. Prospective means what? In the year in which the error was identified. Retrospective means what? In the previous year we will do rectification. Whether we have done retrospective or prospective rectification. Is prospective means we have rectified in the year in which error was identified. So this become prospective rectification. Correct? So it means we have applied prospective rectification. Have you understood what I am saying? Prospective, prospective rectification. Understood? Now I'll give you one example. You need to say whether it is ordinary, extraordinary or PPI. If you are giving correct answer means you have understood. And if you are not giving correct answer means you have not understood. Chalega? Yes sir. Bata. Suppose this is what? 2021. This is 21-22. Now there was one employee. There was one employee whose salary was 1 lakh per month. Correct? And already in this year we have recorded salary expense of 12 lakh. Understood? In this year already we have recorded salary expense of 12 lakh. Chalega? Understood? Now we are coming to the next year. What happened? During the year, management revised the salary to rupees 1,20,000. Understood? Means increase the salary of that employee by rupees 20,000 with effect from, with effect from 1/4/2020. 1/4/2020 means from the beginning of previous year. From the beginning of previous year. Correct? It means in this year salary related to current year is how much? It become 1,20,000 multiplied by 12. And how much salary related to previous year? How much salary related to previous year? Can I say 20,000 into 12? I hope you have understood what I am saying. Understood? Due to this management revision, there are some areas of salary of previous year. Correct? My question to you all, we are not asking about this. This is the ordinary activities. We are not asking about the salary current year. My question to you all, the salary previous year will be what? Ordinary, extraordinary or PPI? बताओ. How many are saying ordinary? How many are saying PPI? Means error. How many are saying extraordinary? So most of you are correct. Ordinary is correct. How it can be extraordinary? It is incidental to business. अरे apply whether it is incidental to business or not. Then how it become extraordinary? मजा आ रहा है extraordinary? हाँ? Extraordinary are what? Which are not ordinary. Means it is not incidental to business. I said whenever you are finding extraordinary, just find out whether it is related to business or whether it is incidental to business. So it is incidental to business ना. Increase in salary होता है. Normal in business. Correct. Now how it can be extraordinary? I said ordinary can be non-recurring also. Understood? But I am happy that you have not said PPI. And I am happy that you have not said PPI because can I say it is not arises due to error or omission in previous year. In previous year, so there was no error, na, because it should the information should be available in previous year, na. But this information was not available in previous year, so accounting was not possible in previous year. Accounting was not possible in previous year. Understood? So this is one of the favorite question of institute. I don't know why they ask this question, but this is the favorite question. Institute 4 to 5, I think more than that has been asked in exam. So always say both are ordinary will be included in current year salary and separate disclosure is not required. However, if it is exceptional, separate disclosure may be given. Means we don't know whether it is exceptional or not because this amount is not significant. Correct now. So if you can write down the answer in this way, if the size, nature, incidence of such item is such that separate disclosure is required to understand the performance of entity, then it can be separately disclosed. So you can give two options. First, ordinary, but if it is exceptional, separate disclosure required. But it is not extraordinary. Understood? Correct. Very simple. Understood? One more example. You say whether it is ordinary, extraordinary, or PPI. No. Suppose this is 2021 and this is 21-22. Correct? Now, there was one legal case pending. There was some legal case pending. Correct? And as per AS 29, as per the best estimate, as per the best estimate, you have created provision for legal damages. Understood? 1 lakh. Have you understood this point? Now, same case was pending in the next year. It might happen now. Same case is pending in the next year. Understood what I am saying? So can you say now this amount may change due to change in circumstances? This amount may change due to change in circumstances. Bolo yes or no? Okay. Previously we said 1 lakh. Now it become 1 lakh 20,000. 1 lakh 20,000 now. Quite possible. We'll do reassessment of the amount of provision as per AS 29 only. So 1 lakh may become 1 lakh 20,000. So there is an increase in expense by how much? My question to you all, this is ordinary, extraordinary, or prior period item? Ordinary, exceptional, ordinary. बोलो हाँ. Just try to understand this event. This contingencies was related to previous year. Huh? This contingencies were related to previous year. Means actually this is not a transaction of current year. When I am saying ordinary or extraordinary, that is a transaction event of current year. बताओ. Ordinary. How many are saying ordinary? How many are saying extraordinary? How many are saying prior period item? So it is neither of these. It is changes in accounting estimate. Understood? It is changes in accounting estimate. Na? It was an estimation which got changes. अरे बोलना रे. That is not ordinary, not extraordinary, not PPI. It is what changes in accounting estimate. Understood? Understood? I need to introduce something na in your life. Correct? One thing is clear that can I say PPI is not changes in accounting estimate. Means even though this is related to prior year, you can say this transaction was related to prior year, but this is not an error because this information, this 1,20,000, this information, this amount was based on current year information. This is based on current year information. Therefore, one para is given in AS5. Just write on that para. Write down. PPI prior period item are distinguished from what? From changes in accounting estimates. So let us come to now what? Point number 4. Point number 4. Changes in accounting estimates. Changes in accounting estimates. Correct. Write down point number A. Write down meaning. Write down. Changes in accounting estimates changes in accounting estimate means estimates are revised due to what? Due to changes in circumstances. Due to changes in circumstances or conditions on which prior estimates were made. Understood? Have you understood this point? Example is what? Some examples. Changes in the amount of provision. Any provision? Point number B. Examples. Point number A. The point number 1. Changes in the amount of provision. Correct? Just try to understand if suppose the provision is no longer required. If the provision is no longer required, means you created provision, then after some time you find that now it is no longer required. So it is reversal of provision. Reversal of provision is what? Ordinary. It is what changes in accounting, either increase or decrease we are saying. Either you will increase or decrease. The increase or decrease are changes in accounting estimate. Means reversal when you do when actual event occur. So actual event occur, then you are doing reversing. So reversal of provision is what? Ordinary. Exceptional item we have just said. So that is not change. That we are reversing now. So reversal of provision and creation of provision are ordinary only. Reversal of first time creation are what? Ordinary. But whatever changes you are making during the first time assessment and actual event occur, that become what? Changes. Understood? Then what? Point number 2. Changes in what? useful life, and what? Residual value of what? Property, plant and equipment, intangible assets, etc. That is also what? Depreciation will change now. Similarly, but the changes in depreciation method is accounting estimate or accounting policy? Huh? Depreciation method. When we change depreciation method, it is an accounting estimate or accounting policy? How many are saying estimate? How many are saying policy? How many are saying accounting estimate? Huh? What is this? आशीर्वाद दे रहे हो मुझे. I don't want require your blessings. Huh? Just like this, confidence है नहीं है. You are confident or not? Huh? So I think those who have done consolidation with me, there I have said you, they have informed you that it is an accounting estimate as per AS10. Means you have forgotten AS10. Depreciation method, the change in depreciation method is what? In change in accounting estimate. I have informed you in consolidation chapter. I have informed you in consolidation chapter when I was doing uniform accounting policies. Uniform accounting policy, then I said it changes in depreciation method is not accounting policy, it is an accounting estimate as per AS10. Understood? Correct? So just write down. I'm not teaching you AS10 now. Changes in means as per previous old AS10 it was accounting policy. But now as per AS1, no, they said disclosure required for changes in accounting policy. They have not said disclosure is required for RBM, SLM, it is an accounting policy. ऐसा तो बोला नहीं. They have said what? Disclosure required for changes in accounting policy. Now it is not accounting policy. It is not covered under AS1. It is accounting estimate. Now AS10 is revised. I said as per old AS10 it was accounting policy. However, old AS10 was silent regarding this. Correct now. So there was a wrong perception from AS1 point of view that we used to consider it as what? Accounting policy. But now AS10 is very much clear. AS10 is very much clear. It is accounting estimate. I don't know whether you have done or not. You have done it? Even though you have not done, when I was doing consolidation, then I have said that time you have not asked me out. I have given note also, I think so. You have consolidation topic you have? Huh? Hey, just write down, just find out uniform accounting policies. Uniform accounting policy, one topic we have done. Let us check whether I have given a note or not. Uniform accounting policies. अरे बोलना रे. Uniform accounting policies. Uniform accounting policies. अरे बोलना. This question 14. Question 14. Concept number 17. I have not given the note. पता नहीं. I have to not written. I have informed you. I don't know. Concept number 17. I have given a note. After question. चलो ठीक है. My mistake then. Not given notes. चल ठीक है चलो. But I would have said you. चलो ठीक है. Now तो I am saying देखो, changes in depreciation method as per what? As per AS10 revised. As per AS10 revised. Correct? Now you only say for changes in accounting estimate and changes in accounting policy, means for changes in accounting estimate will apply prospective or retrospective effect. Prospective means from the date of change. Retrospective means from beginning. So for changes in accounting estimate will give prospective or retrospective effect. Prospective, and for changes in accounting policy will give retrospective. For changes in depreciation method in AS10 you have applied prospective or retrospective. You have applied prospective or retrospective. You have applied both. Oh my god, then so I understood what you have done. It is prospective only now. So for this all will apply prospective effect, means the changes will be done from the date of change. Date of change. Understood? Correct. Have you understood this point? Correct. Then write down. Point number C. Point number C na? Disclosure. Disclosure. The nature and amount of a change in accounting estimate, correct, which has a material effect, which has a material effect in current period, correct, or subsequent period, means future, subsequent period should be disclosed. Correct. If it is not possible to identify the amount of its effect in financial statement, the fact should be disclosed. Understood? Simple. Means there are some accounting estimate, if that will change, that will affect only current year. For example, whatever example I have given right now for provision of legal damages, that changes will affect only current year. But if I will change useful life, can I say that will affect both current year as well as future year? So there are some estimate, if it will change, it might affect current year as well as subsequent year. And there are some accounting estimate, if it is change, it will affect only current year. Therefore, they have written the nature and amount of changes in accounting effect which has a material effect either in current year or subsequent period should be disclosed. So that should be disclosed. But if the amount cannot be estimated, the fact should be disclosed. Understood? Correct? I hope you have understood. Correct. Only for your understanding. Correct. One example can I take? देखो, cost price of PPE acquired is equal to 10 lakh. It was acquired on 1/4/2020. Useful life 10 year. correct? And a straight line method. Straight line method, or better write down RBM method. RBM method, rate of depreciation 10%, residual value is 1 lakh, correct? On 31st March 2024, entity has made following reassessment. Useful life now become 15 year. Residual value is now 2,50,000 and now SLM. So again there is changes in useful life, residual value and depreciation method. Understood? Correct? Calculate the carrying amount of PP. PP as on which date? As on 31st March 2024. Correct? Can we do it? Solution. But what is the cost price initially? 10 lakh. So can you say up to 31st March 2023 will charge depreciation as per previous revision, previous estimation? Okay. Write down less accumulated depreciation for which year? First year will be what? 2021 means 3 year na. So 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23. Can you give me? First year it is 10 lakh. 10 lakh ka minus 1 lakh. I don't know. First year depreciation is what? 1 lakh or 90,000? I don't know. I don't know. 90,000? 1 lakh. 1 lakh is correct. And my rate of depreciation is given. Rate of depreciation is given, so it will be on WDB. WDB is WDB means initial cost. Correct? Understood? This type of mistake we do. Then what next year? 90,000. Then 81,000. Total 2,71,000. This become carrying amount as on which date? 31st March 2023. How much? 7,29,000. Now we need to calculate depreciation of which year? 23-24 by applying what? Revised estimation. So what we'll do? 7,29,000 minus what? 2,50,000 now. Divided by remaining useful life. So out of 15, how much expired? 3 year. Correct now. So how much? 39,917. Have you understood? This is prospective na. Prospective. This become prospective now. Understood. So now we do this type of calculation. But changes in depreciation method also, not from the beginning. Understood? How much? 0.83. But this is a question of AS10. They will not ask in AS5. Only for your understanding I have done. This is a question of AS10. This type of question they ask in AS10, not in AS5. But if asked, you can do it now. Correct now? Yes, sir. So this become as on 31st March 2024. Done. So we have done changes in accounting estimate also. Correct? Then around changes in accounting policy. Point number 5. So what is accounting policy? The meaning of accounting policy is given in which AS? AS1. What is accounting policy? Any significant accounting principle and method of applying that principle in preparation and presentation of financial statement. Means it referred to accounting principle and accounting method. Accounting principle and accounting method. For example, for inventory, what is accounting principle? Cost price and NRV visible lower. And to find out cost, what are the method? FIFO, weighted average price method. Hmm? वही तो weighted average, simple average also. No, only what? FIFO and weighted average price method. There is no LIFO, there is no simple average that you have done in CA foundation. चल बकवास है वो. Correct? AS2 says only what? FIFO and weighted average. However, when we can't apply this formula, then they are given two techniques of valuation, that is standard costing and retail price method. Have you done this in AS2? Retail price method, but I am not teaching you AS2. So if this will also change, means P4 will change to weighted average or weighted average will change to P4. This is also changes in accounting policy. So SLM RBM are method for depreciation. Correct now. So that is not accounting policy, that is accounting estimate. But FIFO is to find out cost price. FIFO is to find out cost price. Correct now. Understood. So if we apply different formula, different cost will come. Different formula, different cost will come. That is accounting policies only. Just write down. Yes. Changes in accounting policy means what? Write down. First write down meaning. A change in accounting principles. Correct. Or or accounting method. Accounting method is known as what? Changes in accounting policy. Now the question is that can we change our accounting policy? Can we change our accounting policy? Yes, but under only how many circumstances? Three circumstances. Correct now. Whenever there is changes in law or changes in accounting standard or for better presentation of financial statement. I hope this you have done in AS1 also. Correct? But this is given in AS5. This is given in AS5. So write down. A change in accounting policy should be made in following circumstances. In following circumstances. Point number one is what? For compliance with, for compliance of accounting standard, correct. Point number 2, for compliance of any act na. Point number 3, for for better presentation of financial statement. Can you say this to become mandatory change? Mandatory now, and this become what, voluntary change now. For better presentation of financial statement means management will decide. Whenever there is change in accounting standard, so it is mandatory change. Whenever there is change in act, so it is mandatory change. We need to change it. We need to follow act. But for better presentation of financial statement, it is management choice. So it become voluntary change. It become voluntary change. So whenever there is change, what disclosure is required? Disclosure. Disclosure. Point number 1. Any change in accounting policy which has material effect should be disclosed. Should be disclosed. Point number 2. The impact of such change should be disclosed in the financial statement of the period in which changes are made. In which changes are made. Means even the impact is not in current year, is in subsequent year, then also disclosure should be given in the financial statement in which changes are made. Understood this point? In the financial statement of the period in which changes are made. Correct? Point number 3. If the effect of such change is not determinable, facts should be disclosed. Facts should be disclosed. Very simple. Correct? Understood? I hope you have understood. Then there is one more point. Point number D. देखो, following are not a change in accounting policy. Following are not changes in accounting policies. Means they have given some clarification that these are not accounting policy, so do not apply retrospective effect. So they have given some clarification that these are not accounting policy. But when you will refer such type of transaction, it might happen you may think that it is accounting policy. So let's see this type of example. Point number 1. This is also important. I am expecting a question on this. Followings are not a change in accounting policy. Adoption, adoption of an accounting policy for a transaction that differ in substance from previous transactions. Understood? That differs in substance from previous transactions. Have you understood this point? Of course, you have not understood. Let me take one example. You'll understand. Suppose there is a car dealer. You know car dealer, correct? Understood. Now, car dealer previous year, there was some car with this car dealer which was held for rent. Understood? Means a car dealer will purchase car. Of course, that is inventory. But out of 100 car, 20 car they have given on rent. Quite possible. Understood now. 80 car are sold as a new brand item. Correct. But 20 car are given rental purpose. Quite possible na. तो बताओ, if any car dealer has car which are held for rent, but this is what? Inventory or PP? It is inventory. It will be classified as inventory or PP. What is the meaning of inventory? Inventories are those assets which are held for sale in the ordinary course of business. What is the meaning of PP? PP are tangible items which are held for production or supply of goods and services, or are held for rental to others, or are held for admin purpose, if you remember. Correct. So are held for rental to other. So this car is not held for sale initially. It is given rent na. If suppose I have this mobile, so either I will sell it or I will give on rent. So if I sell it, it become inventory na. But if I am giving on rent, this is not inventory. This is PP only. Understood? So can I say it will be initially classified as PP. Then what will be applicable? AS10 will be applicable. AS10 says what? It will be measured at either cost model or revaluation model. You remember? Cost model or revaluation model. Remember? I am assuming that you know this point. Cost model or revaluation model, but not whichever is lower. Either cost model or revaluation model. Cost model means at cost and revaluation model means at fair value. On cost will charge depreciation here. Here will charge depreciation on fair value. Understood? Correct. But what happened in the current year? In current year, what happened? This car which are given rent are now held for sale. Quite possible. Now it is held for sale. After some time, they will cease it to be given rent, and then will say that now it will be held for sale as a second-hand goods, as an old car na. So after some time, it is ceased to be given rent and now held for sale in ordinary course of business. It is in OCB. OCB means what? Ordinary course of business. If you want to write down full. OCB means in the ordinary course of business. Of course, because they were car dealer, so that is their ordinary business only. Are you getting? So batao. Now it will be classified as what? Now can I say it will be reclassified to what? It will be reclassified to what? Inventory. Now, if it is reclassified to inventory, which AS will be applicable? AS2 will be applicable. Now, when I am saying AS2 will be applicable, now valuation will be done at what? Cost or what? NRV, whichever is lower. But change in accounting treatment or not? It is a change or not? Change is there or not? But this is not change in accounting policy. Why? Because can I say previous transaction differ in substance as per current transaction? Because currently it is inventory, so we'll apply AS2 only. Previously it was PP, we'll apply AS10. So this is not change in accounting policy. This is not change in accounting policy. Because when you are saying change in accounting policy, the effect will be given on retrospective basis, then you will die now. Retrospective accounting is more complicated to apply. Prospective, from this year only. Correct? Yes, sir. So this is not a change in accounting policy. Have you understood this first part? First part you have understood. Second, point number two. The adoption of what? Adoption of new accounting policy for a transaction which did not occur previously. Can I say this does not require any example? Adoption of a new accounting policy for a transaction which was not occurring previously. For example, previous year we were doing what? Only coaching class. Understood now. Now we started what? Sale of what? Goods also. So this is a new transaction. We'll apply new accounting policy for that. Are you getting? Our revenue recognition for coaching class and sale of goods will be different now. Are you getting what I am saying? Correct. It will be different accounting policy. Different accounting policy. So that transaction does not occur previously. Therefore, we adopted new accounting policy. It is not a change in accounting policy. Clarification has been given. Understood why? I am saying it is a clarification. Correct na? Clarification given by AS5. One more point. Point number 3. The adoption of अच्छा इसके लिए one more example I can give. Suppose you introduce a gratuity scheme from current year. Understood now what I am saying? Gratuity scheme in current year. Previously there was no gratuity scheme. Are you getting what I am saying? So for current year, this is the change in accounting policy. It's not a change in accounting policy now. So whatever accounting treatment you will do for gratuity, this will be for current year only. It will not be from retrospectively from the beginning. Understood? So one example I have given. Correct? Understood? Yes, sir. Then I don't point number 3. The adoption of new accounting policy for a transaction which were immaterial in previous year, yeah, previously, which were immaterial previously. So guys, if we do not apply AS on immaterial item, now it become material. Now it become material. In current year it become material item. So of course we need to apply accounting standard. So we need to change our accounting policy for that. So this is not a change in accounting policy. Let me take one example for this. तभी मजा आएगा. Correct? कि suppose in previous year there was a byproduct. You know byproduct? Byproduct. So I hope you have done in AS2 about byproduct. Correct. So what are byproduct? Byproduct are product only, but having insignificant value. These are not scrap. Means it can be sold to the customer. Means it came from the same process, but having which value? Insignificant value. For example, in the production process of ghee from milk. So ghee from milk, buttermilk will also come. You know buttermilk? Now buttermilk can be joint product and it can be byproduct. If the value of this buttermilk is significant, then it will be known as joint product. But if the value of this buttermilk is insignificant, then we'll call it what? Byproduct. Understood? Correct. So byproduct, let us assume in previous year the value was immaterial. Quite possible. Then it become byproduct. It has was insignificant value. Then it become byproduct. Now what AS2 says about byproduct? AS2 says that sale value sales value of BP means byproduct will be deducted from what? Will be deducted from what? Will be deducted from cost of main product na, and will not be recognized as and will not be recognized as what? Hmm? Revenue. Means this sale value will not be revenue. It will be deducted from cost price of main product. Correct? Will not be recognized as revenue. Understood? Have you understood this point? So we have applied AS2. It is recorded at NRV only. Means we do not find cost price of this. It will be recognized at sale value only. Sale value means NRV na? Net realizable value. Net realizable value. So AS2 has given this accounting policy for what? Byproduct. But in the current year, it might become material. Quite possible na? The same product might become material. अरे बोलना रे. So now it become main product. Now it become main product ना. अरे बोल दे. Understood. So if it become main product, so what AS2 says now? Now AS2 says that it will be valued at what? Valued at what? Cost price or NRV, whichever is lower. Different accounting treatment now. Whichever is lower. And 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 बताओ sale of such product will be recognized as what? Sale of such product will be recognized as a revenue. Understood what I am saying? Totally different treatment. Change हो गया ना? But this change is not changes in accounting policy. This change is not a change in accounting policy. Understood? I hope all the points you have understood. Chapter is over. Chapter is over. AS5 is over. Only questions. Correct? So there are some theoretical chapters in which I am discussing in depth. So questions are supposed to be done by you. If you have doubt, then I will take. If you don't have doubt, then I will assume that you have understood. But there are some questions related to practical aspect, means in which calculations are required. In that chapter, we'll do a lot of questions. Correct? Understood what I am saying? So this AS5 is over from my point of view. So 2 बज गया. How much? पता ही नहीं चला मुझे. It's 2 now. Okay. चलो. So we'll take a break. After break, we'll start a new accounting standard. Okay. चलो. Can we start once again, everyone? चलो. We'll start AS7. AS7 construction contract. Construction contract. Correct. Now from the name, I hope you have understood that this AS is related to construction of any asset. Correct. Means can I say in any contract there will be two party. One will be contractor. One will be contractor. One will be contractee. Correct. Means can I say contractor will be what? seller, contractor is seller, and contractee is customer. Correct na? Understood? Means in the books of seller, we need to recognize revenue. We need to recognize revenue from what? From construction, from construction contract. Understood? And whatever asset is constructed means whatever asset means whatever contractor is constructing, they will construct either building or any plant or whatever that become an asset in the books of art customer. So can I say it can be either PP, it will apply as respective years. In the books of contractee will apply respective years. Means one thing is clear that this AS7 is not for contractee, this AS7 is for contractor, and the objective of AS7 is how to recognize revenue from construction contract. How to recognize revenue from construction contract in the books of contractor. So AS7 is not applicable in the books of contractee. Understood? This point is clear. Now to start with, we need to first start what is the meaning of what? Construction contract. What is the meaning of construction contract? Radam. Construction contract is a contract for what? For construction. For construction of what? Construction of either an asset means a asset of correct or combination sorry combination of assets that are interrelated or interdependent understood or a combination of assets that are interrelated or interdependent in terms of design, technology or functions. Correct. Means construction contract may be a construction of a single asset or group of asset or a group of asset. But whenever there is a group of asset, so what they want to say, just try to understand. Suppose you receive a construction contract of A, B, C, D. Means these are the asset to be constructed from same customer. Construction of A, B, C and D. Correct? So what they want to say, if they are, if these are interrelated, if these are interrelated or interdependent to each other. Understood now? If A, B, C, D are interrelated or interdependent to each other. Correct? So if these are interrelated or interdependent in terms of design, technology or functions, then AS7 is applicable for entire group of acid. Means we'll combine all acid and we'll apply AS7. So AS7 is applied to group of acid together. Understood this point? Means for example, we have received a construction contract for constructing a building with what? Many other facilities. Building construction with many other facilities also. So in a building there may be swimming pool also, or construction of gym also, or park also, road also. So there are many other facilities we need to do. So if can I say if this is a building, so this may be what? Swimming pool. This may be what? Park or garden. It may be road. So the question is that whether they are interrelated or interdependent in terms of design, technology or functions. So can you they are interrelated? They are interrelated. Why they are interrelated? Can you say we will not use building without swimming pool? We will not use building without swimming pool. La. So they are interrelated, interdependent in terms of design because that in terms of design na. The design in terms of design they are interrelated and therefore AS7 will be applied to the entire group of acid, together. Understood? But if they are not interrelated, or interdependent, understood, then also AS7 will be applicable. AS7 is applicable but to each asset separately. So AS7 is applicable to each asset separately. This point have you understood? Have you understood this point? So there is one clarification what they have given with the definition that it can be group of asset also. When I am saying construction contract, it can be group of asset also, it can be single asset also. It can be group of asset, it can be single asset also. Okay. Then add on some note. Note. Go. Construction contract will include correct. Point number a service contract means it will include a service contract. Understood? If services are directly related to what? Or related to construction of assets. Have you understood this point? Means construction contract will include service contract. For example, we receive construction of building and with that we have also received a service contract for interior decoration or interior designing. So that is only a consultancy is required. You can design in such a way. That is a service contract. There is service contract now. Are you able to understand? So can I say that construction contract, whether it will include service contract? So they say yes, if that service contract are directly related to what? Construction of assets. So because we are giving some consultancy for interior designing, so that become a service contract. So it will be included. It means can I say if service contract are not directly related to the construction of asset, then service will be then that service contract will fall under AS9. AS9 is coming soon. AS9 is coming soon. Correct. Are you able to understand? This point, for example, I am providing services. I'm only providing services. So there is no construction of asset now. So this service contract will fall under AS9 revenue recognition. Correct. But any service contract which are directly related to construction of asset, AS7 will be applicable. AS7 will be applicable. Correct. This point have you understood? Point number B. It will also include contract for destruction of asset. Contract for destruction of asset means what clarification they have given. Construction will include destruction. Means suppose there is an old building and we have received a contract to destroy it. So that will also fall under AS7. That will also fall under AS7. So construction will include destruction. Correct. And it will also include contract for restoration of asset. Restoration means what? Means any modification, etc. Restoration of asset. Old building require renovation. So construction will also include restoration of that asset. Clarification has been given. The construction contract will include service contract if they are directly related. It will also include destruction of asset. It will also include restoration of asset. Correct. Now, how to recognize revenue, that we need to understand. The objective of this chapter is how to recognize revenue from construction contract. Without discussing much, I will take one example. A question लेते हैं. One question will take, and from that question we'll try to understand how to recognize revenue. To get very simple. Once you understood that example, explanation become easy. Explanation become easy. Correct. But just try to understand before that. Suppose you start. This is 1 year. This is 1 year. You start construction contract at this point of it. This is the commencement of contract and this is the completion of contract. Correct? Understood. So can you see, you know contract price and you know how much contract cost has been incurred during this year. So can you see, it is very easy to recognize revenue. Can you see, entire contract price become revenue of this year only. But normally what happens when I am saying construction contract, it may fall in 2 different years or more than 1 year. More than 1 year. So in that case, what will happen? Just try to understand. This is one, this is one, this is one, this is one. Suppose construction of a dam, construction of a flyover, construction of metro. This metro. So this is the going only. We don't know when it will finish, but it is phase wise. Always phase wise. Correct now. So just try. Even though one phase, it will take more than 5 years, yeah, more than 4 years, or more than 3 years. Then in that case, can I say we know the contract price at the beginning only, but we don't know how much cost will be incurred. So how to recognize revenue? How to recognize a revenue? So because of that reason, discussion is required. Because of that reason, discussion is required. Just try to. I just want to ask some question. This contract price is known, but it will be completed at this point of time. So my question to you all: this revenue should be recognized at the end of proportionately. At the end of proportionately to all the year. Proportionately only. So how to recognize revenue proportionately, that we are going to understand. Correct. So AS7 also says that we recognize revenue by applying percentage of completion method. Means proportionate basis. Percentage of completion method means we need to find out how much work has been performed यहाँ पर. Correct now. Suppose 20% work has been performed, so 20% revenue will be recognized. Correct. 20% revenue will be recognized. Understood. So let us come to one question. Come to question number 13. Come to question number 13. You got a question? But it's a good question. I have taken already asked in exam. Okay. A construction contractor has a fixed price contract of rupees 9,000. Fixed price contract. Fixed price contract means that Contract price is known at the beginning only. It is fixed price. Fixed price. When I say I will teach you FR and the fees is 10,000, it become what? Fixed price. And one is known as cost plus contract. Cost plus contract means whatever my cost, I will take 20% margin on that. So in that case, can I say contract price is not known? That become cost plus contract. That become cost plus contract. So there is one what fixed price contract. One is what? One is what cost plus contract. So it is what fixed price and the price is what 9,000 lakh. To build a bridge in 3 year time frame. A summary of some of the financial data is as under initial amount of revenue agreed in the contract. Initially how much agreed? 9,000. But can I say because it is a long term contract, this initial price may change during this time frame. May change now. Initially we decided 9,000, but if there is some changes in the scope of contract, there may be some changes in the scope of contract. So can I say this may increase or decrease? This contract price may increase or decrease, but that is not known at the beginning. That is not known at the beginning. So whenever there is changes, then only we'll know. So what they have given? Variation in revenue. Plus means what? Increase. So second year how much increase? 200. Correct? Second year how much increase? 200 and that remains same. Means can you say first year what was my revenue? 9,000. Second year it become what? 9,200. Third year it become what? 200 only. Correct? Means can I say this is not 1 second increase. They are saying variation. So year 2 it is already increased. So they have just taken this was known at the point of year 3. Correct? But first year it was 9,000. Means we can recognize revenue only on the basis of 9,000. Means some reassessment will be done. Some reassessment will be done. Then contract cost incurred up to reporting date. Up to reporting date means it is cumulative. You know cumulative? Cumulative means contract cost incurred. It was 2093 in first year, but second year 6168. So can I say it will be inclusive of what? 2093 and third year it is 8100. It is inclusive of what? 6168. Correct. Estimated profit for the whole contract. So they have given estimated profit. Estimated profit they have given 950. So can I say if they have given estimated profit means we know estimated cost means 9,000 minus 950 is what? Estimated cost means we know our estimated cost. If we know estimated cost, we know estimated profit. So they have given estimated profit how much? 950. It means we can find out total estimated cost. Correct. Similarly, second year it was 9,200. What is the estimated profit? So we can find out estimated cost. Similarly, we can do in year 3 also. Correct. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? बोलना रे. Have you understood this point? Then what they have given? This 6168. They have given some information. That is 6168. Correct now? This 6168. Correct. Include rupees 100 lakh standard material stored at a site to be used in year 3 to complete the work. Means we purchase some raw material, but that will be used in year 3. So my question to you all, it become expense of year 2 or year 3? Year 3. Can I say it means it should not be considered as an expense of year 2? It will become expense of year 3. So to find out contract cost already incurred, we'll do 6168 minus what? 100 minus 100 minus 100. Bole yes or no? Correct. Then what they have given? 8,100. For this what they have given? Exclude 100 lakh for the standard material brought forward from year 2. Means this 8,100 does not include this 100. So will be included. So we'll do 8,100 plus 100. We'll do 8,100 plus 100. The variation in cost and revenue in year 2 has been approved by the customer. Well, whatever variation has been done in year 2 is already approved by the customer. Can you see it should be approved by the customer only, then only we can include. If it is not approved by the customer, how can we include? We cannot include it. Compute year-wise amount of revenue, sorry, expense, contract cost to complete and profit or loss to be recognized in SOPL as per AS7. Can we do it? Bolo. Can we do it? So we are doing question number 13. Write down. Calculation of profit or loss to be recognized in PL at the end of each year. So write down year end. They have given year 1 to 3. So we write down year 1 to 3 only. What is the initial agreed amount? So contract, first we'll find out our contract revenue. First we'll find out contract revenue. Correct. So what AS7 says that contract revenue will be equal to initial agreed amount plus minus variation in scope. Understood? This point. So what is the initial agreed price? How much? 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. This is initial now. Then will plus what? Variation was done in which year? Means it was not known in, but it was known in. I hope you are understanding. So this become total contract revenue 9,000, 9,200 and 9,200. Understood? Correct. Then second step is what? We'll find out total estimated cost. So again, it's because they have given estimated profit, we can easily find out what? Estimated cost. So बताओ, how much is our contract revenue? Contract revenue already we have calculated 9,000, 9,200, 9,200 minus what? Estimated profit. Estimated profit, how much they have given? 950, 1,000 and 1,000. Correct. So what is our total estimated cost? 8050, 8,200, 8,200. Correct. Correct. Understood. Then we'll find out actual cost incurred up to which date? Up to reporting date means balance sheet date. Whenever I say up to reporting date, it means it is cumulative. It is cumulative now. Understood? So this will work. First year out of how much given? Second year it will be 61 minus what? 100. How much? 60 6068, 6068, correct. And then it will be 8100 plus 100. So this will be 8000. Can I say this and this should be always equal? Because at year end it is estimated is always actual. In three at the end of third year, what is actual, that is only estimated. So this and this will be always same. If not coming same means you are doing some mistake. Correct. Then because they have asked you to calculate contract cost to complete, because they have asked, therefore I am writing what is the contract cost to complete. So but what is the first year estimated cost? 8050. Out of that, how much already incurred? So how much will be incurred? So can I say it will be point number 2 minus point number 3. How much? 5957. Then minus what? 8200 minus 06068. 2132. Then what? Nil. So can I say this is year 2 plus year 3, and this is only year 3? Correct. Can I say this is year 1? This is year 2 plus, sorry, year 1 plus year 2. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Molare. It is year 1 plus 2 plus 3. Oh. And this is year 1 plus 2 plus 3. Means sometime what happen in exam, they will give you these two information. So you can easily calculate an estimated cost. Estimated cost will be this plus this, and this plus this. So if they have given point number 3 and point number 4, you can find out point number 2. Point number 2 is required for this calculation. Point number 4 is not required because they have asked you to calculate cost to complete, therefore we are calculating. But sometimes they will give point number 3 information, point number 4 information. So can you say we can easily calculate total estimated cost? Total estimated cost. This much have you understood? Correct. Then what we'll do? We'll find out point number 5. Percentage of work performed. Percentage of work performed means we will calculate how much work has progressed. How much work has progressed means, can you say first year this is WIP, second year also it will be WIP, work in progress, and last year it will be completed. Correct. So we are finding out how much percentage of work has been performed. Correct. So percentage of work performed. So AS7 has said that it will be calculated by some method. One of the method is cost to cost method. One of the method is what? Cost to cost method. I hope you are understanding. Are you able to understand? Below. Cost to cost method means what? Yes. Very good. So can you see it means what? You'll first find out actual cost on cumulative basis divided by what? Total estimated cost. Total estimated cost into what? 100, because I have said percentage. Correct. So can you give me first year how much? 26. Hmm? 26%, then 74%, then 100%. Can last year it will be 100%. So can this is also cumulative. This is also cumulative. So always we'll calculate cumulative percentage of work performed. Correct. Understood this much. Then point number 6, what we'll do? We recognize contract revenue recognized up to what? Up to reporting date. Reporting date means balance sheet date, huh? So can you say when I am saying reporting date, it means it will be also cumulative, cumulative. So can I say it means out of 9,000 first year, 26% will be recognized. So it will be 26% of what? Why 9,000? Because in year one we don't know about that variation. It will be 26% of 9,000. Understood? How much? So 2340 will be recognized. In year 2 we'll do 74% of what? 9,200 means how much? 6808, and last year it will be 9,200 only. 9,200. Understood? This much. Any doubt? Any doubt? No doubt. Have you understood? Simple. Correct. Means now we can find out how much profit or loss, means profit or loss up to what? A reporting date. Once again, when I am saying up to reporting date means what? Cumulative. So when we say cumulative revenue minus cumulative cost, it will be cumulative profit. So cumulative revenue minus cumulative cost, can you give me? It is 247 first year. बोलो. 740, then 1000. लो, done. Understood? तो बताओ. Point number 8. So how much profit or loss to be recognized in SOPL? So when I am saying in SOPL, so individual year na. So first year how much? Second year how much? This minus this 493, and third year how much? 260. Done. Have you understood? Simple calculation. This question will be asked for 6 to 7 marks. What do you think? Easy or not? Have you understood? Now, only for your understanding, if I say extract of SOPL, only for your understanding, in exam, this will be done only when asked. Otherwise, will not do. These all are in rupees in lakhs, so you can add on at the above rupees in lakhs for that calculation also, whatever we have done. बताओ. Year 1, year 2, year 3. बताओ. How much revenue will be recognized in year 1? How much 2, 3? How much year 2? 6808 minus what? It is cumulative. Now I said for year 2 how much? It will be how much? 44. Then year 3 how much? 2392. Then contract expense. Can you give me expense? 2093. Then year wise 3975. Then 2132. But the profit is coming same or not? Same only come. Will come. This 247 and 493 and 260. Understood? Simple. Correct. Then let us come to one more example. Example. Let us calculate profit or loss to be recognized from following info. Understood? Let on year 1, year 2, only 2 year. Let on total contract price 1000, 1000 only, no variation. Then actual cost incurred is 600 and 650. Correct? And estimated CTC means what? Cost to complete is 600. Here the estimation not required. Year 2 the estimation not required. Now, year 2 is end. We'll take actual only. Correct na? Correct na? Means this is estimation of year 2 na? Ki how much cost will be incurred in year 2? In year 1 we are estimating how many costs will be incurred in year 2. It is cost to complete. Understood? Only this much information. Can we start solution? Solution. We are saying year 1, year 2. First we'll calculate total contract revenue. How much? 1000 and 1000. Then we want total estimated cost. Are you getting what I'm saying? Estimated cost. First it will be what? 600 plus 600. How much? 1200. Second we will take 600 plus actual na. 650 means how much? 1250. Have you understood this point? Then point number 3 we want what? Cost incurred up to what? Means we want cumulative na. Up to reporting date means cumulative. Cumulative is what? 600 first year. Second year 1250 cumulative. This will be always same. This not coming same means we are doing mistake. Check kar lena. Understood this point? Understood? Yes sir. Now we'll find out percentage of work performed. Percentage of work performed. Can you give me? How much? So it is what? 50% and 100%. Correct? Understood. Then batao. How much contract revenue recognized? Up to what? Reporting date. First year how much? Second year how much? 1000. I hope you are understanding, huh? Correct. Correct. Means now can I say we'll find out contract loss. Contract loss up to what? A reporting date. Loss हो गया ना? Contract loss now. So 500 minus what? So there is a loss of 100 and there is loss of what? 250. So we can add a negative. Negative. Correct. This much though I hope you have understood. I think no doubt. Similar to previous example, only loss I have taken into consideration. Now what AS7 says that everyone, you just try to understand in year 1 you are knowing that your price is what and your total cost is what 200 means you know that your total loss is 200. So as per conservatism in year 1 we should recognize how much loss 200 ki 100 200 as per conservatism principle na. So can I say we should create a provision for 100 100 to already recognize. So we should create a provision for expected loss. This is as per para 35. This is very important. So what para 35 of AS7 says that whenever total cost, total estimated cost exceed total contract price, then we should create a provision for expected loss. We should create a provision for expected loss. So as per para 35. So now can I say we should also create one more point will come. Provision for what? Provision for expected loss. Understood this point? This is as per para 35. Of course, of AS7 only. Correct. So first we'll find out total foreseeable loss. Total foreseeable loss. Total foreseeable loss. Correct. So total foreseeable loss means what? Correct. Total estimated cost. Total estimated cost minus what? Total contract revenue. Total contract revenue. Understood is fine. So बताओ. First year what is the total loss? 200. Second year how much total loss? 250. Correct. Now from this will minus loss already recognized. Correct now. So loss already recognized. So how much already recognized first year? Second year 250 because second year to completion na. Correct. It means how much provision is required? So provision required is 100 and this is nil. 100 and nil means can I say first year how much provision will create and second year that provision is no more required that will reverse. So can I say in this give a star mark. So can I say at the end of it means what at year end 2 provision of rupees what 100 will be reversed now will be reversed. Understood this point? Correct. Only for your understanding let us create what extract of SOPL. Correct. बताओ how much revenue first year? Revenue how much? It is 500 and 500. Correct. So this become total income 500. 500 because there is no other income. Then we write down how much expense. How much expense total expense given na? It is 600 and 650. Correct. Now how much provision for expected loss? बताओ 100 will create and 100 will reverse. Understood what I am saying? So this become what, 700, and this become 550. So what is the batao? Loss of the year. First year how much? Second year how much? 50 is the loss now. The total loss you can say 250. So this become correct now. Have you understood this point? Have you understood this point? Means, can I say, as per this, so we recognize contract loss up to reporting date. This was up to reporting date now. But total loss of first year was 100 plus 100, 200. Means we have not created provision यहाँ पर ना. So actually the total loss how much we recognize for first year, 200, and the cumulative loss was how much for second year, 250. So 250 minus 200 how much, 50, and that only we have done. Check kar lo. That only we have done now, 50. I hope you understood. With this 90% of AS7 completed. Two question, 90% of AS7 completed. Correct. Understood. It's very simple na. Only some questions will take, ho gaya khatam. Only some questions are required. Correct. From this chapter, practical question will be asked. Practical question will be asked. And therefore let us read now all the points from book only. Can we read? Let's see what they have given. Check karenge one by one. Chalo. First point, already we have done what? Meaning. Dekh lo. Already we have done. Correct. Construction contract, if you want to read. Correct. Then types of construction contract. Already I have said fixed price contract and cost plus contract. Now if they ask, write down something about types of contract, can you write down? Fixed price contract means what? Fixed price contract is a construction contract in which the contract agree to a fixed contract price of fixed rate per unit of output. Okay. Cost plus contract is the construction contract where the contractor is reimbursed for defined cost. Defined cost means the cost will be defined in the agreement, is as per agreement, plus fixed percentage of those costs or a fixed fee over and above what? Contract cost, over and above the contract cost. That is known as cost plus contract. Means, can I say, whenever there is a cost plus contract, whenever there is a cost plus contract, it might happen we are not able to determine what contract price if you cannot estimate what cost. So in that situation we are not able to find out what is the total contract revenue. Quite possible. Quite possible now. Yes sir. Now recognition of contract revenue is divided in two parts. Recognition of contract revenue is divided into two parts. Are you getting what I am saying? One is when the outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably. When the outcome means what? Result. When the result of construction contract can be estimated reliably. Now, how you will find out result of construction contract when you know contract revenue and when you know estimated contract cost? Means, can I say, whenever we are not able to estimate contract cost, it means we don't know the outcome of construction cost. So whenever outcome of construction whenever the outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably, then we will not apply percentage of completion method. Means whatever we have done till now, that was which method? Percentage of completion method. Percentage of completion method will be applied when outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably. And normally they will ask this only. Percentage of completion method. Means till now second part they have not asked. So first part is what? When the outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably, percentage of completion method will be applied for recognition of revenue and cost. चलेगा? आगे चले? आगे चले? Correct. When the outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably, percentage of completion method is not applied for recognition of revenue and cost. Now one doubt will come, so what we'll do about that? You will understand. So whatever two questions we have done, that two question is for point number A, not for point number B. Now sir, what do you mean by How will understand that outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably? For that they have given some factor. This is important from examination point of view. They have asked in previous attempt theory question regarding this. Correct? One time only they have asked. But they may ask what are the factors determining the reliability of the outcome of contract? Simple word. We can estimate contract revenue. We can estimate contract cost. Or we can estimate the stage of completion. Stage of completion means percentage of work performed. Then only we can apply what? Percentage of completion method. Means can I say we don't know contract price, can you apply percentage of completion method? We don't know total estimated cost, can you apply percentage of completion method? When you don't know stage of completion means percentage of work performed, we can't apply percentage of completion method. Same thing is given. Total contract revenue can be measured reliably. It is probable that economic benefit associated with the contract will flow to the entity. It is probable. Probable means chances are more than 50%. It is probable that economic benefit will flow to the entity. If it is not probable, then will not apply percentage of completion method. Both estimated contract cost and the stage of contract completion. Stage of contract completion means what? Percentage of work performed means how much work has been performed. Stage of completion. Stage of completion. Both estimated contract cost and stage of completion can be measured reliably, and contract cost attributable to the contract can be clearly identified and measured reliably. Contract cost we can measure reliably always. So normally this point number A and point number C is important from examination point of view. Means whenever we don't know the contract price, whenever we don't know the total estimated cost, will not apply percentage of completion method. And the theoretical question, can you memorize? Can you memorize? Now, where the outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably, we will apply which method? Percentage of completion method. So under percentage of completion method, what they say, contract revenue and contract cost will be recognized. Everyone will see me, huh? Huh? Everyone will see me. नीचे का देखो, इधर देखो. What I said, under percentage of completion method, contract revenue and contract cost will be recognized as and when, fill the blanks. As and when, one second, under percentage of completion method, contract revenue and contract cost will be recognized as and when, one second, means you are not listening, मजा नहीं आ रहा है, you are tired, चलो we'll do tomorrow. चलो. Very good morning everyone. How are you all? Very fine or fine? Very fine. Always very fine. Now, last class we completed which is AS4. We started AS7. We completed AS5. AS4 what? I was thinking where is AS5? So we completed 3 accounting standard. AS29, AS4, AS5. Have you done any questions? AS29 completed. Any doubt? No doubt. Ask na. Whatever doubt we'll discuss in class. So we are happy that someone is studying. If someone is studying, doubt will come. Which question? Fatafat. Question number 14. Arre baap re baap. This is doubtful question only. It is a question of reimbursement. Asked in exam. When this question was asked now, before that, I think I used to teach reimbursement. But before that, we used to think that reimbursement question will not be asked in exam. Correct now, because there was no question in ICA study material. There was no question they have asked anytime in exam. So we used to think that from reimbursement question will not come. Achanak se they have given a question of reimbursement. So any topic is important topic. Correct now. So what they have given? Messrs. Cecil Limited, a public sector company, provide consultancy and engineering service to its client. In the year 2014-15, the government set up a commission to decide about to pay a revision, about a pay revision. The pay will be revised with respect from 1/1/2012 1/1/2012 based on the recommendation of the commission. The company makes a provision of 1250 lakh for pay revision in the financial statement 1450. The company makes a provision of what? 1250 lakh for pay revision in the year 2014-15 on the estimated basis as per the report of commission is yet to come. Still now the report has not been released, so they have estimated it. As per the contract with the client on cost plus job, the contract they have done one contract. Right now we have done construction contract can be cost plus profit also. So they have done some contract. That contract was cost plus job. The billing is done on actual payment made to the employee and allocated to job based on hours booked by this employee on each job. The company disclosed through notes to account the salary and benefit include the provision of 1250 lakh in respect of pay revision. So they have given that salary include the provisional amount. Correct now. The amount chargeable from reimbursable job will be billed as per the contract when the actual payment is made. So amount chargeable from reimbursable job will be billed as per the contract when actual payment is made. So it means this will be billed on actual payment, means it is cost plus job now. So whenever it is paid, we'll charge cost plus some profit margin and then we'll release the bill. Correct now. The accountant feel the company should also recognize the income of rupees 1250 lakh in profit on loss account as per the terms of contract. So what they are saying, that accountant feel that they should also recognize a income of 1250 lakh as per the terms of contract, because this will be receivable from what? Contracting. Correct now. Otherwise it will be violation of matching concept and understatement of profit. Comment on the opinion of the accountant with reference to relevant accounting standard. Understood? Correct. So let's see what they have given in the answer. I'll start from this. Correct. What they have given in this case, the provision of salary to employee of rupees 1250 lakh will be ultimately collected from the client. This you have understood as per the terms of contract. Therefore, liability of 1250 lakh is matched by the counter claim of the client. By the counter claim of the client means reimbursement. Reimbursement. Hence, the provision for salary employee should match with the reimbursement asset to be claimed from the client. It should match with the reimbursement asset, means a separate reimbursement asset should be created. Correct. It appears that whole amount of 1250 lakh is recoverable from the client. Understood from the question that entire amount is recoverable and there is no significant uncertainty about the collection, means there is no uncertainty regarding the collection of amount because it is cost plus job profit. Hence the net charge to PL account should be nil. Means as per India's, sorry, as per AS 29, as per AS 29, we should create a separate reimbursement asset in balance sheet, but in SOP a net amount should be recognized as an expense because entire amount is reimbursable. So 1250 is the amount of provision and reimbursement is also 1250. So net amount becomes zero. So in your SOPL expense will be zero. Expense will be zero. Correct only. Understood? Means the accountant says that 1250 will be a separate expense and we should recognize a separate income. That is not correct. That is not correct to what they are saying. The opinion of accounting regarding recognition of income of 1250 lakh is not as per AS 29, and also the concept of prudence will not be followed if 1250 lakh is simultaneously recognized as income. So what they are saying, they have said that we need to recognize a separate income of 1250. That is not correct. That is not correct. 1250 lakh is not a revenue at present but only a reimbursement claim for which asset is created. So can I say right now, because can I say become revenue only when the service is provided? Well, right now we have not done AS9. Once we'll do AS9, we'll understand that it will recognize when service is performed. So till you perform the service, we cannot recognize the revenue. So can I say as per AS9, whatever is given, that is also not correct. That is also not correct. So what they are saying, just mention here. Just write down here. Ki 1250 lakh is not a revenue as per AS9. As per AS9 at present, but only a reimbursement of claim for which asset is created. So can you see it is not a revenue as per AS9? We'll do AS9, you will automatically understand why it is not revenue. Because as per AS9, revenue from service is recognized on once the work is performed, once the service has been performed. However, the accountant is correct to the extent that non-recognition of 1250 lakh as income will result in understatement of profit. So they are correct about this. Therefore, we'll recognize an expense nil. So as per AS29, our expense should be nil. But can you say it will not be recognized as an income? It will not be recognized as a separate income. To avoid this, in a statement of P&L, expense relating to provision may be presented net of amount recognized for reimbursement. Understood? The same thing is given, but our question was tricky. From my point of view, this is not a question of CA inter level. This is a question of CA final level. But I said CA inter. I always say CA inter, more difficult question will come. CA final, more easier question will come as per AS is concerned. Correct? Chalo, but I understood now. Any more doubt? Everyone write down MRQ. Must revise question this. Whatever doubtful question na, that is always MRQ. So whatever doubtful question will come, write down MRQ, means must revise before exam. Then what? Then what? Only one. How many questions you have done? Huh? After 14 you have not done anything, huh? Chalo. Anyone have doubt? Other doubt? Bolo. Means you are not reading now? I said do it, Baba. Because once I will leave, then doubt will not be cleared now. Do it, only read question, read answer. There is only read question, read answer. Once you read answer, you will understand, you have understood. Correct. Now, if you don't have time, read question, read answer. But read it. Chalega? Now, the last class we started AS7. AS7 we have done the meaning of construction contract. So what is the meaning of construction contract? Construction contract is the construction of a asset or group of assets which are interrelated and interdependent in terms of design, technology or function. Meaning was clear. Then we have done that it also includes service contract which are directly related to the construction contract. It also include destruction contract. It also include restoration contract. Correct. Then we have done two questions and I hope that two questions you have understood. Then we started reading the theoretical part based on that two questions. Means whatever two examples we have done, two questions we have done that cover 90% of this standard. 90% of this standard. Whatever we have done, now I am just doing on a theoretical way. Correct? So as per this AS7, there are two type of construction contract. One is known as what? Fixed price contract. One is known as what? Cost plus contract. Understood? Then recognition of revenue and expense depend upon whether the outcome of construction contract can be measured reliably or whether it cannot be measured reliably. So point number B we have not yet discussed, only we have discussed point number A. And in exam normally they ask point number A. So when for point number A we apply which method? Percentage of completion method. Now for point number B, when the outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably, what we'll do, that we need to understand. Now I will also discuss that factor determining the reliability of the outcome. Correct. So for these there are four factors. First factor is what? The total contract price can be estimated reliably. Total estimated cost can be estimated reliably. Stage of completion can be estimated. Correct. And the actual cost incurred should be measured reliably. These are the factors. If all these factors satisfied, then what? It means outcome of the construction contract can be estimated reliably. Outcome is what? Profit or loss in the overall contract. So can you see we can identify the profit when we know the total price and total cost on inception only. So on inception, outcome can be estimated reliably when we know the total cost, when we know the total price. If you don't know this thing, it means outcome of the construction contract cannot be estimated reliably. Correct. Then we started discussing that when outcome of construction contract can be estimated reliably, then we'll apply which method? Percentage of completion method. So under percentage of completion method, can I say contract revenue is recognized as revenue in SOPL in the accounting period in which work is performed. In which work is performed, it means revenue will be recognized in SOPL of the year in which work is performed. So what is the keyword? In which work is performed. Correct? Correct? Understood? Now, what is contract revenue? Already we discussed. Contract revenue means what? Initial amount of revenue agreed in the contract. Initial amount of revenue agreed in the contract and variation in the contract, work or claims or any incentive payment. Means initial amount of contract revenue agreed plus minus any variation, plus minus any claim, plus minus any incentive payment. Correct? But it might happen these are not known on contract inception. Correct? So it will be known during the contract period. Understood? It may be not known on contract inception, but it may be known during the contract period. So can you say now the question arises when to include this variation, claim and incentive payment in the amount of contract price. Correct? So what they are saying, it will also, this contract revenue will comprise of variation plus claim plus incentive payment to the extent that it is probable that they will result in revenue, to the extent that it is probable, chances are more than 50% that it will result in revenue, and they are capable of being measured reliably. They are capable of being measured reliably. Means variation plus claim plus incentive payment will be included in the contract price to the extent it is probable that it will result in revenue. To the extent it is probable that it will result in revenue, and they are capable of being measured reliably. Means we can it can be measured reliably. Now the question is how we'll understand it is probable that it will be result in revenue. So for that some indication has been given. What they have given? It is probable that revenue will result from it is probable that revenue will result from variation when it is probable that customer will approve this variation. Means when the customer has given approval for variation, it means can I say it can be included in the contract price. In the last question, whatever first question we have done, it was given that variation approval has been received from the customer in year 2. Therefore, it was included in year 2, not in year 1. Understood? Correct. So can I say variation? It is probable that customer will approve the variation. In that year, it will be included in contract price. Similarly, a claim. What is the meaning of claim? Claim is nothing but reimbursement. Reimbursement by lessor to lessee. What is lessor lessee? By contractor to contractee. By contractor to contractee. I gone to AS19. A claim. So can I say claim is nothing but write down reimbursement. I think the meaning is given claim. A claim is the amount that a contractor seeks to collect from the customer. Correct? Or another party as a reimbursement for the cost not included in the contract price. Means it might happen there are some expenses which has been paid by contractor on behalf of contractee. Correct now. For example, some legal expenses paid by the contractor on behalf of the contractee. So it means can I say now contractor should be reimbursed for such expenses even though it is not included in the contract price. Understood now? Yes sir. So claim is the amount that the contractor will collect from the customer. Customer means contractee as reimbursement for the cost not included in the contract price. So when to include this? What they are saying? It will be included in the contract price when the negotiation have reached such an advanced stage that it is probable that customer will accept the claim. Means can I say whenever we have paid some amount on behalf of customer, we will do negotiation. Negotiation with whom? Customer. Okay, this amount we have paid on behalf of you, so you need to reimburse it. So if it has reached to such an advanced stage, and we know that now it will be approved by the customer, then we can include it in the amount of contract price. Means can I say as per the information given the question? Means can I say this all will be informed in the question that in which year it will be included, in which year it will not be included. So from examination point, very simple. From examination point it will be given the question that it will be included in year 2 or year 3. Similarly, an incentive payment. What is the meaning of incentive payment? Incentive payment means if any contract is completed before time, so some incentive may be given. Correct now. Suppose I complete your batch before time, which is not possible. Correct now. So if I complete your batch within time or before time, so I may demand some incentive which you will never pay. But as per contract, suppose there is some incentive which you will pay me. So that is what incentive fees, but that will be known only when the batch has reached to the completion. Can I say at the beginning, so we are not knowing what is the batch completion time. There was some approximation time, but can I say now we are understanding that due to some reason it will be extended. Due to some reason it will be extended. So now I need to pay penalty to you if it was in the contract. So can I say there can be some incentive or there can be some penalty also. The incentive will be added and penalty will be deducted. Incentive will be added and penalty will be deducted. So an incentive payment when the contract is sufficiently advanced for it to be probable that specified performance standard will be met or exceeded. Means whatever the performance that will meet or it will exceed that. Correct now. So if that has understood, means at the time of completion, means we are into the completion of contract, then it is only probable. So at that point of time we can include the incentive to our contract price. So normally incentive is included in the contract price on last year only. On last year. Understood? Correct. So can you say what is incentive payment? Incentive payment are additional amount paid to the contractor if the specified performance standard are met or exceeded. For example, contract may allow for an incentive payment to the contractor for early completion of contract. Correct. Yeah, I don't. If in this I don't. If contract is not completed in time, if contract is not completed in time, there may be some penalty. There may be some penalty. Such penalty will be deducted from contract price. Such penalty will be deducted from contract price. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. However, in simple word we can say कि contract revenue will be equal to initial agreed price plus minus variation plus claims and plus minus incentive or penalties. Understood? In simple word we can say in this way. Have you understood this point? देखो देखो this will be included in contract revenue in the year in which in the year in which it is probable that it will result in now. So you have understood what is contract revenue? Correct. Now, now we need to understand what are contract cost. Now, as per contract cost, one thing it will be as from examination point of view, it will be as per the information given the question. Means they will not give you to calculate contract cost from examination point of view. But this contract cost includes specific cost, it include allocable cost, and it include other cost. Correct now. Any other cost which are required for the contract cost. Contract. Correct. Now I think you have done contract costing. In contract costing, I hope you have done that. There are some specific costs, there are some allocable costs. So what is specific cost? The cost which are incurred for that specific contract. So that will be included. So the costs that relate directly to a specific contract include so they have given some examples. These all examples you know from contract costing. Only just read it. Any labor cost including site supervision, cost of material used in the construction, depreciation of plant and equipment used on the contract, cost of moving plant equipment and material to and from the contract site, cost of hiring plant and equipment, cost of design technical assistant that is directly related to contract, claims from third party. Correct. Means in simple word, can you say any cost which is directly related to a particular contract will be specific cost and all costs will be included. What is allocable cost? Allocable cost means what? There are some costs which may be attributable to contract activity. Correct. In general, means it may be incurred for two or more than two contracts and require allocation and can be allocated to the specific contract. For example, insurance, it might happen we have taken insurance for more than two contracts, so that insurance will be allocated to contract on basis on some rational basis. Correct. Similarly, cost of design and technical assistance that is not directly related to a specific contract. If it is directly related, then it's specific. But if it is not directly related, so can I say it will be allocated to what? All the contract? Yes, sir. Then construction overhead, all overhead. Normally we allocate on the overhead cost will be allocated and borrowing cost. Suppose you have taken some borrowing, so that borrowing whatever interest cost should be allocated. Should be allocated, correct? Yes, sir. There are some costs which will be excluded from contract cost, means it will never be added to the contract cost, means it will be charged to PL separately. It will charge to PL separately. The examples are what general admin costs for which reimbursement is not specified in the contract. If reimbursement is specified in the contract, then it is a part of specific cost. Correct now? Are you getting what I am saying? So there are the general administration cost is normally not reimbursable. Correct? Selling cost means selling and distribution cost, marketing cost, etc. That will not be a part of contract cost. Research and development cost for which reimbursement is not specified in the contract. If reimbursement is specified, it means it becomes specific cost. Any cost which are chargeable. For example, just try to understand. If I say we are incurring some marketing cost for every batch, can we recover it from you? We normally don't recover marketing cost from a student. Correct now? We suppose our fees is 10,000 and we have incurred some marketing cost for this particular batch. So can we increase the fees? Will not increase the fees, but suppose we have done a specific contract with you, whatever marketing cost that will be recovered from you. So can I say then of course we recover from you only. So if you are recovering for you, then it is a part of this contract cost only. Correct now. So any costs which are reimbursement as per the contract, it become what is specific cost. Then it will be included in the contract cost only. But normally these are not reimbursable and therefore it will not be included in the contract cost. Correct. Then depreciation of any idle plant and equipment that is not used in a particular contract. Means there might be some plant and equipment which are not used in any contract during the year. Will you charge depreciation on that? Will you charge depreciation on that? What I am saying, any plant and equipment which are not used in any contract in that particular year, will you charge depreciation on that? Will you charge depreciation on that plant and equipment? Yes, as per AS10, but that will not be included in the contract cost. It will be charged to PL separately. It will be charged to PL separately. Means when I am saying contract cost, the contract cost is that cost which will be used to find out percentage of work performed. Understood? Percentage of work performed. Understood? Yes, sir. This point have you understood? So however, this is not important from examination point of view because they will give contract cost only. They will not ask you to calculate contract cost because they will give you cost incurred. This is the amount from examination point of view. Correct? But discussing Kanata, we have done a discussion on this. Correct. Then determination of stage of completion. How to determine stage of completion means how to determine percentage of work performed. Percentage of work performed. Can I say one method already we have done, that method is cost to cost method? Correct. So the first method is what? Cost to cost method. We call it what? Cost to cost method. And if question is silent, always will use which method? Cost to cost method. However, in exam, always will use which method? Cost to cost method only. But apart from cost to cost method, they have also given two more methods to find out percentage of work performed. I hope in contract costing you have done certification received from surveyor, work certified. That is what? Who will certify it? Surveyor. As surveyor will come, that is known as what? Surveyors survey of work performed. Means one surveyor will come and they will find out how much work has been performed and they will give a certificate of completion. Certificate of completion. So that is not cost to cost method. One expert will come and they will find out how much work has been performed. Are you getting? So that is known as a survey of work performed. Correct? This is second method. And third method is what? Completion of physical proportion of service transaction of contract work. Means we can also use labor hour method. For example, just try to understand in our contract, we are not doing any construction of asset. But in our contract, if I want to find out how much work has been performed, so we need to estimate total number of hours I will teach and number of hours actually I have taught. So suppose total number of hours is 1000 and I have completed what, suppose 300 hours. So how many work has been performed? 33.33%. That much work has been performed. That is known as completion of physical proportion of service transaction. Means you can say example labor hour method. But these are not asked in exam. So we will not discuss this labor hour method. Understood? So normally they ask which method, cost to cost method. What is this? The proportion that cost incurred for the work performed to the date bear the estimated total contract cost. Correct? Understood? Cost incurred for the work performed to the date do not include costs relating to future activity such as for material or prepayment. Already we have done this. You remember in year 2 we have excluded some cost, which cost of material which was purchased but not consumed. Remember in that question, don't worry. In year 2 we have excluded some cost of raw material purchase, but that will be consumed in year 3. So that we have excluded from contract cost in year 2. Remember? Are bolo, yes sir. Means any cost which will be incurred in future should not be a part of contract cost right now. Same thing is being given. The cost incurred for the work performed to the date do not include costs related to future activity such as for material or prepayment. If you have done some prepayment, that is not a part of cost of this particular year, so that should be excluded from the contract cost. Already we have done this point. What is the formula? Formula they have given. If you want to write down formula, formula is what? Write down actual cost incurred divided by what? Total estimated cost. Have you understood? Understood. Now, percentage of completion method already we have discussed. Correct. We will apply percentage of work performed on total contract revenue to find out how much revenue to be recognized. Correct. I hope you have understood this point. You can read by your own. You will be able to understand. Correct. This much. Any doubt? This much. Any doubt? Correct. Then we have done one special para 35 of AS7. You remember? We have done a special para 35 of AS7. We have done example number 2. We have done one more example I have done. In that I have taken this into consideration. So as per para 35 of AS7, when it is probable that total contract cost will exceed total contract revenue, when it is probable that total contract cost will exceed total contract revenue, provision for expected loss should be recognized as an expense irrespective of. The provision for expected loss will be recognized as an expense irrespective of whether or not work has commenced. Means even though work has not started and total contract cost exceed total contract revenue, you need to recognize entire expected loss. As per prudence, as per conservatism, correct? Correct. Irrespective of stage of completion of contract, means only 1% of work has been performed, then also you need to recognize entire loss. Irrespective of amount of profit on other contract, it might happen there is some profit on other contract, so that should not be considered. We'll calculate provision on contract wise basis, means contract 1, contract 2. Correct? Are you getting? Suppose the contract revenue is 100, it is 200. Contract cost is 120 and this is what 150. So how much profit यहाँ पर 50, how much loss यहाँ पर 20. So should we recognize provision for expected loss? You can see overall there is a profit of what? 30. So should we recognize provision for expected loss? Yes. So irrespective of profit in the other contract, even though there is a profit in other contract, we recognize this loss. Understood? So loss will be recognized contract wise, not on total basis. Understood? Yes, sir. I hope this para you need to memorize. Can you memorize? Correct, because as it is you need to write down, because this is very important. Normally question is asked from this topic. So can we repeat the para? As per para 35 of AS7, when it is probable that total contract cost exceed total contract revenue, provision for expected loss will be recognized as an expense irrespective of whether or not work has commenced or stage of completion of contract or the amount of profit on other contract. Understood? Easy only. This much I hope you have understood. Correct? Come to some questions. Question number 3. From the following data, show profit and loss account extract as would appear in the books of contractor following AS7. Contract price is 480. Cost incurred to date is 300. Estimated cost to complete is what? 200. We are doing question number 3. Correct? What is total contract revenue? 480. What is total estimated cost? How much? Total estimated cost. It is 300 plus 200 na? That is cost to complete they have given. So how much already incurred? 300. How much will be incurred? 200. So total estimate cost become how much? 500. Understood? It means, can I say as per para 35 there is a loss because this is more than this. This is more than this. But what is total foreseeable loss? It is 20. Correct? What is the percentage of work performed? So how much cost incurred? Out of what? How much? So how much contract revenue recognized? It is what? Contract revenue recognized. 60% of 480. 60% of 480. How much? 288. Correct. What is the contract cost incurred? How much? 300. So how much loss? 12. How much provision is required? Provision for expected loss, how much? What is the total foreseeable loss? How much already recognized? Understood. So this become what? Total loss. Have you understood? Correct. They have asked you to prepare an extract of PL account na? PL account. Because they have said PL account, let us prepare PL account. Batao. How much contract revenue? By revenue how much? Batao. 288. 2. How much contract cost? 300. How much provision? Provision for expected loss, how much? 8. So how much loss? Loss will automatically come 20. Understood? Any doubt? No doubt? Come to question number 6. This much done? Correct? Understood? Just whenever this type of questions come now, after this you just write down as per para that you can write down. As per which para? 35 of, then you can write down the entire para. As per para 35 of AS7 when this exceed this. You can write down na. So after this if you write down, मजा आएगा. Yes sir. Then come to similar question, question number 6. On 1st December 2005, Vishwakarma Construction Company Limited undertook a contract for construction a building of 85 lakh. Means contract price is 85 lakh. On 31st March 2006, the company found that it has already spent rupees itna on construction. This is already incurred. Prudent estimate of additional cost for completion was 32 lakh 1000. What amounts to be charged to revenue in final account for the year ended 31st March 2006 as per the provision of AS7? Similar question. You can do it. But this type of questions are favorite question. Can you do it by your own? Similar question now. I think you can do it. Bolo. So what is the expected loss? 12 lakh. Means what you have done this plus this minus this. So 12 lakh this much loss should be recognized. But how much provision should be created? First find out actual loss. Then you can find out provision for expected loss. Understood. Similar question. Okay. You can do it now. Correct. One more question. Akka Limited signed on 1/4/2001 a construction contract of 1 crore 50 lakh. Following particulars are extracted in respect of contract. Material used will be added. Labor charges paid will be added. Higher charges will be added. Other contract costs incurred. Correct now. If nothing is given, we'll add it now. We'll assume specific cost only. Correct. Labor charges of 2 lakh are still outstanding. But what you do? Will add or will not add? Still outstanding. Will you add or will you not add? Add now because outstanding current year expense only. So this will be added. 2 lakh will be added. It is estimated that by spending further itna the work can be completed in all respect. So this is cost to complete. Correct. You are required to compute PL account for the year to be taken to profit or loss for the year to be taken to PL account and any provision for foreseeable loss. Similar question. Only one new point has been given. Then you need to find out actual cost incurred. So what is the actual cost incurred? Batao. Sum of all means sum it. Sum of all. How much it is coming? 1 crore 34 lakh. You have added this na 2 lakh. So 1 crore 34 lakh. Now it becomes similar question. Now it becomes similar question na. Correct. Of course you can do it. I am just informing that this type of questions are very important. Normally they ask this type of question. So question number 7 also related to para 35 only. Question number 7 also related to para 35. Done. Correct. Now come to question number 2. Question number 2. X Limited commenced a construction contract on 1/4/2005. The contract price agreed was reimbursable cost plus 20%. Means what? Cost plus profit means we don't know the contract price. If, if we don't know the contract price, it means what? Outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably. Understood? Correct. The company incurred 1 lakh in 2005-6, of which 90,000 is reimbursable. Means they have incurred how much cost? Out of which how much is reimbursable? Means how much is not reimbursable? Can you say as per contract? As per contract, the further non-reimbursable costs to be incurred to complete the contract are estimated at rupees 5,000. Means in future many costs will be incurred, but out of that non-reimbursable cost of rupees 5,000 will be incurred in future. Correct. The other cost to complete a contract could not be estimated reliably. It means outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably. Therefore, we can't apply which method? Percentage of completion method. Then what we'll do that we are understanding. So what AS7 says in this case? We are doing question number. So what AS7 says this way? What is the cost? The total cost is what? Total cost is 1 lakh. Out of which how much reimbursable? Well, we recognize the revenue to the extent of cost which are reimbursable. Means our revenue will be what? Revenue will be 90,000. 90,000? No, not plus 20%. Just try to understand everyone. Just try to understand what I am saying. Can I say here we need to apply prudent basis? It might happen overall they can be loss. Overall they can be lost because we don't know right now what is contract price and we also don't know what is the estimated contract cost. So overall they can be lost. Now you only say if overall they can be lost, they may be lost now. So whether it is prudent to recognize profit right now, not able to understand everyone. Suppose everyone, correct? Suppose year 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 reimbursable cost incurred. So we can say plus 20%, plus 20%, plus 20%. So what is the revenue batao? It is 24,000, 24,000, 24,000. So overall, right now so there is a profit of what? 12,000. But can I say there can be some other cost also which are not recoverable? So suppose the cost is what? 10,000, 10,000 and 10,000 that we don't know right now. Correct now. Now we are in year 1. Abhi to we don't know about this na. Are bolna re. We don't know about this. Now if you say in this way, yes sir, recognize 24,000. Correct? थोड़ा कम कर देते. Suppose this is not. Suppose 24,000 is the profit and revenue and our cost is 20,000. So we should recognize the profit of what? 4,000. Now whether it is prudent to recognize the profit of 4,000 right now, when there can be overall loss in the contract, you can see this become what? 60,000. This is how much total is what? 72,000. And there is one second what? 20,000. You can see there is a loss of what? 8,000. There is a loss of 8,000 now. So ultimately there is a loss of 8,000. So because we don't know the contract price right now, we don't know the estimated cost right now, it means we don't know the outcome of the contract right now. So whether it will be prudent to recognize profit in the first year means overall there will be loss. So whether it is prudent to estimate, whether it is prudent to recognize profit in first year, no. And therefore what AS7 says that in this case we recognize revenue only to the extent of reimbursable cost. Reimbursable cost because that is recovered. That is recoverable lah. So only we recognize revenue to the extent of reimbursable cost. Understood why they have said like this? Recognize revenue but only to the extent of cost for which recovery is probable. Only to the extent of cost for which recovery is probable. So out of 1 lakh how much was recoverable? 90,000. Will you add profit margin in this? No. Will not add profit margin in this. Understood? Correct. Then there is one expected expense also. Expected loss. What they are saying, they are estimating that in future there will be some non-reimbursable cost. So for that we need to create provision. We will create provision for what? Provision for expected loss. Provision for expected loss. How much? 5,000. So overall what is the loss? So by loss is equal to 15,000. Till now, this question has not been asked in exam. However, it is a question of ICA study material. Means it is given in your module, but till now this question has not been asked. So expected only. Expected only. Easy only now. Have you understood this point? Correct. So this is when the outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably. Simple. What the answer has been given? Same answer has been given. Correct. Correct. What is given? Check current. When the outcome of construction contract cannot be estimated reliably, what they have given, check it. So in this, what AS7 says, कि revenue should be recognized only to the extent of contract cost incurred for which recovery is probable. First point you have understood. Contract cost should be recognized as an expense in the period in which they are incurred. We have done only. Means entire contract cost, whether reimbursable or non-reimbursable, both will be recognized as an expense. Correct. So contract cost, if you want to write down, including non-reimbursable cost. Contract cost including non-reimbursable cost. So cost will include non-reimbursable cost also. Correct now. There are many costs which we are incurred which are non-reimbursable also. Correct. So contract cost including non-reimbursable cost should be recognized as an expense in the period in which they are incurred. So we have recognized entire 1 lakh. Correct. Then any expected loss on construction contracts should be also recognized as an expense immediately. So we have recognized that 5,000 expected loss, that is also recognized. Refer question number 2. Only one question is there. Done. This also done. Simple. Correct now. I said now with that two example 90% done. Correct. Today we have done 100%. This is 100%. Correct. Now there is one more topic, theoretical topic about combining and segmenting construction contract. This is theoretical topic. That when to combine two or more than two contract and apply AS7 together. And segmenting means what? One contract may be segmented into different contract and will apply AS7 on separate contract. So combining or segmenting. When to combine, when to segment. That we need to understand. Theoretical. They may ask or they may not ask. I don't know. Correct. So they will ask when to segment construction contract. So what they are saying? When a contract cover a number of assets, one contract, one contract, single contract, cover number of assets, the construction of each asset shall be treated as a separate construction contract when, understood? When one contract include number of assets, when one contract include number of assets, the construction of each asset will be treated as a separate construction contract, which we are segmenting. We are separating now. Separate construction contract when separate proposal have been submitted for each asset. Separate proposal have been submitted. Means this price, this price, this price. Separate proposal have been submitted for each asset. Means separate negotiation has been done. Correct now. Separate proposal has been submitted. Then each asset has been subject to a separate negotiation. Each asset separate negotiation also done. Understood? Each asset separate negotiation has been done, and the contractor and customer are able to accept or reject that part of contract relating to each asset. Means any one asset can be rejected or accepted based on that negotiation. Based on that negotiation. Understood? Correct. The separate proposal has been submitted. Each asset is subject to separate negotiation and cost. This point number C is important for accounting. The cost and revenue of each asset can be identified reliably. Means we know what is the separate cost of this asset, what is separate cost of this asset, what is separate cost of this asset. Generally we can apply what? Percentage of completion method. Understood? Correct. So if all these conditions satisfied, then the construction of each asset shall be treated as separate construction contract. Can you repeat with me? Point number one, condition number one is what? Separate proposal have been submitted for each asset. Each asset is subject to separate negotiation. Only this much. Don't say. Only this much. Each asset is subject to separate negotiation and the cost and revenue of each asset can be identified reliably. Now combining. When we can combine separate contract as one contract, correct? When we can combine, means can is from one customer we have received separate contract. Contract 1, contract 2, contract 3. Can we combine? Understood? From one customer we have received contract 1, contract 2, contract 3. Can we combine? Understood the question? Correct what they are saying. A group, a group of contract, whether with single customer or with several customer, whether with one customer or group of customer, correct, shall be treated as a single construction contract when shall be treated as one contract when single construction contract when point number A, the group of contract is negotiated as a single package. Group of construction contract is negotiated as single package. One price has been determined, single package. The contract are so closely related that they are in fact a part of single project with an overall project margin. Which can as a contract are interrelated to each other, are interrelated and interdependent to each other in terms of design, technology or function. Correct now? Means each asset are interrelated to other asset in terms of design, technology or function. The contract are performed concurrently or on a continuous sequence. Means either they are performed on a concurrent basis or in a continuous sequence. Concurrent means what? One completed, the second contract will start. Second contract completed, third contract will start, or they will perform on a continuous, simultaneous basis. Understood? If all these conditions satisfied, then a group of contract can be combined as a single contract. Can you repeat with me? Point number A, the group of contract is negotiated as a single package. Point number B, the contract are so closely interrelated that they are over a part of a single project. Correct? The contract are performed on a concurrent basis or in a continuous sequence. Okay, theoretical part. Theoretical question can be asked. One question has been given in study matter only. Let us read that question. Come to question number 4. XYZ Construction Limited, a construction company, undertake the construction of an industrial complex. It has a separate proposal raised for each unit to be constructed in the industrial complex. Since each unit is subject to separate negotiation, answer is given in the question only. Huh? Understood now? Means each unit is subject to separate negotiation. Can we segment it? Yes. Same thing is given. In the question only answer is given. Means once you read, all points will come in your mind. Simple now. So this type of questions are easy question only, but you need to remember all the conditions. Correct? Right now they are easy. Correct? Now, the last point of this chapter, disclosure requirement. Construction of additional asset means what? Sometime what happen? कि once we have received one contract, after some time we can receive a contract for additional asset. Correct now? Agreeing. Now the question is that whether the contract of additional asset will be part of original contract or it will be separate contract. Understood? Means it is nothing but increase or decrease in the scope of the contract. Suppose we have received a contract for construction of building of 2 floors. After 1 month, it was modified. Now third floor is added. So additional, na? It is an additional asset. So whether it will be part of same contract or it will be a separate contract to what they are saying. Construction of additional asset should be treated as a separate construction contract. Means it is not a part of original contract. It is not a part of original contract. Understood? When the asset differs significantly in design, technology or function from the asset covered by the original contract, or the price of the asset negotiated without regard to the original contract price, means that whatever price has been negotiated, that has no dependence on the previous price. It is separately negotiated. Separately negotiated. Understood? Have you understood? Correct. Normally what happens, just try to understand. Suppose group 1, group 2. This is service contract, but I am just giving example, you'll understand. You have taken group 1, then you say, sir, we write on both groups. First group 1 contract done. Correct now. Then you decided, sir, we'll write down both groups. I said, okay. So I say group 1 30,000. Then I say group 2 30,000. You say, sir, both group ना. So some concession. I said, okay, चल ठीक है. Total में 50,000. तो 10,000 डिस्काउंट आई हैव गिवन ना. अरे बोलना रहे ऐसा होता है ना. Normally it happens. Correct. Both group you have taken now. Normally the price will be what less. So now the price of group 1 is only 20,000. Sorry, price of group 1 was 30,000. Price of group 2 is what 20,000. That is dependent on what? Group 1. It means they are interrelated. It means what? We can combine it. Understood? I've just given one example so that you can understand what does it mean. Point number A, point number B, you understood? Correct. Then disclosure requirement. What are disclosure requirement? First disclosure is what? Contract revenue recognized as revenue in the period. How much contract revenue recognized year wise? Is in this year how much contract revenue to be recognized? Of course, it will be disclosed in SOPM. Correct. Method used to determine the contract revenue recognized in the period. Method. Can I say which method? Percentage of completion method. When the outcome of construction contract can be estimated. When the outcome of construction contract is not estimated, write down that we have recognized revenue only to the extent of cost, reimbursable cost. Correct. Then method used to determine stage of completion of contract in progress. So of course we know cost to cost method or surveyor method or any physical proportion method. Correct. That you need to write down. Okay. Then contract in progress. For that, aggregate cost incurred means any contract which are in progress is not yet completed. Not yet completed. Means suppose we are into year 2 and the entire contract period is year 3. So this disclosure is also required. What they are saying? Aggregate cost incurred and recognize profit or loss up to reporting date. Aggregate cost incurred and recognize profit or loss up to reporting date. Can you see this is cumulative basis? This is cumulative basis. Can I say cost incurred plus minus recognized profit or loss will be contract revenue only? So can you say the total of these two will be contract revenue on cumulative basis? Contract revenue to be recognized on cumulative basis. Correct. Any advance received, if you have received any advance, that need to be disclosed separately. How much advance has been received. Any amount of retention. Any amount of retention means suppose some amount is retained by the contractee and that will be disbursed only on the completion of contract. That is known as retention money. That is known as retention money. So any amount of retention should be also disclosed. How much amount is retained. Have you understood this much? Have you understood? Normally what happens? We do accounting as per AS7, but billing is done as per contract. Billing is done as per contract. Means billing is the billing means invoice. Whenever we raise invoice, so we raise invoice not as per AS7 now. We raise invoice as per contract. Now it was given the contract. Suppose 100 crore was the total contract price. Means we recognize revenue as per AS7. But billing can be as per contract. It can be 25, 25, 25 and 25 4 year. Correct. And it is given the contract that 10% of this can be retained. Means 10% retention amount. So 2.5 will be retained. And how much will be received? Only 22.5. So this become retention money. This will be disclosed. This require disclosure. Correct? Understood? But what is my revenue of first year? Huh? Revenue is, अरे बोलो ना what I was saying. Revenue for the first year is how much? 20. Everyone not responding. 1 second. 1 second. Correct. What I say, the total contract price is 100 crore. Now, as per the contract, it will disburse 25, 25, 25, 25. And as per the contract, the customer will retain how much? 10%, and that will release on satisfactory completion of contract. Quite possible. So, out of 25, how much retain? How much will be paid? 22.5. So, what is the retention money? 2.5. What is the contract revenue of first year? 22.5 or 25? How many are saying 25? How many are saying 22.5? The 22.5 तो महा बकवास है इंसान, and 25 is also बकवास. अरे भाई revenue will be recognized as per AS7. I said this is what contract or AS7. Still now you have not understood only. This is the contract na, where the revenue is 25. Revenue will be as per AS7 na. I said I have given the answer in my question only. It is 100 crore. Revenue will be recognized as per AS7. I am saying this point. Then also you are saying 25. अच्छा 25 तो चलो थोड़ा सा अच्छा था. 22.5. Revenue will be recognized as per what? Billing will be raised as per what? So billing is something different. Revenue is something different. Alright? Amount is received or paid as per contract. Recognition of expense and income is based on accounting standard. Understood now? Correct. So the how much revenue of first year? 100 as per ASM. You just say, sir, give us other information. You know, sir, give us percentage of work performed. ऐसा बोलते तो अच्छा लगता ना. Are you able to understand? कुछ भी बोलते हो. Then outstanding. Just try to understand what they are saying. You need to also disclose gross amount due from customer or gross amount due to customer. Means it might happen some amount is due from customer, means receivable, or there may be some situation that some amount is due to customer, means liability payable, means this is receivable, this is what? Payable. So this should be also recognized and this should be also disclosed separately in the balance sheet. How much gross amount due from customer? How much gross amount due to customer? Understood. So what they said, it is calculated as under. First, let me give you the formula, then I will explain. It is nothing but cost incurred plus recognized profit or minus recognized loss. Can you see this is nothing but contract revenue as per what? AS7. Correct. Minus progress billing. Progress billing was how much? Batao, in this example. Progress billing was what? 25 or 22.5? We have raised bill of which amount? So 25 is the progress billing. Correct. So suppose we have recognized 27 as revenue, but bill is only what? 25. It means how much amount is due from customer? 2. Understood? Means as per the contract we cannot raise beyond this now. Are you getting what I am saying? Not able to understand. As per AS7, what is receivable? But we have raised bill of how much amount? So what is the amount due from customer? And if this is 18 and this is 25, so how much amount due to customer? So it can be either receivable or payable. Understood? Simply, can I say it is nothing but contract revenue recognized less progress billing. If the amount is positive, it means the gross amount due from customer. If the amount is negative, it means gross amount not due to customer. Copy paste here. Due to customer. Understood? Then you can see they have just given the meaning. Retention are the amount of progress billing. Retention are the amount of progress billing which are not paid until the satisfaction of condition is specified in the contract for the payment of such amount or until defect have been rectified. It's simple. Progress billing not paid. Correct? Amount of progress billing not paid is the amount of retention. Simple now. Progress billing is the amount actually invoiced to the customer for the work performed on a contract, whether or not they have been paid by the customer. Whether it has been paid or not paid, that become progress billing. So progress billing paid means collected. Progress billing not paid means retention money. Paid not paid become what? Progress billing. Correct. Why I have done so much discussion? Because they have given one question based on this. They have given one question based on this. Let us do that. And this question is also expected. Question number 5. Follow. A firm of contractor obtain a contract for construction of bridge across river Revati. The following details are available in the record kept for the year ended 31st March 2007. Same question have been asked in CA final old syllabus. Same question they have given in CA inter. This level are same. Total contract price. Work certified. Work certified means this much cost is incurred which has been certified. Work not certified means what? Means completed but certificate not received. My question to you all, what is the total cost incurred? Yes, can you say total cost incurred as per AS7? For AS7 certified not certified is a bakwas. That is contract costing. Contract costing is Mahabakwas chapter. You have done contract costing? Huh? That is Mahabakwas chapter. Actually, I forgot to say you something about that. You have done contract costing? I don't know whether your teacher has said or not. Whether your teacher has said this is totally bakwas? No, na. They have said it is easy. If they have not said it is bakwas, means they don't know anything. Means whatever you have done that is actually obsolete. Actually, what happened? Before introduction of AS7, there was old AS7. This is revised AS7. Understood now? Old AS7 was same to same whatever you have done in contract costing. We have done up to this, up to this. ऐसा किया? अरे बोला I forgot what limit that I forgot. I have done ऐसा कुछ किया? Up to this nil, up to 10% work certified nil. अरे you have given costing exam ना say ना रे. Up to 10% nil. Then 90%. Up to 9%, 90% how much? Huh? You have done contract costing or not? I think this only you have done. It has been changed. Huh? How many times recently? 90% you have done na? I don't know whether it has been changed or not. You have done this only now, up to 10% in, up to 90% this. Shh. Are fighting? Why we are fighting? Why we are fighting? Open करे book. Costing open करे. Chalo. Let's see what I don't know whether it has been changed or not. But I think this was the method given under contract costing, which was as per AS7 old. Now contract costing is done as per what? Cost standard. Cost standard. Costing means costing standard. Now in costing standard it was not revised, because these are what? Costing standard means what? IC, which institute? नाम भी चेंज हो गया. ICMAI, इतना बड़ा नाम है. ICMAI. पहले it was ICWAI, then it has been changed. Correct? हाँ हाँ, there is a lot of confusion now. या M भी निकाल दिया है. अरे उसके मत छोड़ो ना. Now this release costing standard, they will release accounting standard. So can you say when AS7 was revised, so this should be also revised. Correct? Now this is not yet revised because they are what? Sleeping institute. We call it sleeping institute. I mean nowadays so they become what? थोड़ा सा active. थोड़ा सा active. थोड़ा सा active. But ICI is very active. ICI is super active because members are chartered accountant now. Correct? In this there is no one will be in practice, everyone will be in jobs only. Correct? 99% will be on jobs and they will never visit what? The institute. But here there will be group of chartered accountants who will be very much active. And even though those who are in job, they will be also very active chartered accountants. So can you say there is no standard is not revised? Now when I am teaching a costing, so we'll follow what? Costing standard or accounting standard? So I can't teach you as per accounting standard now. So therefore in syllabus same thing is given. But practically we never use this now. Practically we use what? Accounting standard. So we cannot change the syllabus because costing syllabus will be as per costing standard. Accounting syllabus will be as per accounting standard syllabus. So ICA is correct. ICA is correct. As per syllabus is concerned, that is correct. But can I say this is totally bakwas? If you have done that, I don't know whether it has been changed or not because I am not teaching costing. But last year तो वैसे ही था. Correct? No. But we will not fight for this. Correct? Now, once you just cross check me, if this has been changed, so now I will not say this thing in class. Correct? Are you able to understand what I am saying? So, whatever you have done in contract costing, if you have done as per this old accounting standard, that was now become redundant. Means practically you will use what? AS7. So there is no concept of work certified, work not certified. This concept is no more there. Correct now. I think in contract costing you have done what? Percentage of completion method of work certified, work not certified. So it means old only now. Old only. It means old only. We will not fight for this because I know how much you can retain. Correct? So now can I say this work certified and work not certified is not at all relevant. What is the total cost incurred that is relevant? Correct? So this has been given to confuse. You match with what? Costing and then become confused. Correct now. So this is totally bakwas. This becomes 605. This is important. The total cost incurred is 605. Estimated further cost to complete is 495. So it becomes 495. Means how much total? 1100, which is more than what? 1000. So para 35 will be applicable. Para 35 will be applicable. Progress payment received. Progress payment received means the billing which has been received. Progress billing received and progress billing to be received means that this total become what? This total become what? Progress billing. Understood why they have given this? Why they have given this? Who will inform? Why they have given 400 plus 140? Means to find out amount due from or due to customer, but not for revenue recognition. This much bill has been raised. Bill has been raised for what? 540. Understood? Correct. Now it is very simple if you have understood the question. Firm seeks your advice and assistance in the presentation of account keeping in view of the requirement of AS7. So for the first time they have given progress billing. So whenever they have given progress billing, it means they also require disclosure requirement. Understood? It is the indication that they want disclosure requirement. Correct. Batao. We'll do this question number 5. Question number 5. Can is the first we should calculate total foreseeable loss. How much? The total estimated cost how much? 1100 rupees in lakhs na. Less total contract revenue 1000. So what is the total foreseeable loss? 100. Correct. Then point number B. We'll calculate calculation of contract revenue to be recognized. बताओ. So first we'll find out what percentage of work performed. How much? It is 605 divided by 1100 is equal to 55%. So how much contract revenue recognized? How much? 550. How much contract cost incurred? 605. How much loss? 55 plus how much provision for expected loss? It will be 100 minus 55 is equal to 45. So how much total loss recognized? Is equal to 100. Correct. Then we'll find out point number C now. Amount due from or to customer. बताओ. What is the contract cost incurred up to reporting date minus what? Recognized loss. Recognized loss na 100. Correct now. This is coming how much? 505 minus what? Progress billing. Progress billing is how much? 540. So what is the amount due to or from? Amount due to na Negative it is coming 35. Understood. Correct. Then Adam, point number, following information will be disclosed as per AS7. Point number 1. How much contract revenue recognized? 550. Correct. Then how much contract cost less recognized loss? How much up to reporting date? It is 5, not 5. Then we need to disclose progress billing. How much progress billing? 540 na. Then amount of retentions. How much retain? It is 140. Correct now. And gross amount due to customer how much? 35. Same to same question will be asked. Write down this way. With this we completed all the points. Now balance question you can do by your own. I think there are one or two questions which are good question. Means for example, you can see question number 15 is good. Write down question 15. Question number 16, 15, 16 is good question. Then balance you can read by your own. Okay. Two question must do 15, 16. Okay. AS7 is completed from our point of view.